One of the biggest days in the college football calendar is upon us, the opening of the transfer portal window, where thousands of players will look to change the course of their careers. And why? Because it works. Don't believe us? Well, here are the facts. 4 of the last 6 Heisman winners were transfer quarterbacks. 2 of those played at Oklahoma, 1 of them won a national title and became a number 1 overall draft pick, and the other one is trending in the same direction. So who is leading the pack this year? Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix Jr., who are, you guessed it, transfers. Names you'll see in prime time. Speaking of crime, Deion Sanders changed the college football landscape when he brought in a staggering 51 transfers to Colorado, and that gave the Buffs the number 1 transfer portal class last cycle. SMU, Louisville, and Ole Miss were also among the top 5 in portal additions last cycle, and that translated to 10 wins for each one of them on the field. 2 of those 3 teams have starting quarterbacks that are transfers. In fact, 59% of Power 5 teams have had a transfer start at quarterback this season. So what does it all mean? College football is a new game, and rebuilding a roster is easier than ever. So brace yourself for this year's madness. This is Transfer Portal Palooza.
Welcome into the 24/7 Sports YouTube channel for Transfer Portal Palooza. Alongside Carl Reed and Cooper Patagna, I'm Emily Proud, and they are just 2 of many voices you will hear from on the show. In this hour, we will welcome on the man behind last year's historic number 1 portal class. Coach Prime joins us for a live interview. We'll also have a head coach getting ready for a New Year's 6 bowl game join us live, and current Power 5 players in studio on this desk with us. We have a roster of expert analysts and team site reporters across the country on standby. We got player grades, coaching news, and we will answer your questions. But before we get rolling, I do this every time you see me on this YouTube page. A reminder to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Guys, what are we most looking forward to seeing today?
Well, I'm looking forward to all the star power. We got Kyle McCord just went in the portal today, Walter Nolen yesterday, a ton of top flight quarterbacks, Cam Ward. We're talking transferring schools. We're talking about huge NIL deals. Now, they say, guys, in the SEC, it just means more. But if Kyle McCord beats Michigan 2 weeks ago, do you think he's in the portal today? I don't think so.
Yeah, what about these quarterbacks, Carl? You look down the list of the top 15 teams in the country, I would say 7 of them need a quarterback right now. What happens to Washington? Michael Penix Jr., right? He's in the Heisman race. He's gone after this season. Ohio State, when's the last time they've been in this situation? Does J.J. McCarthy come back to Michigan? You got Oregon, Bo Nix. He's out of there as well. So it is a buyer's market right now. You talk about Riley Leonard, talk about guys like Dillon, Gabriel, Cam Ward. That's a guy that we need to keep an eye on. It's going to be one of those crazy days already. We saw that with Kyle McCord and Dillon Gabriel. So buckle in. Going to be a long day.
So many big names already in the portal. We are gearing up to hear more big names enter today, and if that happens, we will bring you that news live. Clearly, we are ready in here, and I am sure they are ready over in Studio B, where Grace Remington is steering the ship. Grace, take it away.
Thank you, Emily. Yeah, we are so excited to get this Porta Palooza going. Smoke Dixon, Brandon Huffman with me here. And guys, the action started before the portal even officially opened. Almost 500 players entered their names or were reported to have entered their names in the last week. But Smoke, what's the one thing you are most looking forward to today?
Well, last year we heard about the Louis bags getting moved around by coaches getting moved around. Now with all these new coaches going from school to school, I want to see how many players jump in the portal and get with their coaches.
And I think the big storyline is going to be quarterbacks. Where are the quarterbacks? We saw the news that Matt Zenna spoke this morning about Kyle McCord. What other quarterbacks? Blake Shapen just went in. Dillon Gabriel went in. Then we have some other guys that still may go into the quarterback or go to the portal. Aidan Chiles. Could he follow Jonathan Smith to Michigan State? We already saw DJU go into the portal last week. Could Aidan be what Caleb Williams was for Lincoln Riley 2 years ago, following his coach at a new school? That's the key storyline I'm watching, what other quarterbacks are going in.
Yeah, whether it's coaches, quarterbacks, there are a lot of dominoes that are about to fall, and we are just getting started as we are live for the next 6 hours covering everything transfer portal. But for now, Emily, I'll send it back to you.
All right. I feel like we've already introduced enough people, but we have a huge arsenal at our disposal, and we will bring you breaking news as it comes. So let's introduce you to our newsbreakers. Although if you've been following the transfer portal, you already know these guys. We got national college football reporter Matt Zenit and our portal expert Chris Hummer. They are on standby all day long. Chris, I'll start with you. What are you tracking right now?
Everything. We've had well over 200 players enter the portal this morning already. It's very hectic. Still waiting on some big names like Walter Nolen to officially pop up in the portal from Texas A&M. He's going to be our #1 overall transfer when he's official. This is the most hectic day on the college football calendar, in my opinion, and we're trying to absorb it all at the same time. It's going to be fun.
Matt, what about you?
For me, the quarterback development. So during the course of the last couple of weeks, Chris and I talked a lot about just the expectation that one of the top storylines with this transfer cycle was going to be that there were going to be some veteran accomplished quarterbacks, a number of them that ultimately made the move to the portal. Obviously, everyone's starting to see some of that now, including two of the most recent ones today, with Dillon Gabriel now being set to go in and Kyle McCord officially popping up in there at 5 o'clock Central Time this morning. And not to throw out the teaser or anything like that, but there's more coming throughout the course of the day today.
More coming. You said it. Dillon Gabriel and Kyle McCord hitting the portal this morning. We're going to talk a little bit more about that here because those are, thank you guys, those are two guys that will be highly rated and already are, both 91 grades with those two quarterbacks. Cooper, you already tweeted this morning that my man Dillon Gabriel is a turnkey quarterback. Expand on that a little bit. What does that mean?
Well, I talked about Ohio State and I talked about Oregon, right? The question for me is, what are the contenders going to do when these type of names hit the market? And we saw Kyle McCord, he already hit the portal. With Dillon Gabriel, this is a guy who played, I think started 37 out of 38 games at UCF. I think has almost started 50 games throughout his career, completed over 69% of his passes this past year at Oklahoma. So he's played under Josh Heupel at Central Florida. He's played under Jeff Lebby at Oklahoma. This is the type of guy, if you feel like you have a roster that can compete for a college football playoff spot, which goes to 12 next year, not 4, and compete for a national championship. If I'm Ohio State, if I'm Oregon, Dillon Gabriel is at the top of my board, even ahead of a guy like Cam Ward, who might be in that day 2 conversation when it's all said and done for the NFL draft. This is a guy that's experienced. He's been in multiple offenses and schemes. I think as a guy from a leadership standpoint, he has proven that as well. He's played a lot of football, so the experience, I think what he brings from an intangible standpoint as well. Dillon Gabriel, if you're Oregon, Ohio State, any one of these teams, we'll see what happens with Michigan as well. This is the guy that you have to go get. So I think Dillon Gabriel is going to be top of mind for a lot of contenders out there.
Very important when you're talking about Dillon Gabriel, too, that if you're trying to compete for a playoff spot, you must hit. You can't miss on this position. Guys that hit big, Michael Penix at Washington. That's a big hit. That gets you in the playoffs. Texas getting Quinn Ewers to come back after first going to Ohio State. Those are the kind of home runs that put you in position to go to the playoffs. And next year, like Cooper said, with us expanding to 12 teams, you're one quarterback away from completely changing the trajectory of your entire football season.
Yeah, I see you've been making some of those ties to Oregon, too, with Dillon Gabriel's roots out of Hawaii. Kyle McCord is somebody that you mentioned at the beginning of the show is maybe a surprise that he hit the portal. So if you're a coach, you're seeing that news today. What are you thinking about the possibility that Kyle McCord could have in your program?
Well, it depends on what program you are. Kyle McCord has been under a lot of duress, as has Ryan Day, because they haven't beat Michigan, and that's the expectation there. So when you're talking about Kyle, you have to ask yourself, is he an upgrade at your quarterback position? People have questioned his toughness a little bit. They've questioned his dedication. So he's got to come in also and have a chip on his shoulder that he has to prove himself the next spot he goes to.
Kyle McCord's a good quarterback. Don't get it twisted, right? He just happens to play at Ohio State, and they have a Michigan problem right now that Ryan Day needs to get solved. So that's on Ryan Day to go out and improve this position. But this is a guy who played pretty well. But if you're Ohio State, you have the best receiving core in the country, and this is a sports car. Right now, you need the right oil. I'm not sure if Kyle McCord is that guy. You got an opportunity, like I said, to go get a guy like Cam Ward, go get a guy like Dillon Gabriel. Shoot, even Dante Moore is out there as well, right? Originally from that Detroit area in the Midwest. I think Ryan Day is going to be obviously active in the transfer portal, but if you're Kyle McCord, he's right up there with Will Howard, Tyler Van Dyke, Will Rogers, all those other guys as well. He's a really good quarterback. Turn on the tape against Notre Dame. He made some really big-time throws in that game, so I think he's going to have a hot market as well.
not just game-changing quarterbacks available, game-changing players already in the portal. And although we're going to talk a lot of players on this show today, we'll also talk about programs. And one that we're keeping an eye on is Texas A&M with the head coaching change. What would happen to that prolific, historic 2022 class? Well, we're already having the first shoe to drop there. It sounds like Walter Nolen intends to enter the portal. Number 2 player in that class. What just hit the market, Coop?
One of the best defensive linemen in the country, and I think a lot of people will look at the PFF grades or look at the stats and say, hey, does it really warrant being one of the best defensive linemen in the country? I would say the answer is yes. All the things Walter Nolen does, he can play 5 technique, 3 technique, 1 technique, and for a defensive coordinator that likes to find defensive linemen that can do multiple things, Walter Nolen is that guy. He was disruptive at a lot of points this season, one of the most talented defensive line groups in all of college football there under Elijah Robinson, who's now at Syracuse. This is a guy that's an immediate impact player, will be one of the best players on your team as soon as he steps in that locker room. That's why you see that portal grade of 99 right there by our guys Derek Chang and Clint Brewster. So this is going to be another guy who's going to have no shortage of suitors, but he kind of changes the complexity of your team and your defensive line and every level of the defense, quite honestly.
You cannot have enough guys like him who can play, and there's only so many few guys who can move the way he can move, at his size, his quickness, his technique, and the whole nine. Defensive line is a position that if you have it, it can be a game-changing situation on the way your football team plays defensively. It changes the numbers. He can one gap, he can two gap, he can stop the run, and he can rush the passer. When you have coaching changes, what you're seeing with the transfer portal, head coach change, but even more importantly, Elijah Robinson, his defensive line coach that recruited him, going to Syracuse now as the defensive coordinator. It was not a surprise to me to see Elijah Robinson go in the portal. The biggest question would be, does he follow him to Syracuse? But many people in the industry also that I've talked to thinks you have to watch Nick Saban in Alabama on this one.
Ursula, another Orange school that you should keep an eye on. He is from Knoxville, Tennessee. That was a school of interest for him when he was coming out. But yeah, that is the first big name from that Texas A&M class that has hit the portal. You saw the 99 rating. That is the number 1 player in our transfer portal rankings right now. We'll continue to bring you updated rankings as the day goes along. But you talk about the type of players that are available. We know the lines of scrimmage. Everybody wants a piece of that. When a player like this hits the portal, put me in his shoes, or maybe in his phone. What does it look like right now in terms of the interest? Is he just like pick a place at this point?
He needs multiple phones, a guy like this. And here's the other thing. Walter Nolen is a defensive lineman. It's hard to find these guys. We saw what happened with Bear Alexander last year. He takes a big bag. He goes all the way over to Los Angeles and USC, right? Walter Nolen will be one of the hottest names on the market. And we already talked about Dillon, Gabriel, Cam Ward, all these guys at the quarterback position. Outside of that, these guys are really hard to find. You mentioned Nick Saban. You mentioned Josh Heupel, right? These guys in the SEC, they will pay top dollar for these type of players. It's hard to get them out of high school. It's hard to get them out of the transfer portal. Any way you can improve the line of scrimmage and you feel like you got a team that can compete for a college football playoff spot, you're going to do that. So Walter Nolen is the type of guy right now who's going to be in really high demand.
All right, Matt Zenitz told you that there was a chance of more breaking news when it comes to the quarterback position, so we're going to go over to Studio B with more on that. Grace.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, the dominoes are starting to fall. As we promised at the top of the show, Brandon Huffman hearing some news out of the West Coast. Oregon State could be looking for someone new this year as one of their guys just entered the portal.
Yeah, they already lost DJ Uiagalelei last week. Today, I'm hearing that Aidan, Chiles, their true freshman quarterback, will be going into the portal. Like Smoke said, they could be following their coaches. Jonathan Smith just got hired at Michigan State. I anticipate that Aidan Chiles will follow Jonathan Smith, Brian Lindgren, the offensive coordinator, to East Lansing. So keep an eye on that. I expect that to go down today, and I think that East Lansing will ultimately be his destination of choice.
East Lansing could be a destination for a lot of these quarterbacks, as all 3 of their quarterbacks entered the portal with the coaching situation going on over there. But let's get into some of these guys that are on the quarterback market right now, and we'll stay on the West Coast. Dillon Gabriel, perfect example of someone who could kind of bridge the gap here between a playoff contender right now, but someone who maybe has a future highly rated prospects still on the roster. Where do you see Dillon Gabriel ending up?
Well, I think Oregon and USC are the 2 schools that you're looking at right now for Dillon Gabriel. Remember, he's originally from Hawaii. Even though he went to UCF, he's from the West Coast, or even further from the West Coast. And I think that USC losing Caleb Williams most likely, I know he's saying that he may not go into the draft. Let's be honest, he's going into the draft. Bo Nix, we know he's out of eligibility. He will play the bowl game. I think that Oregon is going to be a potential landing spot for him. But remember, 2 years ago when he went into the portal the first time out of UCF, he committed to UCLA, was going to go play in Westwood. Jeff Lebby ended up getting the offensive coordinator job at Oklahoma. He followed him to Norman. Dorian Thompson-Robinson returned for his senior year. Now you have Dillon Gabriel back in play potentially. Dante Moore just left. Ethan Garbers is the starter, but didn't necessarily take hold of that job, so Gabriel could end up in Los Angeles. But right now, I anticipate Bo Nix or Caleb Williams finding their heir apparent in Dillon Gabriel.
All right.
Well, at the end of the day, when you look at it, we understand that the most important position to change the way that your program looks is the quarterback position. And when you have an experienced guy that comes in and is getting the job done for you, it takes a lot of the hard work that the coordinator has to do. And again, when your coordinator goes with the quarterback and an experienced guy that's seen every blitz, every coverage, and every formation that to mankind, with this guy, he's seen it all. It just makes that transition that much easier. It makes these guys that much coveted going on right now in the transfer portal.
Yeah, over 53% of FBS teams started a transfer portal quarterback this season. You even look at the top of the Heisman rankings. Those are all transfer quarterbacks. But we'll stay on the West Coast here with Washington. You mentioned Kalen DeBoer also looking for an heir to Michael Penix. Who are you hearing for the Huskies?
Well, Will Rogers is a name that I've been hearing since October. Now, there was a lot of buzz that Cam Ward might be that guy, but Will Rogers' name just kept popping up, and now it's looking like he's going to end up in Seattle. You know, when you talked about the quarterbacks following their coaches, Kalen DeBoer was the offensive coordinator at Indiana. Nick Sheridan took over for Kalen DeBoer as the OC. They both end up at Washington. Michael Penix ends up in Seattle. Now the Huskies are in the playoff. Bo Nix was with Kenny Dillingham at Auburn. Bo Nix goes to Oregon when Kenny Dillingham becomes the OC there. Obviously, Lincoln Riley goes to Oklahoma, has Caleb Williams. So you see that familiarity. Well, now you're starting from scratch. And so with Will Rogers, a great fit, ironically played for former Washington State coach Mike Leach at Washington State, or at Mississippi State. Didn't have that great of a year this year with the change in offense, but now he could find that his career is going to be revived in that passing game at Washington. I like him heading into Seattle and playing for Kalen DeBoer next year. They have Austin Mack, who was a top 10 quarterback in the 2023 class, but he reclassified. He should be a senior in high school right now. Maybe still needs another year, so Will Rogers becomes that perfect stopgap like we talked about and could be the guy in 2024 as Washington goes to the Big Ten.
And it's not even really saying stopgap. It's a bridge, because we all understand that the more time that you give these young quarterbacks to get developed, to understand the schemes, to understand the system, you don't get a situation like you had in Clemson this year where a guy's just getting pushed out there and he's not ready yet. So you get a seasoned veteran like Will Rogers to come out there, run your offense, be a leader in that locker room, because that says a lot. When you go out there and a guy that's done it in an SEC situation, been down, come back, been through the whole entire rigor of college football, that guy right there can get the job done for you and get a young guy ready to play for the foreseeable future.
Let's go back to Aidan Chiles for a moment. The news you broke at the top of this segment. 4-star recruit in the 2023 cycle, a 96 rating. He was rated as the 7th best quarterback in the country. Huff, you scouted him. What can you tell us about what type of player he is?
I mean, the kid's a gamer. He's one of those guys that didn't necessarily have a lot of elite talent around him. I equated him a lot to C.J. Stroud coming out of Southern California his senior year. When C.J. Stroud came out, you had Bryce Young and DJ ahead of him at Mater Dei and St. John Bosco. They got all the attention, understandably so. Well, then you have a couple years later, Aidan Chiles comes out. Nico Amilava plays right across town from him. They played against each other. You had Malachi Nelson at Los Alamitos, who went to USC. In fact, Aidan Chiles was at Los Al when Malachi came in, so he's overshadowed by Malachi, he's overshadowed by Nico. Then he goes to Downey High School, plays for Jack Williams, and has a great career. So he's that guy that his best football was still going to be ahead of him in college. He would come in the third drive of every game for Oregon State and wowed people, but DJ was going to be the starter. Now he's going to have that opportunity at Michigan State with a pretty much empty quarterback room, a quarterback coach that he's familiar with in Brian Lindgren, a head coach that he's familiar with in Jonathan Smith, a fresh start, playing in the Big Ten. And I think with that Aidan Chiles comes in and he's got that chance to be an immediate impact guy to help quickly get things resurrected in East Lansing for Jonathan Smith.
Okay, so I'm looking at his stats for 2023 now. Completed about 69% of his passes, over 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, took 4 sacks. You just listed all of his high school competition, so it sounds like he's game ready. How much of a chance do you think he has to actually win that starting job at Michigan State?
Well, I think we go back to Michael Penix, and we go back to Bo Nix, and we go back to Caleb Williams, and how when they got to that school with their former coordinators or former head coaches, they were starting from day one. And I think that Chiles knows the verbiage. He knows the offense. He also knows there's not a lot of quarterbacks there. So sometimes your best ability is availability, and he will be available. But he knows what Brian Lindgren wants. He knows what Jonathan Smith wants. So I think that, plus the fact that there's just not a lot of competition, gets him on the field when they start the season next fall. And it's going to be a big year for Michigan State, because we have seen that when a new coach comes in, you don't need to rebuild. You can use the portal to your advantage to get things quickly resurrected. And I think that that is why he's going to go there. There's the familiarity on both sides. I would anticipate if he ends up at Michigan State, which is where all signs will be pointing to, he will be the starter come game one this fall.
One of the biggest things that you got to look for when you start a new program is culture. And when you bring guys along with you that understand your culture, understand exactly when you say when, what that means. You don't have to go through that maturation period of a spring, a fall, and maybe even a year that can lose you 2 or 3 games. So when you get your quarterback in the room that you've been recruiting for 3 to 4 years, because these guys have known about this guy. They've been on the West Coast. They know exactly who he is, appearances, exactly what he likes, what he does not like. That goes a long way to set your program up and put you in a situation to win early and often against really good competition in the Big Ten.
All right, highly rated former prospect looking for a new home. Let's go over to Studio A. They have more on Aidan Chiles.
We do. We have to get some response from Cooper here. I wish that you could have seen his face when Huff announced that news. It was like jaw dropped, and he just mouthed to me, "I love this guy." What do you love so much about Aidan Chiles?
He can do a little bit of everything. He was a riser in our top 247 rankings last year, and a guy that we got to see at the All-American Bowl in San Antonio. We talk about that postseason evaluation and why that live evaluation is so important. Aidan Chiles was one of the biggest headlines of our time in San Antonio, and we love this guy. We shot him up in our rankings, ends up number 58 in the country, number 7 quarterback. And quite honestly, conversations Andrew Ivins, the rest of the scouting staff had, we wish we would have had him hired, right? So for Jonathan Smith to potentially be able to get this one done, which is what it looks like according to Brandon Huffman, this would be huge for Jonathan Smith, his start, the era of that in East Lansing. Aidan Chiles can do a little bit of everything. I love his upside as a passer, but he's a lot better athlete than I think a lot of people give him credit for as well. So that dynamic of being able to attack on the ground, especially those guys that we've seen, like with Jaden Daniels, they changed the complexion of your offense, a multi-dimensional offense, a lot harder to defend. So this would be a big boost for Jonathan Smith, Michigan State, and I love this guy, his future. I know there are a lot of names out there, probably a lot of Michigan State fans who say, hey, what about Dante Moore? If you don't know anything about Aidan Chiles, this is the guy. This is one of my favorite guys last cycle, and I think this would be a huge start for Jonathan Smith in East Lansing.
I think something that has to be talked about, guys, when you look at coaching hires, if you're a Michigan State who just hired Jonathan Smith, or you anybody with an opening, how cool is it, or how much better can your program get right away if the head coach can bring a quarterback like Aidan Chiles? When you get a head coach like Jonathan Smith, who can also get a quarterback to come with them with the skill set Aidan Chiles has, that gives your program an opportunity to get good right away. And the rebuild is not as long. So look for coaches, look for athletic directors and search firms to start looking at those combinations of coaches who are coming with a big-time quarterback also with them, because that can move your program in the right direction right away.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 deal. We saw that with Caleb Williams coming over with Lincoln Riley at USC. Could see a similar situation here. To be clear, he is not transferring to Michigan State yet. We're just trying to read the tea leaves there. You said that you wish you could go back and re-rank him. Well, the good thing is now he's in the portal. We have a portal rankings team that's doing that, and they have given him a 96 rating, which would make him the number 1 quarterback in this portal. So all the high praise is worthy. What do you think about that rating? Is that right?
Pretty crazy. Listen, I love him, but you have some firepower in this class, right? We talked about Dillon Gabriel. We talked about Dante Moore. I think they kind of fall in 2 classes. You got the guys that can give you 1 to 2 year rentals, right? That's Kyle McCord, that's Dillon Gabriel, Cam Ward, a couple of these other guys, DJU. And then you have the guys like Dante Moore. Then you have the guys like Aidan Chiles. You still have 2 to 3 years of eligibility left that you can build around these guys. So I think between the physical clay, the developmental upside yet to take place, that's what gets me excited about him. And then the fit as well, right? I like the fit under Jonathan Smith, who recruited him at Oregon State too.
If he's going to Michigan State, it's a seamless transition because of the terminology and the fit, like you said. But there are some guys who played a lot of football. I don't know if he's number one. Because there's some great quarterbacks in this portal as well.
Yeah, well, speaking of guys who've played a lot of football, Will Rogers has played a lot of football, and he has hit the portal. Last week, we saw a lot of grad transfers go in. It sounds like our Chris Hummer, who we're welcoming on the show now, has a crystal ball pick for Hummer, or for Rogers. What you got, Chris?
Yeah, second all-time leading passer in SEC history is on the move, and I think he's going to have a really nice fit at Washington if he were to land there. We're hearing pretty good things about where Washington sits with Will Rogers. He's been a name linked to Washington for quite a while, probably before he even entered the portal. That's how it works in this era of college football. And I think the Huskies are in excellent shape to land him. I do expect the Huskies to at least check in on guys like Cameron Ward as well. But I would say right now, the heavy favorite for Washington is Will Rogers to take over from Michael Penix, and he would be an excellent bridge quarterback after Michael Penix departs the program. Plug-and-play starter, somebody who's thrown for a ton of yardage in his career and would be a great fit in that system.
I know Washington fans are gearing up for a spot in the college football playoff, but they do have to look ahead to what life after Michael Penix looks like. Chris saying that it's a great bridge quarterback. What are your thoughts, Coop?
Yeah, I think he used the right word there, right? Huff talked about Austin Mack a little bit earlier in the show from Folsom, a guy that reclassified a year up. He should be a senior in high school, but quite honestly, if he would have stayed in that class, he could have had a chance to be a five-star. He's got all the clay in the world, so I don't think he's ready yet. But if you bring a guy in like Will Rogers, who, let's face it, he's got to rejuvenate his career, his image. Last year under Zach Arnett, obviously not the start that they wanted. They go 4-8. A lot of things changing there in Stark Vegas. Now he gets to go out to Washington. Who else would you want to play for if you're a quarterback right now than Kalen DeBoer, right? What they're doing in Seattle. Michael Penix Jr., the job that he's done there. You think about those receivers, Adunze, McMillan, Jalen Polk, they'll probably all be gone, but they got guys like Jeremy Bernard that they're really excited about. So I like this fit. And, you know, the other thing about this, how about Dillon Johnson? He had a breakout game in the Pac-12 championship. That was a guy that transferred from Mississippi State as well. So we might be seeing a little bit of Mississippi State to Washington pipeline right now. I'm sure those guys had some conversations, but I really like this move for both parties. I think it makes sense in the short term and the long term as well.
There's a saying that has been going on a long time that players win games and coaches lose them. I do think in a situation of quarterback development, guys that get an opportunity to play for Kalen DeBoer are doing themselves a tremendous service. Quarterbacks should be lined up down the hallway to play for this guy. He's long been an offensive coach with a lot of versatility in his scheme. Has won with a lot of different types of quarterbacks. Back in the day when he was an NAI head coach in Iowa, winning NAI national championships, high school coaches from around the country were going in there trying to learn offense from Kalen DeBoer. So if this is in fact a fit, it's a tremendous fit because nobody can fix your game better than the quarterback doctor at Washington.
Yeah, you talk about experience. Threw for over 12,000 yards at Mississippi State, 94 touchdowns. He has certainly played a lot of football and a lot of good football. So we've had a few of these transfer portal windows, and we've seen the hits that have happened and the misses that have happened, especially at the quarterback position. I'll say that 2021 class, Michael Penix in particular, Bo Nix, two guys, sure, are hits, I would call them. This year, let's project a little bit. Coop, who do you think's going to be the big hit?
I'm going to go with Cam Ward, and this is a guy that I love. I think he's kind of a polarizing quarterback prospect. I think if you talk to NFL scouts, this guy could go anywhere from, if he plays well, maybe he's a day one guy if he comes back, right? I think right now he'd probably be late day 2, maybe even early day 3. But I love this guy, his ability. All you have to do is turn on the tape against Oregon where he threw for over 300 yards. He's not known as a runner, but he's really athletic in the pocket. Andrew Ivins and I talked about it. Kind of reminds me a little bit. We don't typically do this. Kind of reminds me of DJ Lagway, the 5-star committed to Florida. Big body, functional in the pocket, can move, can extend plays. I love his creativity as a passer. If you plug and play him somewhere like Oregon, somewhere like Ohio State, where they have those guys on the perimeter, this is a guy that really kind of gets you excited. I think can really benefit coming back to school. I know he's kind of entertaining the NFL draft as well, but this is a guy that can really boost his stock. He needs to be really careful and really particular about where he's going to play at the next level because he's got a great opportunity if he finds the right spot.
The guy that I'm really intrigued about that I think is going to do a tremendous job, especially if he's going where everybody says he's going, is Duke quarterback Riley Leonard. When I got a chance to watch him this season, he didn't always have the consistency passing the ball, but he did show something that I think is totally vital when you're playing that position. He had competitive greatness. He had toughness. He had the willingness and the ability to go out and compete. And I think that's a trait that's missing in a lot of young football players. And so if he's going and he's getting with the right people in the right system, I expect for him to do tremendous things this season.
Yeah, there's a few thousand, I think, crystal balls out on Riley Leonard to end up at Notre Dame. Cam Ward, though, the comparison that our Clint Brewster, who's part of our Portal Rankings team, had for him was P.J. Walker, who had some good minutes in the NFL. So that would be an interesting comparison there. I hate to do this, guys, but they're not always hits. There's some guys that are potential misses. So who that maybe we're talking about a lot, that we're getting really excited about if he ends up not going to the right place, who's a potential miss in this quarterback market?
I'm pretty interested what happens with Tyler Van Dyke. Played a lot of ball at Miami, and this is a guy that's kind of been up and down. It's been, I would say, a little bit of a roller coaster for him in terms of production. I think the Shannon Dawson marriage at times under Mario Cristobal was a little bit of up and down there as well. I keep saying up and down because it's been a lack of consistency, but I think this is a guy that is going to have to find the right place that fits him schematically. He is a pocket passer. He's not the type of guy you move the pocket for. He's not the type of guy that's going to wow you with athleticism. But if you're looking for an offense that has a right play caller, has the right protection, and has the right playmakers, I think Tyler Van Dyke can really thrive within that structure. So for him, it's going to be finding a place that really kind of has all those components already in place. If not, we could really kind of see what we saw in Miami, which was a little bit of a mixed bag performance. But this is a guy that I'm really kind of fascinated to see where he ends up.
The guy in that category for me is going to be Ohio State transfer Kyle McCord. For years, we have seen Ohio State go after one quarterback after the next with assembly line type production. When Kyle McCord got in there this year, they just couldn't seem to get going offensively, despite having Marvin Harrison, the best receiver in the game, young stars like Carnell Tate, and a great running game, and they just could not get going offensively. Even though their only loss was to Michigan, and that's the one that matters, they struggled offensively throughout the season getting going, and I think that there are questions around Kyle McCord's dedication and his toughness that came out of Columbus, and Ryan Day did not commit to him starting the bowl game without having somebody else necessarily on the roster who's been able to beat him out to this point. I think where he goes is key, but I also think when it appears that your school gave up on you, it appears like Ohio State gave up on this kid, his ability to check back in mentally is going to be key for what he does next. And so all eyes are going to be on him.
Yeah, and we can guess all we want, but ultimately we will not know until we find out where they end up and see how they do. While we're talking, don't worry, our newsbreakers are, of course, talking, but they're talking to their sources. So we're going to check in with Matt Zenitz. Matt, you got some news for us?
So more so just insight on Kyle McCord. So there were probably a lot of people surprised when Kyle popped up in the portal this morning, but can tell you there was a progressive build-up leading up to this. So it became clear on my end, and Chris Hummer and I had talked about this, just that Ohio State was doing some discreet digging on some other potential options at quarterback. That's something that it seems like did not go unnoticed with Kyle either. And it ultimately culminated this morning with him popping up in the portal, and it sounds like that's a decision that was made in the last couple of days. I think it's too early to tell right now just what the potential options could be for him, but this is obviously a former five-star kid, top 50 overall recruit, threw for 3,170 yards this year that you would think is going to be in position to land at a good spot.
All right, thank you, Matt. We're coming back to Studio B now, playing the same game that Studio A just played, hits and misses in the quarterback market. 41 of the 69 Power 5 teams this year had a transfer portal starting quarterback. So there's lots of variance here. But Huff, I'll start with you. Who do you think your hit, or who is your hit for 2023 quarterback?
Yeah, I'm going to take the easy answer. I'm going to go Kyle McCord. He's being judged against C.J. Stroud, Justin Fields, Dwayne Haskins, Cardale Jones, J.T. Barrett, all those quarterbacks before him. He went 11-1 this year as a starter. Had his team within one more touchdown drive of potentially going to the playoffs, potentially being the number one overall seed in the playoffs. this is a good quarterback. He was a top 50 guy nationally. Sometimes a change of scenery is all a quarterback needs. We saw it with the 3 Heisman finalists this year. Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Michael Penix. Sometimes you just need to be in a place where they appreciate you and you're not being judged against your predecessors. I think Kyle McCord is going to be a hit wherever he ends up.
Quick follow-up for you. This comes after Ryan Day said Sunday he wouldn't really commit to a starter for that bowl game against Mizzou. Which one do you think kind of came first here, the McCord decision, or was it related to Day's non-committal to him?
I'm guessing it was probably the latter. I'm thinking when he heard that news yesterday, that may be another quarterback in play, another portal quarterback. Maybe Devin Brown is the guy moving forward. He had 12 games this year to be the starter, didn't. So maybe there's another quarterback there. I got to think that precipitated this move, and that's why Kyle McCord went into the portal. Now knowing that it's not his job guaranteed moving forward, time for him to go find a place where it will be his job guaranteed moving forward.
I've been sitting on this a little bit long, and I got to raise up a little bit. Now, Ryan Day has to really take a really hard look at himself and understand that it's easy to always pass the buck. And I think that Kyle McCord is a young man that's getting thrown under the bus for losing to 2 assistants as a head coach, right? So at the end of the day, when you look at it, what did Kyle McCord really do that bad in a season other than the same thing Ryan Day hasn't done, beat Michigan? And is Ryan Day getting shut out of there? No. So I agree with you. This young man has a tremendous future ahead of him and a chance to be good, as long as he gets around someone that can unlock him as a quarterback, because there's skill sets there that you like. But for just a young guy going out there and throwing the ball around, it takes time and development. And right now we're in a microwave society of head coaches, quarterback coaches, and gurus of the world of understanding that these young kids are going to take some time to get really good. And again, you're in Ohio State. It's either national championship or bust. And we understand that they've been busting for a while. So I do agree with you.
Right. Over 3,100 passing yards, a 24 touchdown to 6 INT ratio. Pretty good for McCord. We'll see what greener pastures he finds. But Smoke, your hit for this upcoming.
Well, my hit, you know what? I'm going to go with Will Rogers, because the number one thing that you want to look at whenever you're looking at a quarterback is accuracy, his ability to anticipate and make open window throws. And this guy's throwing over for 12,000 yards. So you get him in a system that he's feel comfortable in, has some good players around him, a la Michael Penix, Bo Nix. You see a guy like this will go to a team and he'll be somewhere in the top 12 next year in terms of playoff. So this guy here can throw an accurate football, short to intermediate passing game, understand blitz concepts, understand coverage. He's seen everything, and he's had one of the better teachers in terms of throwing the football. So this young man right here, Will Rogers, I'm with him. He gets somewhere, he's going to be all right.
Yeah, one of the most prolific passers in SEC history. Will be really cool to see what he does on the West Coast if those crystal balls to Washington end up true. Let's do our misses as well. Who are you projecting as a miss in this upcoming cycle, Huff?
I think it's going to be very fascinating to see where Blake Shapen ends up. Obviously, the last 2 years at Baylor, the offense has not been good. I mean, you could say that during the entirety of Dave Aranda's time there, the offense hasn't been great, but it really dropped off a cliff these last 2 years. It was just 2 years ago that they won the Sugar Bowl based on the back of their defense, but it's not been pretty offensively, and sometimes when you're rattled, it's one thing to be Kyle McCord 11-1, taking the fall for losing to Michigan, going to change of scenery. It's another thing when you're a big reason why the offense has struggled. A, it's going to limit your market of where you're going to end up, but B, it's got to have destroyed the confidence there. So I think wherever he ends up, it could be a very tough situation for him and for whatever school he ends up at, because there just has not been a lot of sizzle to his game the last couple of years since he's been the starter at Baylor.
And I'm gonna go in my Will category, Will Howard. When you look at him and you go back to the Texas game, there's a lot that you like. Right? He played a huge game, but a lot of those passes, that were short passes, the guys picked up a chunk of yards. But then you go back in and just study all of his throws, and you see some inaccuracies. You see some ability to not anticipate and throw open window throws. And there's a lot of average to his game that when you're in a quarterback market, you drive those average up to above average. So this is the guy that you can go in on and say he's going to be the one, but understand that there's not enough evidence out there that says he can be a surefire number one to catapult your program into that top 10-win season, because average does not really get it done the majority of the time. Average stays average at the end of the day.
How quickly things changed. Just a couple years ago, led K-State to the Big 12 title. Now he's looking for a new home. All right, thanks, guys. Emily, let's go back to you in Studio A.
All right, well, a quarterback that Notre Dame fans certainly hope is not a miss if he does end up with their program is Riley Leonard. We mentioned the crystal balls that are for him. Let's tell you a little bit more about the quarterback and just the skill that he could potentially be bringing, because we saw some real highs from him this year, but we also saw some lows. I mean, he was dealing with an ankle injury for half the season, only played in 6 games. So, Cooper, how would you evaluate his 2023?
He's a fan favorite, I think, of a lot of NFL scouts. They love the clay. I mean, he is a big kid, 6'4", 212 pounds, originally from Fairhope, Alabama, can do a lot of different things. But what I like about him the most, what stood out the most on tape, his legs. He is a very dynamic athlete, and I think this is a guy that you can really kind of scheme into the offense, especially on the ground. I think as a passer, he left a little bit to be desired, right? We keep talking about fit. I think that's really important for him, especially as he looks to find a place where he can continue to develop and boost his NFL draft stock. The biggest thing for him going forward, he's got to be more accurate with the football. He's got to have better command and make better decisions. If he does that, then this is going to be a guy that a lot of people are going to be talking about as a potential day 1, maybe day 2 NFL draft choice the next year. So whether it's Notre Dame, whether it's somewhere else, this is a guy that has the goods, but there is a little bit of potential that has to materialize over the next season for him to reach his full ceiling.
I love him. I love him as an athlete. I love him as a player. I love his toughness. He does, like Coop said, have to improve on his ability to complete passes throwing the football. But I think a good offseason and getting indoctrinated into a new system is going to help his development with that. But he's a dual threat guy, can run on zone read, power read schemes as well. He can drop it and go, and he can make throws on the run and mess up the defense's run fits. I like the kid. I think he's got a lot of things that you can work with to help you have a championship football team.
Sounds like the key word is upside here.
Yeah, and I'll add this. The thing that I would keep an eye out on, I don't know if it's done yet to Notre Dame. It seems to be that way, 100% of the crystal ball right there. I'm not going to go against our experts in that field. But what does Notre Dame have at receiver? New receivers coach Mike Brown comes over from Wisconsin. Chancey Stuckey out of there out of 2 years. Rico Flores is in the portal. Braylon James is in the portal. We don't know what they have on the perimeter, right? If you're a guy like Riley Leonard and you're auditioning for the NFL, that has to come into the picture a little bit. How about a team like Auburn? I think they make sense. It's a hometown team. He's from the state of Alabama. And you think about high school, how do you really tie it into the transfer portal? How about Cam Coleman, one of the best receivers, 5-star, right? Just flipped from Texas A&M along with Perry Thompson as well. So big-bodied receivers, they make their quarterback look good. I know they're young, but I think that really has to factor in to Riley Leonard's decision. We'll see what happens with him.
Go ahead.
You know, I don't know if he's necessarily going to go to Notre Dame. I know we've crystal balled that, but he hasn't come out and said that. But one thing I do agree with you with, if you're going to have him, you got to have some wide receivers to go along with them. And Notre Dame needs some improvement in that area as well. But they did make a change at the receiver coach. So changes like that typically come with recruits that follow. So it could be a major improvement in that receiver room at Notre Dame.
And when Riley Leonard hit the portal, he put a do not contact tag on him, which made you think that he already has an idea of where he's going. The opposite of do not contact is our friend Coach Prime, because he likes to say he ain't that hard to find. And apparently we have found him here on the show. Carl, take it away.
Coach, what's going on, my brother?
Oh!
Hey. How you doing, man? Hey, listen, we're going to get straight into some questions, because one of the things that we know in football, or that we see all of the time, is guys decommitting, guys moving schools. Now, you said the other day something about recruits and their girlfriends. They're not even faithful to their girlfriends. So how are they going to be faithful to a school? And my guys want to play that clip real quick before we get started.
Gotcha. A kid ain't even faithful to his girlfriend. You think he gonna be faithful to a school? Like, come on, man. Like, that's like an emotional thing. You know, what I wish the NCAA would do, honestly, if you're committed to somewhere, you can't go to no other visits. I wish that would be. Like, if you're committed, that means you're committed. You can't go no other visits.
Coach, how big is it to lose commitments in the class of 25 or in any class when guys flip? Does it really hurt you like that?
It's not big to lose kids in the class of 25. You know how long that is to stay committed to a person that you don't see but maybe once or twice a year? That's tremendous. I mean, you got to understand, at this point, we have not lost anything that we desperately have to have. Now, if you say a Travis or Schrader or this guy or that guy, I got a problem now. Now I'm gonna have to address that. I'm looking at this portal stuff, and I'm seeing quarterbacks and key guys from certain schools. I'm like, ooh, I know that hurt. They weren't ready for that. It's going to be attrition, and you're going to lose certain players because that's just life. That's just, everybody's not going to be happy when you got 120 kids inside of a locker room. Everybody's not going to be happy. They're not going to get their appetites appeased. I understand that. That's why you're constantly recruiting. You're constantly going out to improve, and you're creating competition, man. And that's what I love. I love that you got to go out and compete every day in practice just to start on that Saturday. I love that. That's the atmosphere we desire to create at Colorado. That's the atmosphere we're going to create at Colorado. And that's how it's going to be. And I didn't stutter nor did I stumble when I said it.
Coaching staff changes. You made a change at the end of the season at the coordinator position. Now that coordinator has moved on to be a head coach at another school.
That was the plan. Wasn't that the plan?
Yeah.
Okay, when you leave as a head coach and you come as a coordinator, don't you think you have plans to blow up and leave again? That was the plan. So the plan was executed. I am happy for Sean Lewis. I am happy for whomever he took with him. I'm happy that he's elevated. Sean is a good guy. I have no quarrels with Coach Lewis. Coach Lewis did a phenomenal job in the time that he was able to do his job. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for Nick going to Louisville and prospering. I'm happy for Brew. I'm happy for these guys. One of my mentors and one of the guys that I love to do commercials with him every year is Coach Saban. And when I'm on a set, I'm asking him a multitude of questions, how he handled this, how you handled it, how you handled it. And one of the questions were about coaches leaving and coaches prospering, because he deals with that every year. And the wisdom that he gave me was impeccable. The wisdom Jimmy Johnson gives me, impeccable. Mike Zimmer, Coach Andy Reid, like, I'm able to glean from these men that are doing it at a high level or have done it at a high level. And I'm thankful for those opportunities and those conversations. But a lot of things that it's a surprise to y'all, we expected that. We knew it was coming. We haven't been caught off guard with anything.
Now, last season, 51 new players in the transfer portal. You took it by storm. What can we expect this recruiting season from Colorado in the transfer portal?
Oh, the portal is open, correct?
It's
you know what we need. If you watch this play, what did you say? Oh, boy, if they just had some protection for Schrader. Oh, if they could just get after that passer, oh, they would be So we're going to address that. We're going to address that in the portal and from the high school rankings. You got to understand, high school, to me, it's like draft choices in the NFL. The portal is free agency, and we're in free agency right now. And I'm thankful that we have and we will have the wherewithal to go get what we need.
Now,
and we know what we need.
Now, Coach, with the portal being as big as it is, and you used to be a high school coach also, can guys still find high school players that can come in and contribute right away? Or do we still have high school guys like that out there?
It's tough now. It's tough because I think we had maybe 4 to 5 high school guys that came in and contributed. The rest, I mean, they worked their butts off. They're being developed. They received the red shirt, and they're going to be able to help us in the near future. But see, even if you do the numbers and the statistics, which our scouting department did a wonderful job in giving me these statistics and understand, it's tough for these high school kids to come in and get garnished playing time. We happen to have had several, and I'm thankful for them, and those kids can play. We're going out and looking for certain high school guys at certain positions that we feel like they could come right in and have impact. And it's up to them. I would recommend these high school guys, if you're going to make that transition, or coaches, if you're going to get them, they got to get in the spring, man. They got to come in so they can learn the playbook, so they can learn the culture, so they can understand the expectations, so they could get away from mama and daddy for a minute and girlfriend, and they can get it all out of their system. And they can understand the support system that you have for them at Colorado, whatever college. and they could be on the path to success. That's tremendous to get them in there early. And we love to get our high school kids in there early.
Now, Coach, yesterday there was a lot of controversy in college football with the playoff selections. We had Michigan, we got Washington, we got Texas, and then the controversial pick was between Alabama over Florida State. What did you think about the playoff selections? Was Florida State done wrong? Did the committee get it right? I gotta hear your opinion on the matter.
But first and foremost, I want that part. I want the problem. Can I have that problem? Can I have those problems, please? I want those problems. Thank God the committee got it right next year where there's a bigger gate and open for a plethora of schools having the opportunity to go to the playoffs, and we plan on being one of them. It's no way that you're going to leave Coach Saban in Alabama out of a playoff and Georgia. No, you're not going to leave Georgia and Alabama out. It ain't no playoff if you do that. I'm happy, man. I'm not happy. I don't know how I would have handled that. I think Coach Norvell did a wonderful job articulating himself, speaking his truth, and the players supporting him as well. That's a tough one, man. I would love to be in that situation. Unfortunately, we're not, but we plan on being in that situation. But that's a tough one. But they're gonna always go with the business. See, people think it's just football, man. You got to understand this is a business as well.
Now, as we watch the season play out, obviously, Shedeur Sanders was sacked a lot of pressures, a lot of hit. Transfer portal is open. How important is it for you to replace that offensive line? How important is it for you to get the right lineman in there?
It's priority. We have two priorities right now, okay? We're going to run the football and we're going to stop the run. We're going to protect Shedeur. You do know that I'm not only his coach, but I'm his daddy, right?
I know that. I know that.
You do know it hurt my heart to see my son out there getting beat down every darn game. You do know that? Like, I do a great job of disconnecting and masking and understanding that I'm a coach now. But that's my son, okay? Y'all do know that's my son, so I got to do what I got to do to make sure he's straight. So I made some moves to try to assure him a better protection. But right now, it's all about protecting the quarterback, running the football, and stopping the run. So we're going to be very active in the portal, offensive line, defensive line, linebackers, a few corners. I'm looking for some dog corners for FCS schools. I'm telling y'all right now, I'm looking for you. You know, it ain't hard to find. I'm going to find you, but that's what I want. And we're going to put it together, my man. It's easy when you watched us. We got our butts kicked twice. Every other game is within 6, 7, 8 points, maybe. So we were in a multitude of games. We were in 10 games. We got our butts kicked twice. Fulfilling those needs is going to be a wonderful thing, and we know what we want. We know how we want it. We know who we want it. We've already identified it, and we're going to go get it.
Now,
I promise you we're going to go get it.
Over the course of the season, Shedeur kept it really, really positive with the offensive line. He never got negative. He kept his composure. Does he ever come in there and say, Dad, Coach Prime, whatever I'm calling you today, I got to stay number one in the Suns rankings for allowing you to let me get sacked like this, right? Does he ever come in there and say to you, we got to go get these specific guys?
No, there's one thing about Shedeur. He's not that kind of guy. Now, Shiloh would have said something. I remember Shiloh said, we were playing, I'm not going to tell you who we was playing. We were playing some team, and they was hitting us and gashing us on the run pretty good, and he had to come up and make open field tackles, and it was during a TV timeout. I said, son, I need you to cut your depth out a little bit so you can get up there a little quicker. He said, Dad, I ain't got no help in the house. He didn't mean his teammates going to help him. That was the saying that our pastor who passed away, Pastor Omar Jawar, that was his saying when he was preaching, and he just emulated what he was saying. And that was one of the funniest moments in the midst of a game that I just put my head down and walked off because I know the camera might have caught me. But Shiloh is more apt to say something crazy than Shedeur.
The last thing I'm going to ask you before we get out of here is the development of Cormani McClain. Last year, 5-star recruit, came in, didn't play as much in the beginning of the season, started to crack through. How is his development going, and can we expect to see a bigger role of Cormani McClain going into the spring?
Well, that's entirely up to Kamani. Kamani has to really want this. He has to need this. His why has to be something to the point of that he can't live without it. He has to want success a lot more than he just wants to live. Kamani is a phenomenal athlete, has phenomenal talent, phenomenal ability. At this level, you got to study, you got to prepare, you got to work on your craft. You got to be serious about this if you want this to be your profession. Now, if a kid comes to Colorado and they tell me they want to go pro, I'm going to hold you accountable to what you told me. I'm not going to let the pressure off you until you tell me that's not what I want anymore, Coach Prime. But if you tell me this is what you want and you want to be one of the best, I'm going to hold your butt to a candle and I'm going to hold you accountable to everything that you told me that you wanted to be. So I'm going to make sure you study. I'm going to make sure you prepare. I'm going to make sure you work your butt off in the offseason. I'm going to make sure you get stronger. I'm going to make sure you eat properly. I'm going to make sure you on time and you want this. If you don't, we're going to have a problem. And Kamani is going to make up his mind that he wants that. If he don't, that's the problem.
Coach, I want to thank you for coming on today. God bless you. Good luck to you this transfer portal season.
Let me tell you something. Thank you for being on there and keeping it 100. People don't know how valuable of an asset you are, not only to me, but to a multitude of coaches around the country. One thing about you, Carl, you keep it real. And everything ain't been great news that we talk about. Everything ain't been 100 positive. You tell me the absolute truth, and I love you for it, man. And I appreciate it. And those kids love you too. And when they come to you for direction and protection, you supply them for that. And we need more brothers like you in the business. Thank you, 247, for giving him the platform because he's a real one. I promise y'all that. God bless y'all, man.
Thank you, my brother.
You're hard to find. And you're hard to find. You're hard to find.
There we go. That was a fantastic interview. I have so many takeaways for that. We're going to download a little bit. I majorly disagree on one thing he said, though, is that people don't realize what we've got in Carl Reed. We 100% know what we got in Carl Reed. So glad that you are here. I'll just go to you first. You did the interview. So what was your biggest takeaway from what Coach Prime just said?
He knows exactly what direction he's going in with his staff, and he knows exactly what positions he needs to address in recruiting. And I was up there in the spring before the massive roster change was made, and then getting a chance to see the team play throughout the fall, both through wins and early wins and late season losses. He has a plan, and he's going to work it.
I love what he said about Cormani McClain, former five-star, right, from Florida out there in Boulder, and it's been a tough year for him, a lot of ups and downs, but you know, he talked about accountability, and if Cormani McClain can't get it right under Deion Sanders, I don't know where he will. But it's important for Cormani McClain to understand that message, and I think anytime a head coach has a platform to convey that message, just like Deion Sanders did, it's important. So I'm all aboard. I totally get it, and I think that's important for Cormani McClain to hear that.
I love Cormani McClain. I know him very well, and having a chance to be around him a lot. And me, myself, being a former high school coach, I know how hard it can be taking the expectations of being a 4 or 5-star athlete and then going in and competing on the major college level. Not just from a talent standpoint, but from adhering to the discipline of the schedule, being able to take the level of coaching, and then having your expectations really, really high, but then you have to lower them just a little bit for a while as you adjust to the system. So it's not as easy to coach big-time guys as people think it is, and it's not as easy to get those guys to take coaching, but if you do it, the rewards are extraordinary.
And I know Cormani McClain obviously had a really big spotlight on him during the recruiting process, but we're not naive enough to think he's the only player that's come in with those expectations for himself and maybe needs a little nudge to get there. Carl, how many times do you maybe have this conversation with players who say, yeah, I have NFL aspirations, but you're not seeing them take the necessary steps to get there?
Well, I have it with them all the time. There are kids that literally call me every single day. There's always an issue with the coach. There's always an issue with the team. Somebody always feels disrespected or like they're not getting their shot. And you have to say, you told me you wanted to play in the National Football League. Are you on time to practice every day? Are you on time to meetings? Are you taking notes? Are you watching film? Are you working the way that you're supposed to work? Can you tell me everything that you need to know about that system? And those are it's not just talent. It's not just because your parents want you to be great. You really have to buy into it and be great at what you're trying to do if you want to play in the National Football League and win at a major high level in college. And for those guys that don't make it to the National Football League, they're still going to have to work like that to have success in anything that they decide to do.
You've worked at player personnel, Coop. I'm sure you've had those conversations too. And when they come to the program that you're working in, it's a continual thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a business at the end of the day. You and I had a long conversation about it last night. You know, it's really about fit, right? So ultimately, at the end of the day, I think a lot of these guys end up finding where they should have been the first time. Yeah. So that's what we're seeing now.
Very interesting. All right, I'm going to send it over to our Alan True, who is here with some updates on Dante Moore. What do you got for us?
Yeah, so everything is going to get very busy for him today. He's in the portal, but going into it, there's 4 schools that I'm looking closely at. Oregon is one of them. That's the school he was committed to in high school for a long time before he flipped to UCLA at the end of the process. I'm looking at Michigan. It's close to home. That's another school that he looked at throughout the recruiting process. Florida State has several attractive qualities for him. There's going to be some opportunity there. I think they have a good young staff. Mike Norvell has a really good track record with quarterbacks. And then Miami is another school that I've heard. He did visit both Miami and Florida State during the recruiting process as well. They maybe weren't talked about quite as much as the other schools. He kind of snuck down there for a couple visits. But both of those programs are also in it. I expect other programs to try, but those are the 4 that I'm looking at. One thing to know with Dante, it's going to be about development for him. It's going to be about who they can put around him as far as skill players in the offensive line. Immediate starting a job, and the guarantee of that is not necessarily the most important thing. I think obviously he wants to start eventually, but I think those other criteria are going to be more important for Dante in this second time through the recruiting process.
Awesome. Alan, thank you so much for keeping us updated. We have now hit the top of the hour, so we want to recap you on what has happened in the world of the transfer portal. Oregon State quarterback Aidan Chiles, we all reacted to that news live when Huff dropped it earlier in the show. He is expected to enter the transfer portal. More quarterback news, Dillon Gabriel also hitting the portal, talking about some potential fits for him, eyeing Oregon potentially. Crystal ball for Mississippi State quarterback Will Rogers to Washington, and then Walter Nolen, our #1 transfer portal player. Where could he potentially end up? We look at the potential landing spots for a Dante Moore, and Alan True just told us Oregon, Florida State, Michigan, Miami. Coop, you're taking notes here. What do you think about those potential destinations?
I like Michigan. I think it's the best fit. You know, he's from Detroit, that area, and I talk about this a lot, the 3 Ps, right? The play caller, the protection, and the playmakers. And you look at Michigan, I like that environment for him. I think it makes sense. Plus, it's a run-heavy offense. J.J. McCarthy, even if he comes back, I think that's to benefit Dante Moore, quite honestly, to have a year to really kind of get that year back where he had to play early at UCLA and learn under Jim Harbaugh, learn under Sharon Moore. I think that makes a lot of sense. You look at Oregon as well, right, which he was committed to in high school. I talked a little bit about Dillon Gabriel. I think Dillon Gabriel, I keep coming back to him because I think that shoe has to drop for everything else to kind of continue on when it comes to the quarterback musical chairs. But I look at Oregon, I look at Michigan. I think Michigan's the right spot. We keep talking about fit. I think for Dante Moore, that would be the right place for him.
What I like about the Dante Moore situation in Michigan is Jim Harbaugh can really coach the quarterback. He's a tremendous developer of the quarterback. A lot of guys getting prepared for the NFL draft seek Coach Harbaugh and his wisdom out in terms of what it takes to be an NFL quarterback. So that's going to help Dante Moore tremendously. And Coop said it, and it has to be talked about. The offensive line, I haven't seen J.J. McCarthy get touched in a very, very long time. And so I think that Michigan definitely makes sense. Obviously, he's from Detroit, hometown kid. It could be a big fit for the University of Michigan with Dante Moore.
I don't know how you live in LA for a year and say, yeah, I want to go back to Michigan. But of course, he is a hometown kid, so that is something that is in play there. We've talked a lot about all the quarterbacks that are in the portal. But for those of us just joining us at this hour, our #1 player is a defensive lineman in Walter Nolen. Tell the people why that is, Coop.
Well, he's a dog. He was the #2 player in 2022, 5-star defensive lineman, a guy that we really loved. Out of the state of Tennessee, really came down to A&M and Tennessee out of high school. And this is a guy that's played early, played under Elijah Robinson, DJ Durkin in College Station. And like I said, if you allude to the stats, they might not get you fired up. Only had 4 sacks this season. But for a guy that plays the 1 technique, 3 technique, 5 technique, you can play him in pretty much any scheme you want on the defensive line. He provides a lot of pass rushing upside, and he also plays the the run really well too. So I like Walter Nolen. I think he is immediate. I don't want to say program-changing player, but if you're one of those teams at the top right now that you think you're just missing one piece in CFP title contention, Walter Nolen's your guy. I think this is going to be one of those guys, right, that is going to demand top dollar market, and he deserves it, quite honestly. He's one of those dudes. If you're going to throw everything at him, Walter Nolen is that type of guy.
I love linemen. Offensive linemen, defensive linemen. I love linemen. Nothing can change a football team quicker than having a guy like Walter Nolen on their defensive front. Rush the passer, stop the run, tough guy, super athletic. He's the kind of guy that changes the game for his team defensively. If you can get Walter Nolen, you have to do it however you need to do it. There are a lot of quarterbacks in this portal that can play and help you win, but there is only one Big Walter.
There's only one Big Walter, and there is only one of the head coach that we are about to bring on live to this show. He is getting ready for a New Year's Six Bowl appearance. Eli Drinkwitz, the head coach of the Missouri Tigers, joins us. Coach, how we doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I got my camo on. You know, for transfer portal day, you never know when you have to take cover and hide. So it's just one of those days.
It's just one of those days. I know yesterday was a big day, too, finding out the destination for you guys. But it was also a big day for you on an ESPN show, making waves with this clip that we're going to show here.
Me too. Well, hey guys, I got a quick phone call. Connor Stallion's beeping in right here. I'm trying to get a few signals here, so I gotta go. But as soon as we get done, look forward to competing against Ryan Day, and we'll go from there.
Well, what would you learn, Coach? What'd you learn with that phone call?
Right. I mean, Ohio State's got some really good players. Okay, and so. I mean, we'll take any advantage we can get in that matchup. I didn't know if Connor was planning on scouting those guys, needed tickets or what. So, no, I'm just having a good time. I don't mean anything by it. I just trying to be funny.
Now, Coach, at the beginning, you just said something about having to hide. You just won 10 games at the University of Missouri. You don't have to hide nowhere. You can walk around. No. Everybody wants to see you in St. Louis. I know that for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not hiding. I just, you never know. I mean, you just never know who's going to come into your office. Everything's good. We had into the season meetings last week, and everything seems really good. But you just never quite sure, with all the different guys jumping in the portal. I think the biggest thing right now in college football is I think coaches and players have to be very clear and concise about their communication and what their role is on the team. What is the expected role? And can the player embrace that role? And if they can't, great. But this day and age of maybe being less than transparent, I think is really tricky, for a player-coach relationship.
Right now, when I look at the University of Missouri, I was a high school coach for a long time in the state, and I have not seen in that entire period as much excitement as it is from recruits from St. Louis wanting to play at Missouri. When I think about what Luther has done, Luther Burden, Cody Schrader, Brady Cook, how has recruiting changed for you, not just in St. Louis, but across the state as a whole?
Yeah, you know what? It's been really interesting because I made this line the other day that I was being truthful. Like we're actually getting the opportunity to pick. There's a lot of people that are interested in the University of Missouri and trying to get us to be interested in them, and we're a little bit more, hey, we've got these specific people that we're looking at. We've got this specific target range, and you got to really be above the line in order for us to consider taking you right now. Everybody's trying to balance their roster numbers, and we've had several guys. They'll be announcing here in the next couple weeks saying, "Hey, we're going to come back." We're maybe not going to go pursue the NFL just yet. Maybe we're not going to. Maybe we're going to use our 5th year COVID year coming back, and so our roster's a little bit crunched right now, and so we're having to be very judicious in how we go about building it back. We do have some real needs. Obviously we're losing a couple of corners to the NFL with Ennis Rakestraw and Chris Evans-Drain. So, obviously going to be doing a little portal shopping at the cornerback position. In defensive end, we're going to have Darius Robinson. I think will be a first-round pick. We'll have back-to-back defensive ends drafted. And so we are going to be, looking for a couple of defensive ends. You were having a commentary about somebody earlier. I can't really comment on that, but We might have interest in that. Who knows? But we got to figure out how it all plays out here moving forward.
Yeah, that is not a bold statement to make. You and probably every other coach across the country is interested.
Yeah, and here's the reality. Most of these guys already know where they're going. Most of them are not going into the portal blind, which is good. It's fine. It cleans it up. It's not quite like Amazon where you can just go into the portal and pick guys. So it's going to be a real interesting couple of weeks in college football. And really, the biggest challenge is signing day ends for high school players on the 20th, but the portal continues all the way through the first day of school. And so there's going to be a lot of evaluations, a lot of recruiting. It used to be after signing day, coaches got some time to breathe, but that's not really the case anymore.
You mentioned a lot of these guys enter the portal having that intel, already kind of knowing where they're going. I mean, technically, though, that's tampering. How do we fix it to where guys don't just enter the portal sight unseen with no idea what's next? Is there a way to maybe fix it so that's not tampering?
I got my own issues trying to coach a college football team. I really don't have any suggestions or ideas about that kind of stuff. I think it's, when we invited agents into college football, I think we had to have understood that was going to be the case. Everybody's saying it's tampering. I'm not sure that that's one, provable, or two, accurate, because agents have the ability to call around and see what's going on. So, I don't know. I don't know that that's, it's not as direct or clear cut as saying that a coach is, messing with somebody else's roster. So I don't know how to fix that.
Coach, when a lot of guys in high school will call me and they'll tell me that they're being slept on or they feel like they're being disrespected in the recruiting process because they don't have the offers. I remember when Cody Schrader was a high school player, he had one school that would take him, Truman State. You allowed him a spot as a walk-on, and he's turned into the leading rusher in the SEC. You said he should be up for the Heisman as well. How important is it for kids in high school to understand they could potentially go and prove themselves on the field and end up in a similar situation as Cody if they have his type of work ethic?
Yeah, I think the one thing that is going to have to continually evolve in recruiting, especially at the high school level, is it's going to be less about hype and more about product on the field. And they're going to have to go to a place that values competition. Number one core value for us is always compete. And, I had somebody in my office today, and they were talking about reps, and I just said, hey, look, man, I don't play players based off whether I like them, dislike them. I play based off who's going to keep me employed. And at the end of the day, this is a business of winning football games. And so on the field, that product has to be an elite product. And the reality of it is Cody Schrader came in and gave us the best chance to win because he's the best player. And I absolutely believe he deserves to be in the Heisman conversation. I don't think he should beat Jaden Daniels out. I'm good with that. But I don't know that there's five better players in college football from a production standpoint this season than Cody Schrader and what he's done for our football team. And Brady Cook and Luther Burden certainly have played elite at their position. But what Cody Schrader's done this year, he leads yards per game in the entire college football. He leads the SEC in rushing. I don't know what else you can do. He's an old school running back. I'm going to the Burlsworth Award tonight. Look forward to celebrating his season there. But he definitely deserves to be on people's ballots for the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, we're excited to welcome on Cody Schrader to the show a little bit later on and talk about his journey from Division II to leading the SEC in rushing. So that's the player side of thing, what players can learn. But what can other coaches learn from maybe that flexibility to take a chance on somebody at a lower level and see them having success like Schrader did?
Yeah, I don't think it would be hard for Cody Schrader to get an opportunity at any other school. I think, he is such a determined, tough football player that anybody that gets around him is going to fall in love with him as a player. The scouts ask me about him, and I've told them all the same thing. If he gets in that building, your head coach is never going to want to put him out of the building. And I think coaches at all levels just have to understand, like, it's all about competition and being open to letting the best player win the job. And I did the same thing in fall camp when I opened up our quarterback competition. I had all of our staff write down who's going to be the starting quarterback. They passed it up to me, and I immediately took all those and threw them in the trash and said, there's not going to be any preconceived ideas on what's going to happen. Let's let the play speak for itself. And I think that really helped our mindset all the way around for everybody in the competitions, to not let preconceived ideas play a factor into it.
When I go through St. Louis and anywhere in the state of Missouri, you see Luther Burden everywhere. You see him on billboards. You see him in the grocery store. You see him on Emo's Pizza. How much has NIL changed and been able to help out a place like the University of Missouri when you're talking about local stars and what the businesses and the people in the state have committed to be able to do with kids with NIL opportunities?
Yeah, I think it's been a total game changer. I think it's been an equalizer for us. Obviously, I think Luther Burden is an unbelievable football player, special talent. And, the fact that we had both NIL and home field advantage in order to recruit him. But I think also the product, the way he's played this year should be it should really be a billboard to the rest of the country on how to market and retain great players from your own state. You look at the New Year's Six Bowls. There's really two teams there, in my opinion, that overachieved at a really high level. And I think Lane Kiffin deserves a ton of credit for the way he's built that roster at Ole Miss. 2 10-win seasons in 3 years. I mean, that's incredible. But then you look at the University of Missouri, both of us are punching above our weight class. And I don't think it's any secret that we've embraced the transfer portal. We've embraced NIL, and we've embraced a different way of thinking about building our rosters moving forward. And I've got a ton of respect for Coach Kiffin and the way he goes about his business. I think he should have been considered for SEC Coach of the Year along with Coach Smart. But again, I think when you look at that top 12, you're sitting there going, okay, you don't normally see those two schools going to New Year's Six Bowls. So I think that's a direct reflection of the opportunity that's been presented to us through using the transfer portal and NIL.
Coach, thank you so much for the time and, as always, for coming on and being honest. And congratulations. Good luck in the Cotton Bowl.
Hey, I would like to say thank you. I think at the first of the season, Carl Reed picked us to have an opportunity to win 10 games.
He knew.
And so many times we take shots at people that didn't believe in us. I'd like to say I appreciate Carl. He's been a guy that's supported me and helped me and told me when I was dead wrong, and told me when he believed that we could win 10 games this year. So, Carl, I appreciate you doing that for us. And anyway, appreciate y'all having me on here today.
All right, Drink. Good luck to you. Tell Cody I said hello when you see him.
I'll do it. I'll see him tonight, and he'll be a great interview today.
Love it. Yes, looking forward to having him on the show. Coach, thank you so much for being here. You guys are making me hungry talking about Emo's Pizza and those Luther Burden chips that I still have not had the chance to try, but it is on my list.
I'm going to make sure you get some, Emily. My people from St. Louis are going to send the box up here. I will make sure you get you some.
Okay, I appreciate it, Carl. All right, that's going to do it from us here in the interview. Thank you for that. Let's send it over to Studio B for more reaction. Hey, Grace.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, great interview with Eli Drink. Mizzou coming off their first 10-win season since 2014. We got some takeaways, but first, we got a new guest in Studio B, Josh Pate. Thanks for joining us.
Look, hey, first off, thank you for having me. It's a nice place you guys have here. We were listening to Drink there, talked to Carl, and Carl had the whole bouquet of flowers for Drink preseason. But look, I happen to have on record here in this commemorative Pac-12 championship game notepad. Smoke, what does that say?
Man, Missouri over everybody.
That's my preseason prediction too. So Carl, we just want to borrow some of the flowers. We don't need all of them. We just want to borrow some of them for the studio. That's all we want. Smoke, how you
totally
doing?
Wrote that
how you doing this
back
morning?
in August, right?
Yeah, I appreciate the coffee that you brought into me this morning that I'm drinking. But that was good. You know what? And I'm drinking Drink's coffee right now.
Yeah.
I'm standing on business as well too. And the camo fit, I thought I was dressed right, but man, he got it. Hats off. And what I can take away from that is a coach understanding the value of marketing his players and his current roster and managing that the proper way. Because what a lot of buildings are getting in the problem of over-evaluating their prospects and not making sure that they're taking care of their guys in-house. And when you sit down and you listen to Coach Drink, he understands that I have to take care of my state first. I understand that NIL is going to be a part of it, and I have to make sure those guys in my state get what their fair due is. But I also understand this landscape of the transfer portal. And instead of going and investigating other people's transfer portal, I'm going to make sure nobody comes in and investigates mine, because I'm taking care of my guys. They're going to be on pizzas. They're going to have their own chips. They might have their own coffee, and they're all going to be standing on business in the state of Missouri. Business is always booming with them.
Yeah, we're all standing on business over here. Drink did a great job with guys like Luther Burden, keeping them over, making sure they're taken care of with their NIL deals. But let's get into a few other schools that you maybe don't want to mess with on the NIL front, or maybe you do, but once you see them in the field, it gets a little bit more intimidating to deal with them. But Smoke, you've been in the front office at various places. What are some schools that you kind of have to tiptoe around when they're in the space?
Well, just checking out the landscape of business. You stay away from oil money, and you stay away from the people that can get you dressed in Nike. So the two schools, the schools that I've always wanted to stay away from, and once you start getting in battle with them, it's over. Oregon and those Texas schools.
Yeah.
Right. And there's a little head down there in Tallahassee that pushes their head up a little bit as well too. But when you get into these conversations with some of these schools and the players that are potentially visiting these schools and the numbers that they come back with, at some point you might just have to cancel that visit with that prospect, because that price value is just way too large to even compete with. And you're not recruiting and evaluating anymore. It's about who can go to their bank account, check in at the ATM, and come back with a duffel bag, if it's Louis, Coach, or Gucci, whatever bag it is. It's filled up with a whole bunch of green things, and maybe even give you a black card.
You know, the other thing when we're talking about coaching searches, and we're talking about coaching carousel, in the normal world, fans or media, they're talking about which coach is the best fit. Does this guy have recruiting familiarity with the region? Can he hire good staff? Well, what's funny now is in the coaching community, they're asking, is this guy the person who can tap into the local economy? And I'll give you a perfect example. Sam Pittman gets retained at Arkansas, but for a moment there, it looked like maybe there was going to be a move made. And so if I look at my phone and people are texting me about that job, they're not even talking anymore about, do they need an offensive or defensive guy? They're asking, do they have a guy who can get Tyson Chicken looped in? Do they have a guy who can get Walmart or J.B. Hunt looped in? You got to know the big industries. You got to know the companies that are in a backyard. And the funny thing about it is, you talk about Oregon, they just so happen to have Nike. You talk about an Arkansas, they so happen to have a chicken conglomerate. And that may make you go, ha, 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 chicken conglomerate. Well, they got about 14 zeros in their yearly stock price. And so that's like, it's changed not only the NIL and the immediacy, but it's changed the way coaching searches operate too, because all of a sudden, it's not just, can we get a guy who invigorates the donor class? It's, can we get a guy who can invigorate the entire and stimulate the entire local economy? Because that's how we win, and that's how we acquire talent now.
Yeah, it's an entirely different language that coaches are having to speak now. They have to know so many different industries. Another part of this transfer portal NIL era is how to navigate agents, or maybe we might hesitate to even call them agents. They're handlers. Smoke, you've had to deal with this group of characters. How do you do so?
Yeah. Smoke on agents. Go ahead.
Listen. So agents are in the NFL and professional sports. Right. These guys are handlers, friends, some family members, and coaches. And they, for the most part, they don't even understand how to negotiate a contract. When you're an agent, you pay a due, there's a fee, there's a test that you have to pass.
And accreditation.
Yes. Like, there's a lot of things that these guys are coming in, and the numbers that they're throwing around, they're hearing it from you, their cousin, their nephew. My man in the barbershop said, hey, this guy. So at the end of the day, when they come in and they want to sit down and discuss business, it's almost laughable. Because the numbers that they're giving and the contract that they're presenting, you don't even want to look at it. Because the first thing I'm going to ask you is, hey, this quarterback you're saying is value of $1.1 million. Where are you basing this evaluation from? What's the current market for quarterbacks? And if you can't give me a number of saying, well, Caleb Williams is going to be the first overall pick, so his number is $3 million. Well, if your quarterback is the guy that's transferring from an FCS school, why are you asking me for $1 million when the SEC starting quarterback is getting $1 million?
So Meemaw used to always tell me, just because you drive an ice cream truck doesn't mean you're in the dairy industry. Right. You're just the ice cream man. And all due respect to ice cream men, like they got me by when I was a little JP. But so you sat in the office with these folks before. Some of them come in and you can probably see right through them. Dad might as well have been a glassmaker, in other words. But others, at least when they sit down, they have a cognitive idea of how pay scale and salary structure and all that works. That if I can listen to you properly, you're telling me those are few and far between. Most of them, it is, I'm gonna throw the term clown show out there, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Correct, 1,000%. Keep going.
Okay, so this is me saying what Smoke feels, and then me bouncing it off of him and getting the affirmation. So you don't have a lot of respect for the clown show class. You probably have a lot more respect then for the outright father or outright player himself to come in and represent themselves. And maybe an agent, for lack of a much better term, is more appropriate to negotiate, let's say, a marketing strategy or go to a company and facilitate those kind of relationships.
At the end of the day, if a kid walks in and he brings in anybody with him, I'll say, hey, listen, I'll give you a little bit of humble game. Get a marketing agent. Name, image, and likeness. You'll get much more on the value of who you are and what you do on the football field, other than coming in here trying to grab this head coach, put him upside down, and shake the coins out of his pockets.
Isn't it fun, Grace? Isn't it so fun?
So fun. I was
marketing
about to
agent.
Smoke as the GM, you as my marketing agent. I think you guys could work out a fair deal there. All right, thanks, guys. We got a special guest coming up on Portal Palooza. Our next guest was a top 40 player nationally in the 2022 recruiting class. I heard he's one of Cooper Patagna's favorite players coming out of high school. But in his 2 seasons as a Clemson corner, he finished with 37 tackles, a 2 for loss, 9 PBUs, a sack, and an interception, plus a safety. Now he's ready for the next chapter of his college career. Now in Studio A, it's Toriano Pride.
Thank you so much, Grace. Yes, our number 10 player in the portal, number 1 player at the cornerback position. Toriano Pride is here. Thank you so much for being here. How are you feeling this morning?
Great. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So we're going to actually go back to what it was like when you were coming out of high school, because I feel like when you hit the portal, it's like the recruiting process starts all over again. So you ended up committing to Clemson. What were you looking to get out of your school, out of high school?
Just out of high school, just the love atmosphere. I moved down south. I'm a Midwest kid from St. Louis, Missouri. So just when I took the visits there, it was just loving. The coaches loved me, the players, the students there. And it just made me feel at home, and that's where I wanted to be at for my college experience.
And Carl, we talk all about, what you're able to provide as kind of a mentor to some of these players, and players are hitting you up all the time, like, is this the right decision? What should I do? What was that conversation like initially with Toriano coming out of high school?
So when I go back to when Tori was going through the recruiting process, and we had experience with some of the older guys that came before him, it was 4 schools on the board at the time, and it was Clemson, Ohio State, Alabama, and the University of Missouri. From my perspective as a high school coach, I felt like I made all my players do one thing. Everybody had to take at least one visit to the University of Missouri. I'm a strong believer as a high school coach that Tennessee kids should look at Tennessee first, that Missouri kids should look at Missouri. If you're from Texas, you should look at one of the Texas schools. I think that everything starts from a local standpoint first. And my thing to Tori through the process, when I was thinking about the 4 schools that were recruiting him, I favored more so Missouri and Ohio State because they had a tremendous history of recruiting kids from the city of St. Louis. We had a lot of kids who went to the Ohio State that had a lot of success. And I think that Coach Sweeney and the staff did a tremendous job recruiting Toriano. It was also during the COVID year, so things were kind of weird a little bit. But when I think about recruiting, and I would say this to any high school coach or any player, I think it's important to send your kids to schools where there are relationships where they continuously recruit the city. Clemson is not a place that normally recruits out of St. Louis, so the relationships aren't as strong. We don't know them that well, and they don't know us that well. And so I had a little trepidation about it, but at the same time, it's not my job to make the decision. It's my job to support him in what he was deciding at the time.
Yeah, it sounds like that is exactly what did happen and what is currently happening now as you look for a fresh start. You got some good minutes there. I know you started against Wake Forest. You put up some good numbers at Clemson. So why the change of scenery? Why'd you hit the portal?
Just in high school, I was recruited heavily by Coach Brent Venables that's at Oklahoma. I just talk to him every single day, parents, my mom. And when my mom likes you, it's a big deal. So we just built that up. And then when I got there, and he had the home visit with us right before he left to Oklahoma, and then he ended up leaving. And I wanted to put my trust in the staff, and it was just a different, like, building a bond with them and the person that was recruiting me, instead of like going to the school, building it right then and there, instead of building it over time like me and Brent Venables did.
And I think, Emily, this is something that both players, coaches, and parents need to look at through the recruiting process. Brent Venables is from Kansas City. He's a legend in the state of Missouri and throughout the Midwest and Kansas. And he was primarily the one that was recruiting Toriano throughout the process. I can remember as I was coming to the in-home visit that night, that's when I got the call from one of our insiders on our staff that Brent Venables was most likely definitely going to Oklahoma. I actually pulled Venables to the side at that in-home visit and asked him, was he going to Oklahoma? Was it true? And to his credit, he said, they have not offered me the job yet, but if they give it to me, that I'm going to go to the University of Oklahoma. I think that Coach Sweeney in that transition did a tremendous job communicating. I thought that Venables did a tremendous job trying to still keep Toriano and a bunch of other guys committed to Clemson, but there still is a slight disconnect when you take the coach who recruited you and who saw the value in your game out of the middle of the picture. And so once again, my antennas were up, but he was very committed to going to Clemson at that time. Him and his family, it's what they love to do, and they were very loyal to that situation. And I do think that Coach Sweeney did an excellent job communicating the changes that were going to happen.
We hear about those connections that are made during the recruiting process. How important is it to continue to have those relationships for when, down the line you could, like you're doing now, change your mind on where you're going to school?
I feel those relationships are extremely important, especially for like blessed people and opportunities to go to big schools, because in the moment it's all about football, but after football is over, you're gonna need something to lean on when the ball deflates. So all the relationships and the bonds that you build and the recruitment, all the coaches that you meet, you don't really want to burn too many relationships, because that could be somebody you need in the future, or somebody you would like to talk to, or they're doing what you want to do and you might need feedback to get to where they're at. So I just feel like it's super important when you talk to people, new people.
Yeah, what is your advice for players who are making those relationships? Because we don't always see it. Sometimes bridges are burned during the recruiting process, and it is hard to go back. What would you tell them?
I think the key to it, and what I've told Toriano and the guys who play for me, is you want to treat everybody with a tremendous amount of respect, whether it's a school you want to go to or a school that you don't want to go to. There's coaches that you meet along the way that maybe at the moment they're not at a school that you're considering. Coaching change happens, and not at your dream school, then you have to play for them. So the way that you treat people is going to always matter significantly, not only in the recruiting process, but in any business you're in. And I don't care whether you are a college football coach or whether you're a school teacher or engineer. People genuinely treat people better that they like than people that they don't like. So you want to make sure that your attitude is on point at all times when you're dealing with college coaches.
And it's so interesting to get the perspective of a player who's going through it, because I'm sure there's so many things going on right now in terms of you're trying to finish up your semester at Clemson, you're trying to figure out what's next for you. So what are you looking for in that next program?
It's really just one word, one in bold letters, the opportunity, really. That's all to fulfill my dreams, I just need the opportunity. That's all. I could really just leave it at that, opportunity.
Just opportunity.
Yeah.
That's all you're looking for. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you take hold of that opportunity and where you're headed next. But thank you for heading in the studio with us and
no problem.
Giving us a behind-the-scenes look.
No problem. Thank you guys for having me here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being here. All right, 24/7 Sports is the place for all things transfer portal. You can check out 247sports.com for everything you could possibly need. Wall-to-wall team coverage, recruiting rankings. That's right. We're still gearing up for signing day, but today is all about that last line transfer portal updates. And for more on that, let's head over to Studio B.
Thanks, Emily. That was really kind of Toriano, giving us a little insight into his transfer portal process. We played a little musical chairs here. Cooper Patagna now joining me and Josh Pate here in Studio B. Coop, you've watched quite a few of Toriano's film. What might another team be getting in him?
Well, a super versatile defender, guy that we love coming out of high school, East St. Louis. We ranked him number 40 player overall in 2022, number 6 corner. And the thing with Toriano is that he's a versatile athlete, but he checks all the boxes. Was a low 4.5 guy. He was 10.5 in the broad, had a great short shuttle at sub 4.1. So he can do everything there from an athletic standpoint. But I love the fact that he can play on the boundary. You can play him in the nickel as well. So here you see a little bit of his senior tape against St. John Bosco. I mean, this guy played really well against FAU, Wake Forest, 2 games that he started earlier in the season at Clemson. I love what he can do. I love his physical ability. I think he has a lot of technical maturation still left in his game. So this is a guy that I think, if he finds the right fit, he can come in, make an immediate impact. Reminds me a lot of Trent McDuffie, who we had at Washington, ended up being a first-round draft pick, now playing for the Kansas City Chiefs. So I love this guy, really good athlete, but a heady football player too.
You said something there. It sort of bleeds over into portal philosophy, but you said physical maturation. You talked in the future tense, as in it could still happen, as in he's not a fully developed player, which sort of flies in the face conventionally of how a lot of people were trained to look at recruiting versus college. Recruiting, you're all about what could be, you're projecting, but then it's like once a kid got to college, he's a finished product and we're going to talk about him as is, and in reality that was never the case, but especially now that we have the portal being the thing that it is, you're talking about a philosophy in the walls of football complexes where you're still in that projection mentality. You're still in the idea of what is he versus what we could make him, which I'm not so sure the general public picks up on. I think the general public looks at transfer portal rankings, or they look at, we just got a guy from southeastern Louisiana State and he just kind of is what he is, but that's actually not the case.
Yeah, no, it's not. And that goes back to what we talk about all the time, projection versus production. And talking to a lot of guys who do this, directors of player personnel across the country, I mean, I think the production is still an important piece for guys like Toriano Pride. It's important that he played 2 games earlier in his career that they can go off and say, all right, this guy kind of fits what we want to do. But the philosophy of balancing, hey, what are we getting in high school? What are we getting in college? What's out there? What's available? The receivers right now, they're a dime a dozen right now. You can go out there and find a guy that's played a lot of games in the transfer portal. The positions that are really difficult to build through the transfer portal are offense and defensive line, right? We've talked a lot about Walter Nolen. The thing that makes Walter Nolen so special in this transfer portal cycle, he's one of one. He was Bear Alexander last year, right? How many guys like that hit the portal every cycle? So it goes to his advantage, not only from a financial standpoint, but somebody out there is going to spend a lot of money to get Walter Nolen on their team. So it's a lot of, I would say, balancing act on the scale a little bit. And even with the quarterbacks right now, you got Dante Moore, Aidan Chiles, they're kind of in their own lane. And then you got guys like Dillon, Gabriel, Cam Ward, Will Howard, guys that have been there, Kyle McCord, excuse me. So, yeah, a little of a balancing act right now.
Let me ask you this. So you're talking about how rare a commodity it is. It's a rare condition this day and age, if you will, to find quality O-linemen in the portal. And it almost seems like even at Pate State, if I needed a quarterback, I wouldn't freak out as much as if I needed a plug-and-play left tackle or I needed interior offensive line help. So when you talk to guys in different programs, and let's say you got one in need of a fairly high-level quarterback, but you got others who were Ohio State this past cycle, and they knew they needed help immediately along the offensive line, which need freaks people out anymore? Because it seems like quarterback would be that position, but quality quarterbacks look to be in more plentiful a supply even than quality linemen going in this thing.
Over 50% of quarterback starters in the FBS are from the transfer portal, right? So when you look at the offense and defensive line, you talk to guys around the country, that's where it is. The point of attack. You have to build organically through high school if you want a chance to compete for a national championship. There are 14 teams that took over 20-plus transfers this last year. 7 of them went above 500. The other 7 went below. The other stat that kind of pops out, you look at that, they're 5-31 against top 25 competition, right? So Deion Sanders came on the show a little bit earlier. This is a team that ranked 129th in sacks allowed. They were also last in the country in rushing. They have 1 commit on the offensive line who is a JUCO bounce back. To find these guys via the transfer portal in a oversaturated market is finding a needle in a haystack. We talk about Ohio State getting a Josh Simmons from San Diego State, right? We talk about maybe in Oregon going to get a Johnny Cornelius from Rhode Island. those guys are the one of one. If you're somebody else that is not one of those blue blood programs, good luck trying to build a CFP contender through the transfer portal at the point of attack. So that's a really interesting dynamic that's going to be fun to follow.
By the way, Toriano Pride, not the only corner leaving Clemson. Sheridan Jones is graduating and Nate Wiggins is heading to the NFL. So Dabo might actually have to dip his toes into the transfer portal this year. Right now, Clemson, the only team besides service academies who recruits less in the portal. But 24/7 Sports has you covered on breaking news all day long. So I'm going to head over to Matt Zenitz now in the Zenitz Cave. He's got some intel on Carson Beck. Matt, what are you hearing?
Yeah, so more of an incremental update, but obviously I think we have a good awareness of the schools, top-tier programs around the country that are going to be in the market for portal quarterbacks. But there's also a level of unknown when it comes to a couple of prominent programs that have quarterbacks who are on the NFL radar, and it's unknown at this point in terms of their NFL draft decisions. Georgia is one with Carson where they were trying to get a better feel coming out of SEC title game for where things stood with him, and needed to have an idea of just what was going on, because that would dictate just their path for moving forward in terms of figuring out quarterback situation for next year. And Carson's a kid who, based on how he's played throughout the course of this season, has put himself in a spot where has legitimate first-round grades from NFL scouts. Would be very much a potential first-round draft pick if he decided to turn pro, and it had Georgia in position where it felt like that was a 50-50 type deal heading into the SEC title game. But the latest word that I've gotten on that is that coming out of the game that there's at least some growing optimism there that even with Carson having positioned himself like he has, that could be a real shot that he returns to Georgia for another year instead of turning pro, even though, just to be clear, that there has not been a final decision made at this point.
All right, thank you, Matt. So Georgia's quarterback situation could go several ways. Sounds like Beck is returning, but you look at their quarterback room, they have Gunnar Stockton, they have Brock Vandagriff. So there are other options there. But I guess, what would you do if you were in Beck's shoes?
Well, look, I always advise kids, listen to me and do what I would do.
Yes, of course.
Got Dillon Raiola coming in as well. So there are a lot of big names in the old treasure chest, quarterback at least at Georgia. But I'm not surprised to hear that. Okay, so the way I viewed him, and I've never run an NFL scouting department before, but the way I looked at Carson Beck was probably a guy that was late first, early mid-second. That's just kind of the vibe and the feel I got, very informally. And so you watch the performance against Alabama. There's nothing that went above and beyond. There's nothing that would make NFL scouts say, oh, nice, top 10 pick. So if you're at a place that is probably once every 5 years a contender, you probably got yourself in the best position you're ever going to be in this year, and you need to capitalize on it. I am not describing Georgia. Georgia is a machine that has all the infrastructure around you, as long as you keep your nose clean and you stay healthy, to put you in prime position to have the biggest platform in the country, to perform every week, and they're going to take care of so many of the things that are out of your control. It doesn't surprise me that if he got a late first, early second grade, that he looks at it and gets feedback and comes back and thinks, hey, if I take care of business, I could put myself in that top 10 category. And look, this also coincides from a philosophy standpoint with what hopefully Georgia's able to do. Need a game changer at running back. Need to get better on the perimeter skill-wise. And I don't think if we had Kirby Smart himself on the show today that he would disagree with that. So I'm sure that there's a lot of due diligence being done on Carson Beck's side of, what's our plan here? We're watching the film. We know where we came up short here. We know what we couldn't do. We hit Arian Smith over the top one time for an explosive play. Otherwise, we could not stretch the field against Alabama. How do we fix that? We ran it for 78 yards on Alabama. How do we fix that? Because if we fix that, I can do my job at a lot higher level. And so, not surprising. I would actually, if I'm advising him, that's kind of where I would lean as well.
Yeah, completely agree. I think the other thing is Mike Bobo, his first year back at Georgia as a play caller, going to the second year, I think that benefits Carson Beck. I would echo everything Josh said as well. The other thing with Georgia's quarterback room, you got to take a look at it, right? You got Brock Vandagriff, another guy that was highly recruited. Same with Gunnar Stockton. it's not just Dylan Raiola this year. They got Ryan Puglisi, another top 247 quarterback as well. So that's going to be 5 arms projected in the quarterback room in 2024 in Athens. There's going to be some attrition there. I'm not sure where it's going to be. It could be Vandagriff, it could be Stockton, but something's going to give. And I would keep my eye on maybe Ryan Puglisi over the next couple weeks. Signing day right around the corner, December 20th. That's a guy that a lot of people like as well. So we'll see what happens. But in terms of Carson Beck, I think he only has so much to gain. I think Josh is exactly right. He maybe goes from a guy that's a top 40 draft pick now to a guy that can play himself into a potential top 10 draft pick in 2024.
All right, so Georgia not in the playoff this year, but let's take a look at the top 4 teams that are. Michigan and Washington both have at least 10% of their rosters made up of transfer players. Texas and Alabama, 6% of their rosters are made up from transfer players. So you don't see this huge influx of talent like you do with, like a Lane Kiffin class who calls himself the king of the transfer portal, or a Lincoln Riley before Deion went and did his thing. It's not as extreme. So what do you guys think, looking at teams who have made it to the playoffs, what is the correct approach here, or is it case by case?
You and I stood out in the office and talked about this for like 20 minutes last night. So let's just copy paste. Let's just do this on air. I don't think it's shocking to realize that the teams that are there at the finish line were majority built through traditional high school recruiting, and they supplemented via the portal. Now, that doesn't mean they are shirking the portal. Quite the opposite. Like A.D. Mitchell's been a big player for Texas this year. Trey Amos, when Kool-Aid went down Saturday night against Georgia, comes in. That's a transfer from ULL, and frankly, one that may have been overlooked a little bit nationally. So these teams are mining the portal every bit as much as an Ole Miss, or every bit as much as a team even like Colorado that has to lean on the thing disproportionately. But what they have is they have such a strong foundation because they've got consistency and continuity. Every staff we're looking at, maybe with the exception of Texas, and even they're 3 years in, every staff's been there for a while. Georgia's been there for a while. Alabama made it in the playoff. They've been there for a while. What DeBoer's doing is interesting, because that's kind of where I want to toss it to you. Building a team happens via high school recruiting. There may be some areas you can plug and play, but the most underrated facet of Washington right now is not the wide receiver position. Everybody knows about them. It's not quarterback. Everybody knows about Penix. But you were talking to me last night about the hardest thing being built is an offensive line, especially on the West Coast, and they built it. And they didn't do it out of the portal. They built it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, that's really difficult to do, and it's a good example of, I think, what the top 1% of college football can do, right? Which is build organically through high school and sprinkle a little bit of seasoning on there, whether it's Keon Coleman or Johnny Wilson or any of these guys. Washington, who are they missing? A Michael Penix Jr. or Jalen Polk, that really kind of completes that receiving core. And you look at the offensive line, Troy Fautanu out of Liberty in Las Vegas, Roger Rosengarten out of Colorado, right? Kalepo out of Seattle, right there in Washington, Julius Buelow out of Hawaii, and then Parker Brailsford, another guy who's a freshman that they're playing right now and has started throughout the entire season. So all those guys, right? We just talked about offense and defensive line, point of attack play. It is hard to find those guys via the portal up front, and Washington's a really good example of a team that says, hey, we don't have to live there. But guess what? Michael Penix Jr. is a guy that was in our system. He's going to be in New York for the Heisman. For us to pivot potentially to a guy like Will Rogers and just plug and play, that's the way it's going to be. And then plus their reputation precedes them, right? You look at Michigan, what they've been able to do. How about a guy like Josiah Stewart they're able to get from Coastal Carolina, or Drake Nugent coming over from Stanford, right? So these guys being able to find their fit, play to their fit as well. I think they know and understand that their bread and butter is going to be through high school recruiting. That's where they have the advantage on everybody else. But it only benefits them to stay aggressive via the transfer portal too.
All right, so high school recruiting still numero uno, with a supplement from the transfer portal. That seems to be the championship recipe for success. We are keeping you up to date with everything transfer portal today. Hey, look, there's Josh Pate.
What?
You can watch him and all of our coverage of college football news, recruiting, transfer portal over on the 247 Sports YouTube channel. Also, make sure you subscribe to 247sports.com. Our reporters across the country keeping you up to date on your favorite team. Let's go over to Studio A with Emily now.
Hello. We have talked a lot of quarterbacks, and rightfully so. There's $1 billion in the portal, and a quarterback is a very important position in the game of football. But we want to talk about some of the defensive players that are in the portal right now, because there are some teams that could use some of these guys. And we've, of course, discussed the #1 player in the portal, Walter Nolen. But Brandon Huffman is here, and Huff, you know some of the underrated guys. So who's somebody that we're not paying attention to but should?
Yeah, I think two names to keep an eye on. Caleb Larmsor was at Cal, had almost 90 tackles this year for the Bears. He's going to be a hot commodity with West Coast schools. A former 4-star out of Oakland. Washington is a school that's talking with him right now. And then Teddy Buchanan. There's been a recent move of FCS guys that have gone to the Big Sky, one of the best FCS conferences in the country. He went into the portal out of San Francisco, was at UC Davis. Within an hour, he had an offer from Cal and Stanford. Since then, a number of other future Big 10 schools, Big 12 schools. And when you start to see the way that FCS guys have flourished when they've gotten that chance, he's another guy that Washington's in on. Cal, Stanford, trying to keep him in the Bay. He's another name to keep an eye on. C.J. Clark, a defensive tackle out of North Carolina State. Another name. So we know the Walter Nolens, we know the Toriano Prize, but there's some FCS guys that aren't in the Ivy League that people should keep an eye on. Those guys, you see Teddy Buchanan, they're number 5. He'll be a guy that I think is going to end up being one of the hottest commodities for those West Coast schools that are making the move to the Big Ten or the ACC.
When I look at these guys, I love the FCS guys that go on the portal. We brought up Joey Slackman as a guy that's coming from the Ivy League. There's a couple more Ivy League guys in there, but it goes back to Jared Verse. We've seen what he's done at Florida State and has played his way into a top 10 draft pick. Coach Prime and Coach Drink both said in their interviews today they're very open to FCS and Division II players who have produced at that level coming and playing at the Power 5 level. So I think this is a tremendous opportunity for all of these high school kids, and Huffman runs great camps on the West Coast, so he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Guys that are really good football players, but maybe at the time they're missing an inch, they're missing a couple tenths of a second on the 40. They go to a place like UC Davis, play big-time football, and then they end up at a major school.
I think what's pretty crazy is before Walter Nolen hit the portal today, our top 2 defensive linemen were both out of the Ivy League, and Joey Slackman out of Penn and Thor Griffith from Harvard. So how do you make that analysis of a player when they're playing at a lower level and you're trying to project how they will play at the next level, Huff?
Well, I think when you look at defensive linemen, they're a lot like offensive linemen. Physically, where they were 4 or 5 years ago is not where they are at now. And I think when you get those 3 years of college and you get the extra growth that comes there, the development, just being around football, and then when you throw with the Ivy League not offering redshirt years, not playing that 2020 season, some of these guys are coming out, they may have 2 years of eligibility to come in and play. And I think that that's something that's key with schools. They're watching these guys. Who are guys that aren't just a 1-year stopgap? Who are guys that we can maybe get 2 years out of that look vastly different than they did when they were 17, 18 years old? And so that's why it's no surprise that you have 2 D linemen rated high that were at the SF level. They have now grown. They have now shown, and the reality is FCS is almost the new JUCOs, where 10, 15 years ago, you would go to a JUCO and get a guy that needed those 2 years of development. Now you're going to the FCS, and the FCS schools understand that's part of the game now. With the Ivy League guys, they're getting that Ivy League degree. They're walking out with their degree from Harvard or Yale, whatever it may be. Now they're going to get that opportunity to play big-time college football, maybe for 2 years, potentially put themselves in position to be drafted, and now you're seeing coaches running to that line as soon as those guys go into the portal.
Emily, and I actually think it's easier to evaluate the FCS guys and the guys that come from Division II than it is to evaluate high school players. One thing about high school players that we don't know is the level of competition in a lot of situations. Whether it's they're playing against good players, a lot of high school players are playing against guys that are not going to play college football at any level. But FCS or Division II, you know exactly what that level of football is. You know who the good football teams are. You have you trust the coaches' evaluations a little more. I think that it's a tremendous opportunity for you to upgrade your talent, and it's more surefire way than high school.
And it's not just talent. When we talk about the transfer portal, a lot of it is how do they fit into the culture. How much would you want an Ivy League player to be part of your locker room? You talk about the maturity and the between the ears that they could bring.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I have a 9-year-old, and I want him to go to the Ivy League. So that lets you know the kind of maturity that you hope. I've had players go into the Ivy League as well. So you think about the best of both worlds. These guys got Ivy League degrees, and now they're able to leave and go chase the football-only dream now, and they've already punched that ticket to the success that comes from having an Ivy League degree. So I think that it's a tremendous opportunity for guys. And I'm going to tell you what else to me is really important to guys like that. A lot of guys get lost in the sauce when they don't get to go to major colleges right away. They quit, they give up, they get down on themselves. The guys who can work themselves up from that level, they also have heart and determination that I don't think that you can measure.
That's something you found.
Yeah, and I think what's most fascinating about those Ivy League is what the Ivy League schools have done. This is what Stanford and Duke and Northwestern have done. They have really preached the 40-year decision, not the 4-year decision. Well, now you're telling a kid, you can go get that degree from Harvard. You can go get that degree from Columbia or Yale. That's great. But you can pursue that NFL dream by going to a major college program. You're not turning away that degree. You're getting that very valuable degree. The reality is they're going to probably want to do a graduate program that isn't just about football. They want to get a good master's degree out of it, but then also get that master's in football to put themselves in position for the NFL. When you go to an Ivy League, it's about where are my networks going to be? Where am I going to be able to play or work when I graduate? Well, now you might have the opportunity to work on Sundays, but have that degree from that Ivy League school in your back pocket. And then, you just look at the FCS kids. Those guys go in with the chip on their shoulder. It was 2 Super Bowls ago that the MVP of the Super Bowl was an FCS kid in Cooper Kupp. Now you're starting to see more and more schools saying, hey, these guys can play. And so it's not uncommon to see a guy like a Teddy Buchanan go into the portal, and within minutes, he's got both the Bay Area schools that didn't recruit him in high school because, like Carl said, maybe was an inch too short, maybe was a half second too slow. Well, now he's produced at Davis, at a good Big Sky program, and now those schools are like, hey man, we really liked you 4 years ago, but we love you now. And now he gets to get that degree from UC Davis, a great school, but then more importantly, he now gets to play on a major stage, and that's what's going to make these guys more desirable to recruit because now they're hungry. They really want to prove something.
Yeah, the fact that we have so many success stories and examples of that, I don't think we have to use the term take a chance on one of the little guys anymore, because you're seeing a lot of those smaller school players making a big impact on Saturday. It's all well and good that these Ivy League players are smart, but Joey Slackman is really good at football too, which is why we gave him a 92 grade in our portal rankings. You look at the size, that is exactly what you want. 6'4", 300 pounds. We got a deeper breakdown from our man Smoke Dixon on Joey Slackman.
Joey Slackman, high motor, high effort defensive lineman that has the ability to be stout at the line of scrimmage and also create pass rush production as an effort and a secondary rush guy. Let's get to the film and find out about this guy a little bit more. Joey's lined up top of the 3 technique as an interior defensive lineman. He has a good job of coming out of his stance. Now he gets his hands inside and plays with good leverage, gets number 77, his guard, right here off his angle. Now you see the effort, motor, and his secondary rush as a defensive lineman to get to the quarterback. Next play. Joey's lined here, gets off the ball, very good get off, does a good job of shocking, shedding the defender, splits both guard and tackle, splits them. Now this is where you're going to see his motor comes in. He's a relentless rush guy. Most guys don't get sacks on their first move. Joey understands that just because he just gets to the ball, plays like he has hair on fire. Again, Joey Slackman, defensive lineman, high effort, high motor guy, could be a 3-4 guy or a 4-3 defender just because of his sheer relentlessness and strength at the point of attack.
All right, thank you, Smoke Dixon. Let's welcome on national recruiting analyst Brian Doan for more on some of the top defensive linemen. I think you're really leaning into the Ivy League thing. You got to get your glasses on so you look smart. But I'm going to ask you about some of these players because, we talked about just how difficult it is to, compare them against the competition that they play against. What have you found in talking to players and coaches as far as their FBS readiness?
Yeah, they're ready because they're grown men. They've been in weight rooms and programs for 4 years. And, you take a guy like Joey Slackman, and I know there's been some talk about, hey, maybe he gets overlooked because of where he is on Long Island. But, in all honesty, he just wasn't ready to play Power 5 football. I'm yet to find a kid who had a Power 5 offer who went to an Ivy League. So it just takes time to develop. He was a wrestler. He went to Penn to be a wrestler during the pandemic, was like, yeah, you know what? I kind of missed that football thing. I mean, he was a good football player in high school, but all of a sudden you start training, you get coached better. He already had some really good aggressive film as a high school player, but as a wrestler, you're using your hands a lot. It's about flexibility, body control. He can move with that size, and you pick up technique over the 3 or 4 years that you're at an Ivy League school. And so all of a sudden, hey, the thing about the Ivy League schools, there's no red shirting. So when you finish 4 years, you're done, whether you play 2, 1, or 4. And in his case, he has a year of eligibility left. And as he told me, listen, this is a football decision. I'm going where they can develop me, hopefully increase my draft stock. He thought he would be day 3, probably late day 3 pick. Increase draft stock. And listen, let's not kid ourselves either. It's going to be nice probably to start a bank account in 6 figures with NIL money too with some of these decisions.
Especially with the position that they play. We are going to say this a million times today. We already have offensive and defensive linemen are incredibly hard to find in the portal. We also had a discussion just about coaches' openness to what used to be considered taking a chance on some of the smaller school guys. How have you seen that kind of flip in the portal now that we have so many examples of players going from lower levels of college football to being ready to go at the higher levels?
Well, it's really simple, to be honest with you, because you look at Minnesota, who just picked up a commitment from New Hampshire quarterback Brosmer, and it's a 1-year deal, right? He's got a year of eligibility. You're not investing all this time. You can develop maybe a high school kid, but at the end of the day, it's a 1-year investment. And if it works out, great, you're better for it. If it doesn't work out, you're not tied to that scholarship anymore. And, there's a lot of roster manipulation that could go on now without initial 25. You can take as many as you want as long as you have 85 pretty much when camp starts. And it's just risk reward. The risk isn't very high to take a 1-year guy. Just make sure you take the right one. And if he doesn't work out, okay, you move on. I mean, you look across college football and, for every Caleb Williams, who was there multiple years, you have how many kids who wind up 1 year, they're done, that's it. They really weren't productive. Maybe they provided some depth, but it's an easy way to get depth also.
Yeah, I love the way that you say it. It really isn't risky anymore to to bring in some of these guys. Doan, thank you so much for being here. I know you're all over all the guys in your area, so we'll be checking back in with you to see what the latest news is. Thanks, Doan.
Oh, my pleasure.
All right, for those of you joining us at this hour, let's remind you of some of the biggest headlines in the transfer portal. Toriano Pride Jr. was on the show with us earlier and explained to us just what went into his decision to enter the portal and look elsewhere from Clemson. Utah quarterback Bryson Barnes, you saw that flash across your screen. He has also entered the transfer portal, and Georgia is optimistic about Carson Beck's return. Matt Zenitz broke all of that down for us, and we have a very big portal addition at the wide receiver position, Julian Fleming. It's rare you see those Ohio State receivers leave. I'm sure we'll get more into that in just a bit, but we want to check in the Zenitz cave. Take it away, Matt.
Interesting developments with the portal today. Julian Fleming from Ohio State, former 5-star recruit who's been a contributor there for the last few years, announced his intention to go into the portal. Didn't have quite the year that they were expecting him to have, that Julian, I'm sure, personally was expecting to have. So took a step back from posting 6 touchdowns in 2022 to finishing this year with 26 catches without any touchdowns. And even though he's been on the NFL draft radar and a kid who I know Ohio State has been high on throughout the course of his career, now is going to hit the free agent market. And I would think, just based on the fact that the kid does have legitimate NFL ability, that regardless of the step back in production this season, we'll have some options there. But one of the latest developments today of note with Julian Fleming, former five-star recruit, announcing his plans to go in.
Right, very interesting stuff, Matt. Thank you so much for the update. We're going to take it back here in studio and talk a little bit more about the type of player that he is. You heard him mention he's a 5-star. He was our number 4 player in the 2020 class. What do you remember about him coming out of high school?
Well, I mean, he was part of a kind of a generational receiver class at Ohio State. You had him, you had Jackson Smith-Njigba in that class, you had C.J. Stroud come in at quarterback in that class, and he was the guy that was the guy in that class. And then you come after Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson. So he was going to be the next guy, but then Jackson Smith-Njigba emerged that year, especially in that Rose Bowl game where Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson sat out. Then you had other young receivers come in, and now you got Brandon Inniss, you got Carnell Tate, you have Jeremiah Smith committed there. There's the possibility of Mecca Egbuka maybe coming back next year. So Fleming may have thought, after 4 years, this just isn't the place. Fresh start might be a better opportunity for him somewhere else. Maybe he goes back to Pennsylvania. Maybe he goes somewhere in the Northeast. But this is one that's a surprise. But now that's 3 former top 5 players between him, Dante Moore, Walter Nolen, that have now gone in the portal. And I guarantee you the amount of suitors that those guys are going to have are going to be great because there is still a lot of talent there with Julian Fleming.
There's a bunch of teams that need receivers. We just talked about Notre Dame earlier needing wide receivers. There's a lot of college coaches who've called and said, tell me who the top receivers on the board. Well, Julian Fleming is going to be right at the top, if not number one. Loaded receiver room at Ohio State over his career. One guy that Brandon left out, Jamison Williams, also was in that receiver room and ended up leaving and going to Alabama to get more playing time. Imagine that, leaving and going to Alabama to get more playing time. So that lets you know how impressive that group of receivers was. This is a guy that's going to bring tremendous value to the right team, and if he can get hooked up with the right quarterback and a creative offensive coordinator. Also, don't forget about the Texas Longhorns. They also are looking for some wide receivers in the transfer portal. This could be a huge get for the right program.
We talk about this in the NFL sometimes when they're going through training camp as you're kind of doing that math to see if you fit on this roster. It sounds like there's some math involved too, especially when you're in a loaded wide receiver room. I think it's safe to say they got a couple 5-star wide receivers coming in too, and will continue to do that in every single class. It's just what they do up in the shoe. Let's send it over to Studio B for more on the latest news.
Hey, thanks, Emily. Yeah, you mentioned it earlier. Linemen are so hard to find in the transfer portal, not just on the offensive side, but the defensive side as well. So we're going to break down our top 4 favorite defensive linemen. Smoke, I'll start with you. Walter Nolen, the highest graded player in the portal right now with a 99 rating. What could his new team be getting in him?
Well, what you're getting is a premier elite defensive lineman. Right? This guy can do it on any way that you want to. He's a stout run defender. Against a double team, he can split it, surface, locate, and make TFLs, tackle for loss in the backfield. And then when you have him lined up as a 3 technique, he can generate pressure up the field and put all the pressure that you want on the quarterback without even blitzing this guy. Whenever he's on the field, you have to account for 2 guys on him, period, at the end of the day.
And then next on your list, someone you're familiar with, Nate Clifton from Vandy. So you worked with him there?
Yeah, so here's the thing with Nate Clifton and a lot of these defensive linemen that's in this transfer portal. Defense and offensive linemen, they're the guys that you want to be older, stronger. They've strapped steel on their back for 3 to 4 years, and they understand what it feels like to get a double team and be stout in there. And when you're playing in the SEC, you know what those feels like. That's 700 pounds of pressure that's applied to you. So again, it's a trend of older guys, like the FCS guys that are coming down, that have played, they've been in college, they've lifted, they understand what it is for a double team, maybe sometimes a triple team, and all type of blocking schemes to play well and just move on instead of getting a young guy in there. So that's why these guys are hard commodity. I know Coach Prime said they ain't hard to find. He ain't hard to find. Defensive linemen are hard to find that you want to be stout and be highly productive in college football.
Our player grading team ranks him as a 4-star with a 90 rating, but the SEC isn't the only place where linemen are making moves. You can go to the Ivy League too. Plenty of great talent there looking to make a move to the next level. Who do you like, Coop?
I like Joey Slackman. We just talked about him. Brian Doan talked about him. You talked about him, broke him down a little bit earlier, but this is a guy, he was a decorated wrestler coming out of high school as well, and I don't think we talk about that enough, especially when it comes to defensive linemen. Where you see those guys excel is typically at the point of attack with their hands, active hands, initial quickness, ability to kind of gain leverage in a first step on opposing offensive linemen. But I like him. He can play a lot of different positions. We talk about multi-scheme guys, position versatile guys, what they can do. And Smoke, you said it, and this has kind of been the theme of the day. It's hard to find big bodies. It doesn't matter whether it's on the offensive side of the ball or the defensive side of the ball. Joey Slackman is a guy that is going to get over-recruited, right? Because he is a functional athlete that can provide a little bit of depth, and maybe some cases he can go to the FBS and start. But I like Joey Slackman. He's done a really good job with his time at Penn and developed, and he's going to give an FBS team, maybe a Power 5 team, some considerable snaps next season.
And then Thor Griffith as well.
Yeah, I like Thor Griffith. You know, another, I keep coming back and saying it, big body, functional athlete, quick twitch, explosive. You go back and you're like, hey, how'd this guy kind of fall through the cracks a little bit? Same deal, right? All-American wrestler, another guy that had a little bit of a multi-sport background, track and field, shot put, discus. We talk about the shot in the disc. When it comes to defensive linemen, especially offensive linemen too, what does that tell us? It means they got a little lead in the hands, right? It means that they have a little bit of natural power, ability to move defenders off the line of scrimmage. That's what I like about Thor Griffith. So who would have thought? Here we are, some of the top 2 rated defensive linemen in the cycle, this transfer portal, both from Ivy League schools. And I think both these guys, if they find the right place, can contribute on Saturdays in the Power 5 here pretty soon.
I'm curious because I've heard people say, like, coaches want a guy with an Ivy League education. It makes a difference when you're kind of understanding the X's and O's of it. Smoke, if you're recruiting guys, what is the Ivy League pedigree? Like, what's it do?
Well, when you look at pedigree overall and you say Ivy League, it's not typically the X's and O's standpoint. It's an understanding of the classroom. And one of the biggest hurdles that you can have in college is the not being on the list. You don't want to be on the check class list. You don't want to be the guy's not going to be eligible list. So if you get an Ivy League guy, they already understand what it is to show up on time, do their work, and the only thing that you have to worry about them is getting them on the football field and making sure they're going in the right direction. And when you get guys that are leveling up, they play with a different aggression, different mindset, because they're trying to prove themselves that they do belong at this level, because we were overlooked. We were the high school wrestler with good balance and body control and power. So right now when we come in, we're going to play with so much energy and we're going to bring it with us every single day that you're going to come back to the Ivy League and recruit guys just like us, because we're trying to prove ourselves that we're right and we're supposed to be here just like the rest of those guys that you're recruiting in your current class.
Yeah, big opportunity for both these guys. Smoke kind of hit it on the head there. I mean, you don't have to worry about anything off the field, right? And maybe that's a broad assumption, but when you get an Ivy League guy, you listen to Thor Griffith in his interview with Brian Doan and what he talked about is important to him. This guy is very mature for his age. That's what you would expect from a Harvard graduate, right? He is talking about this decision being about who is going to set him up for success at the next level when it comes to his aspirations of playing football in the NFL. And I think he's looking at all the right things. It's a very mature approach and something that you would expect from somebody in the Ivy League. So I think, it goes without saying, every person's different, but I think these guys also bring a positive in terms of the locker room as well.
Yeah, you can read both of their stories on 247sports.com. Joey Slackman especially. 2 years ago, he didn't even know he'd be playing football. Super cool opportunities for both of those coming up. But of course, transfer portal always means there's going to be certain teams being picked apart. One of them we're watching is Texas A&M with Jimbo Fisher going out, Mike Elko coming in. Looking at what they have now on our 247 Sports portal rankings, they have 5 rated players who are already in the portal. That includes Walter Nolen, obviously, and Max Johnson. Smoke, what kind of job does Mike Elko need to do retaining some of these guys?
Well, I touched on this a few weeks back. It's one of the hardest things to do is to retain a class that you might have had some familiarity with it, but when you remove like the mainstay, which is Elijah Roberts, he's gone. And you always need a pillar, fixer in that building that's recruited these guys, has been around. And the interim head coach, that's your guy at the end of the day. So the pitch, like I said a couple of weeks ago, that you have to humble yourself and understand that even though you are the head coach, you're not their head coach. And there might have been some Jimbo guys in there. There might have been some Elijah Robinson guys in there. And now you just have to come in and just settle the ship. And settling the ship is not an easy thing. And I think it's just gone way too far. They should have hired the guy earlier, whoever they wanted, go with him so he can come in, have some idea of what the guys are in the building that he wants to keep, and give him a better chance to retain this roster, because right now it's just falling apart.
It's a very talented roster, one that ranked in the top 4 of the 247 Sports composite talent composition. And you look at Texas A&M, I think this is more of an opportunity for Mike Elko. You look at A&M, it's not like they lack talent. They had top 10 ranked recruiting classes in 5 out of the 6 years under Jimbo Fisher. One of those was in 2022, where they had the highest ranked recruiting class in college football history. Is Mike Elko going to be the same type of person when it comes to talent acquisition as Jimbo Fisher? I don't know. Probably not. Is he going to be within that same realm? I think so. I think he can get there. So for Mike Elko, listen, you don't want to lose a player of the stature of Walter Nolen, right? I think everybody knows that's within the best interest of Mike Elko to keep that type of player in the fold. Max Johnson, potentially, we'll see what happens with Evan Stewart. Bobby Taylor, the corner, already in the portal. It's a good opportunity for Mike Elko to make a statement and say, listen, if you're not all in, that's fine. There's the door, right? We're going to bring in guys that want to compete, and it's about changing a culture and setting a tone. Now, that being said, it's a talent acquisition game, right? So there's a little bit of a balance there as well. But, I don't have any 9-alarm fires going on in my head right now about Texas A&M and Mike Elko. I think this is kind of part of the new age of college football.
Well, at the end of the day, we can all sit around here and say talent acquisition is just, okay. But when you have Texas and Oklahoma coming in, and you have Alabama and Kirby and the boys down there in Georgia are ticked off, You got Drink just came on with his military outfit on. He said he's ready for war, and he's standing on business. You have to keep these guys in your building, and building a culture takes time. And what you don't have currently in college football, you don't have time. Because as soon as you get in that building, tick, 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 someone's getting ready to replace you.
So we talked about it when Josh Pate was here earlier. Coaches now it's not talent acquisition and coaching on the field. They have to be able to relate to local businesses and the boosters to work the NIL deals to, keep those players there. How do you feel about Mike Elko in that realm?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was talking with Josh Pate about this yesterday, but part of a coach's job now is not just the relationship between a president and an AD and the players and your coaching staff. Where's the money coming from, right? In my city, in my state. Who in my program is providing at the end of the day? Those are the relationships that are really the most important. And then you really have to provide the infrastructure and the bumpers to say, hey, this is going to be the way that we conduct business. And for guys like Mike Elko coming over from Duke, even though he spent some time at A&M and Notre Dame, for guys like Jonathan Smith coming over for Oregon State, this first 3 months for these guys, the first 90 days, is going to be like drinking through a fire hose, right? It's a new world of NIL that they're going to have to adapt to. And I talked about setting the tone from a cultural standpoint within the locker room. They're going to have to do that from an NIL infrastructure standpoint as well. So those relationships that have to be cultivated, I think Mike Elko can get it right. That being said, Smoke, I think it goes without saying, it's going to take a little bit of time. The biggest thing for Mike Elko is that he knows who's who, and he knows what buttons that he has to press, and ultimately the people at the end of the day that are really kind of priming the pump for Texas A&M.
Coach Elko is, we understand, Duke pedigree, Notre Dame pedigree. In the SEC, it's a lot of murky water down there. You and I both know that we've been in the building, and to navigate through that, you got to have a different type of guy. I'm just really interested in seeing who that guy is for Coach Elko that's going to handle that aspect of getting out to the corporate people, getting out to the guy that he's going to have to rub elbows and say, hey, listen, I know I don't got to tap your pocket but a couple of times, but I do need a couple of M's. Right. And as long as Coach Elko can figure that out, I think he'll have a chance at it, but it's tough. He's behind the 8 ball right now.
Yeah. High expectations come with that job in College Station, so it'll be interesting how these first few months go for Mike Elko. We're going to take a look at the updated top 10 players in the transfer portal. According to our grading team here at 24/7 Sports, you see Walter Nolen. We've been talking about him at the top, the only 99 grade. A lot of quarterbacks in this top 10. I'm counting 5. Coop, anyone on here who stands out to you?
How about Aidan Chiles? I mean, I talked about him earlier. Him coming in at a 96 at number 2 ahead of guys like Dante Moore, Cam Ward, Will Howard, Riley Leonard. It's a little bit of a surprise, but it's a little bit of, you kind of look under the hood a little bit for our team, Clint Brewster, Derek Chang. It's a balance, right, Smoke? I mean, some of the guys that you're in the market for, we talked about Dillon, Gabriel, Cameron Ward, Will Howard, these names that keep coming up. You got them for a year or two. So how do you balance that against guys that have 3 years of eligibility like Aidan Chiles and Dante Moore? I think it says a lot about what our team has seen in the potential of a guy like Aidan Chiles. And the other guy I'll bring up that I know you're familiar with, Smoke, London Humphreys, right there at number 5, right? A true freshman, averaged over 20 yards per reception at Vandy this season. Another guy that, honestly, if you would have asked me as a senior year in high school if he'd be a top 5 candidate after his first year at Vandy, I think it would have raised some eyebrows. But a couple surprises, really good players. So we'll see how it shakes out. And, Toriano Pride was in the building. Huge fan of him. I think somebody's going to get a really good player in Toriano Pride.
You know what, Coop? It hurts my heart right now for those guys over there at Vandy. Because London Humphreys is a guy that we worked out when it was permitted during the pandemic. And found him. Like Barton and I did some groundwork, discovered him, scratched him up as a young guy. And the portal giveth and the portal taketh away. They're taken away right now from those guys over there. They're hurting a little bit because through their hard work of scouting, evaluating, and developing their talent, they're now losing one of their better players. Straight line, speed guy, explosive player, take the top off of defense. Hot name in the portal, but it's a sad day over there at Vanderbilt to see a guy like that you've done so much work on to lose and not even really have a chance to compete just because of the current market of what college football is.
I'm glad you guys pointed him out because Vandy is where I was going to take this conversation next because it feels like they're one of the teams getting poached right now. there's already a crystal ball in for Georgia for London Humphreys. And when it happens that quickly, you kind of know that something was in play behind the scenes. And of course, this comes after head coach Clark Lea let go of his OC. Lea will now take over the defensive play calling duties. So lots of change going on. But Smoke, what can you say about the talent at Vandy that it feels like maybe they're picked over during the recruiting phase, but people are starting to notice them now?
Well, like I said, Barton Simmons, Brandon Jones, Box when I was there, myself, we did a pretty good job, as you can see, from just acquiring talent and just doing the groundwork of just properly evaluating good players. And the sad thing is that you go through it and Vandy's losing their number one receiver, Will Shepard. You're losing your quarterback. You're losing your young freshman receiver and also your number two receiver, Jaden McCown. It's almost a disservice to properly evaluate and have a good scouting department in college football if you can't retain them like Coach Drink is doing there at Missouri. And the worst school in the SEC is losing their best receiver, or one of their better receivers, to the school that just might potentially, to the school that played on Saturday.
Yeah,
and that's just what we're in right now in college football. But, I mean, they're getting plucked right and left, and there's no answers that they can have for them other than offering a proper education. And the NIL situation, it seems like it's not where it needs to be right now to keep and retain those players.
It's a fascinating dynamic, I think, unfolding here in Nashville and at Vanderbilt, because you mentioned it. Vandy is almost getting punished for doing the dirty work of the talent identification and evaluation. And Smoke, more than anybody, could tell you they have to do it differently than everybody else in the SEC, especially with the academic standards there. They did a really good job with London Humphreys, a guy that was in my area, right? A guy that ran a 10.66 and was really good in the high jump and the triple jump. And then you mentioned the other two receivers as well. London Humphreys, you talked about the crystal ball already to Georgia. Mm-hmm. Georgia got to see him up close and personal, right? You talk about the day and age in college football and these inflated and ballooned support staffs. Well, what is their job during the week? Advanced scouting. So who are they very familiar with? That entire receiving core there at Vandy. So Humphreys off the board to Georgia. I wouldn't be surprised if the other two end up in the SEC because those guys, they've seen them, right? So we know about the advanced scouting, opponent scouting, and Vandy, like Smoke alluded to, they're not in a situation right now with their NIL where they can be competitive to retain these type of players. If a Georgia or an LSU has a bigger need, that's going to be something that they're going to fall short to.
Yeah, one of the things that I always had my interns or even guys that would work next to me do weekly is we broke down that team. And a lot of guys are always upset, like, oh, man, why are we coming through everybody on the roster? I said, there's going to be a day that comes that we're going to also understand the other team's roster because that's where we're going to be plucking the players from. And if you have a scouting department, you want your personnel department to evaluate those players. Put a grade on them so you can start your board right away because we all know at the end of the year, it's free agency. And we know that every team is doing it. It's not illegal. All you're doing is just setting yourself up for success at the end of the day. You know your opponent, beat your opponent, but also you can acquire your opponent. That's like the best thing since sliced bread.
All right, just to pile on one more, Gabby Aridia of our Inside the U site now reporting that safety Savion Riley is taking an official visit to Miami. So that's another one potentially leaving Vandy. So now you got the flip side. Vandy's got to be aggressive in the portal to make all these replacements. And you look at Clark Lea's previous 3 seasons, only signed 14 transfer players, but they have signed transfer defensive end Zaylen Wood out of Middle Tennessee this year. So they're already getting a little bit quicker in there. But what is the route, Smoke, that they take?
It's tough for Vanderbilt just because, again, academic standards. It's hard to get a lot of players in there just because of where they're academically. So they're on the wrong side of this whole NIL deal in the transfer portal. Because according to the academic standards, you can't get a lot of guys in. And you can't afford the guys that you want to get in. And you develop your own players to get really, really good, and then you're losing them. So they're sitting there almost like that MAC team last year that just got plucked apart.
Kent State.
And what do? You try to fight it, but this is what the landscape of college football is. Transfer portal. You develop, hard to retain, and you lose them in free agency.
Yeah, it's a thin margin of error, and it's a grim outlook for Vandy, but honestly, it's just the food chain. That's the way it goes, right? And they're in the SEC. That's a tough place to be, especially if you don't have the NIL support.
Shout out to Barton Simmons, B. Jones, and those guys over there for doing an incredible job. Hey, somebody's paying attention. Keep up the good work.
Right. I guess that is a good sign. If someone's poaching your players, it means you got the right process. All right, we got news coming out of Columbus. So let's go to Studio A with Emily now.
Awesome. Thank you, Grace. Yeah, we've been talking a lot of Buckeyes on this show, so I'm going to welcome in Patrick Murphy of bucknuts.com to discuss this. And Patrick, let's start with the latest news. Wide receiver Julian Fleming. It's a pretty easy statement to make that it is a loaded wide receiver room at Ohio State, but why do you think things didn't work out with him in particular?
It's been an interesting career for Julian Fleming at Ohio State, a four-year guy who was obviously one of the highest recruited players coming out of high school. But the numbers just haven't been there production-wise. He's been a very solid blocker, but for his career, only 79 catches, has battled injuries throughout his time in Columbus. So it's been tough. And in a room like that, as you mentioned, is loaded as it has been, you have to produce. And I think Fleming's just looking for a different opportunity here and seeing if maybe he can find somewhere where he can kind of be more of the guy than sort of a second fiddle, so to speak.
Yeah, elsewhere on this Buckeyes offense, quarterback Kyle McCord has hit the transfer portal. What are you hearing as far as how that came to be?
Yeah, I think after the loss to Michigan, everybody at Ohio State kind of had to look themselves in the mirror, coaches, players. Ryan Day met with the team last week. It sounds like there were individual meetings, and one of those included sitting down with Kyle McCord and his family. And with the standard that is Ohio State football and the quarterbacks that have come through this program, they couldn't guarantee that Kyle was going to be the guy going forward. Not that they were pushing him out the door, but there are other quarterbacks in the program, Devin Brown, Lincoln Kienholz, who just finished his freshman season, and Nolen coming in, all four-star prospects coming out of high school, and they were going to have to open the competition back up and figure out what was going to be best for this offense, which was good this year, but not to the level it was before. Obviously, McCord had to make a decision for himself at that point and decided to move on into the portal. And now Ohio State has to, kind of begin that process again of finding a starting quarterback as you head into the offseason and into 2024.
Yeah, our insider Matt Zenitz gave us kind of a look behind the curtain of what could have potentially happened there. And he said that it was maybe that Ohio State was looking elsewhere in the portal for a quarterback to come in. And so Kyle McCord, kind of doing that math, said, all right, it's time for me to look elsewhere. So who are some other quarterbacks that Ohio State might be interested in?
I imagine it would be someone probably who has a year remaining of eligibility, someone who could come in and add to what the Buckeyes have in that room and compete. I don't think that they would be looking at anyone long term unless there is that perfect fit. Ryan Day did go out and get Justin Fields out of the transfer portal a couple years ago, even though they had Tate Martell in the program. It would have to be, I think, somebody of that caliber if you're going to promise multiple years to a guy when you already have, as I mentioned, three other guys that are still in that room. So a guy whose name I've heard come up quite a bit, Riley Leonard from Duke. That's a guy who I know has been linked with Notre Dame, but I think Ohio State will get involved there. Any of these guys really who could come out and give the Buckeyes something different for maybe a season as they look to develop some of the guys already there that are a little bit younger.
So that's the, I guess, more long-term answer. Short-term, who starts at quarterback in the impending Cotton Bowl coming up?
That is going to be determined here in these next couple weeks. I would imagine if Devin Brown, who battled an ankle injury throughout the season, is healthy enough, and he was available towards the end of the year, that he probably gets the start just because of the experience factor. But it would not surprise me at all if Lincoln Kienholz, who just finished his freshman year, played 2 games, just limited snaps, does get an opportunity to show what he can do. And I think they'll really have a battle here leading into that bowl game against Missouri in the Cotton Bowl. I think it will ultimately come down to who plays well in practice, but if I had to pick one now, I'd probably say Devin Brown just based on the experience factor.
Do you think that Devin Brown is on the roster next season? What happens with him?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it depends on what Ohio State ends up doing. If they do go get somebody out of the portal, there's certainly it would certainly be understandable for Devin Brown to make a move. He obviously wants to play, right? And he's said before that he's a Buckeye and wants to stay a Buckeye. But if he's getting recruited over, not only coming out of high school but from the transfer portal, I could certainly see a path where he departs. I would imagine that would happen after spring, after he has an opportunity to go out and kind of showcase what he can do again. But it certainly is something to keep an eye on here with Devin Brown. And, does Ohio State end up with a completely different looking quarterback room as you head into the offseason?
All right. Thank you, Patrick, so much for being on the show. I know you're tracking a lot of things. Those are just the headliners, but there are some other Ohio State players who have hit the portal. So for that, we're going to bring it back here in studio. Huff, I know that you've been kind of tracking just different positions that have announced that they're going to transfer. The most important ones, of course, the quarterbacks. But what else are you seeing as far as Buckeyes leaving?
Yeah, I mean, there's been some obviously depth guys that maybe couldn't get on the field. I mean, that's the one. I guess it's a good problem to have when you have so much talent that elite players aren't getting on the field. We're seeing that with Julian Fleming. Comes in as the top receiver in the country. He's 4th, 5th in line at the receiver position. But Evan Pryor, that running backfield, you have some talent there that he just couldn't crack that logjam at the top. You've got offensive linemen like Jacob James, Victor Cutler that are leaving. So when you look at Ohio State, I mean, yes, they're losing guys, and then they're going to be able to get some guys from the portal. But what's going to be interesting is that there's going to be schools that will say, hey, these guys are talented players. They just happen to play at Ohio State where there was so much talent. These guys will end up being hot commodity even without extensive amount of film.
Should be very interesting. A name, too, that kind of piqued my interest when Patrick Murphy mentioned it. Riley Leonard could maybe be a quarterback that Ohio State is interested in, but we have Matt Zenitz here who has a crystal ball in for Riley Leonard to end up at Notre Dame. So what are your thoughts on hearing that connection?
So naturally, when you have a player with the talent that Riley brings to the table, there are going to be a number of different schools around the country that have interest in Riley. But at the same time, everything that I've continued to hear points towards Notre Dame, to where still very confident saying that expectation for me is that he ultimately lands in South Bend, even though Ohio State is one of the other schools that had come up on my end as being a place that has had some interest in Riley.
But Matt, he has the tag of do not contact. Can he remove that tag once he hears that there are other schools in the mix?
So the only thing the do not contact tag does is it takes away from the contact information being in the portal entry. So most players, when they go in, have their email at the very least in there. Some players will have their phone number as well. So that's the only thing with the do not contact tag that means. While at the same time, sometimes serving as an indicator that a player could have a decent idea where they're going. But obviously, if a school is interested enough in somebody, they're going to find a way to get in contact.
Yeah, I have a feeling that coaches or whoever are not going to look at that tag and go, all right, moving on. We're not going to try to get a really good quarterback. Matt, thank you so much for breaking that down for us. We're talking about some of the very important positions. Of course, the wide receiver room here back in Studio A is one that is growing in the portal right now, guys. And we saw Chris Hummer reporting that Juice Wells out of South Carolina is now officially in the portal. We've talked about wide receiver at Ohio State. So many big options. Carl, who's piquing your interest early on?
Well, Wells, I'm hearing Wells' name connected to Texas. That's what my sources are telling
Already?
me
Okay.
as I look through my phone. And so, when I think about what he would bring to that offense, and then a couple of the guys that are losing, also you have Quinn Ewers possibly returning, but if he doesn't return, there's two good quarterbacks there in Murphy and Manning. So receivers want the ball. So when you have these quarterback classes that are coming out, all of these transfer portal quarterbacks, you can expect for those top receivers to want to be matched up with those quarterbacks.
championship game. He may now be back in play for the draft. Rome Odunze, I would be shocked if he comes back. Troy Franklin, he's probably going to be gone too. So you have some of those schools out west that have been throwing the ball 1,000-yard receivers. That's going to be attractive to a lot of these guys. So while Wells might go to Texas, that means that Washington and Oregon could be in play. A name to keep an eye on here too, when we're talking about receivers, Tobias Merriweather. When he came out of Washington, he was one of 2 players in the entire West that had an offer from all 12 Pac-12 schools. Pouring out for the Pac-12 no longer exists. But that showed you all those West Coast schools wanted him. He goes to Notre Dame. Now he's in the portal. Oregon, not too far from his home in Vancouver. He lives right on the Oregon and Washington border. University of Washington, in play for him. UCLA, a school he looked at before. So some of these West Coast schools that are losing receivers, they may not get in on a Julian Fleming or a Juice Wells, but there's going to be a market for Tobias Merriweather, maybe a Rico Flores, who's also from the West Coast, went to Notre Dame. So you're going to see a lot of these schools that are losing key receivers of the NFL looking for portal replacements, not necessarily the high school replacements. These guys just need to come in and have that one big year. You mentioned Jamison Williams a little bit ago. Jamison Williams leaves an Ohio State room that's very crowded, goes and wins the Biletnikoff Award at Alabama, ends up a first rounder. You just need that one season of big numbers, and your entire trajectory of your draft potential changes.
If I'm a wide receiver, like I just said in the last segment a little bit, I'm watching and seeing where these top quarterbacks are landing. The schools that I'm going to look at are going to be schools that either A, already have a top flight quarterback there that's going to be on their team, or B, one of these elite quarterbacks that I see leaving and going to another school and going to. When you end up with a quarterback like Michael Penix, when you end up with a quarterback like a Caleb Williams, and you're a wide receiver, you have the opportunity to go in there and catch the football, run NFL-type routes that are going to get you ready for the draft. And when you think about some of these offensive minds, the Steve Sarkisians, the Kalen DeBoers, guys who have proven consistently that they know how to utilize playmakers, whether you're an outside receiver, inside guy, whether you're going to be running a lot of motion stuff or the entire route tree, they know how to get you the football. And if you match yourself with the right passer, it's no telling what you can accomplish.
Talk about the difficult transition from college wide receivers to the NFL, and there's a bit of a time that they've got to get right almost. But what's the ease of transition from wide receiver going from one school to another school? Have you seen any difficulty there?
I think it's probably the easiest transition you can make because it's basic routes. The only thing that you may change is the terminology, but everybody's running some sort of the spread. Everybody's going to run mirror routes, smash routes, level routes. You know, so there's going to be a lot of similarity in a lot of these offenses. So many coaches come from the same family tree or the same offensive ideology. And everybody's playing fast with tempo. And when you play fast with tempo, the verbiage gets even shorter and more condensed. I think wide receiver is one of the easier spots that a guy can make an immediate adjustment as opposed to maybe some of the other positions.
And I think you look at which spot you're going to be needed. Are you going to be an outside receiver? Are you going to be a slot receiver? Are you going to be used in different ways? Well, as he said, everybody's running the spread. You're going to get targets whether you look at Washington. Jalen Polk was their third receiver and, went over the 1,000-yard mark. Jalen McMillan missed half the season with an injury, but he still was putting up big numbers as the third receiver. So you go into the right system. I mean, when Caleb Williams came to USC, Jordan Addison followed, Mario Williams followed, Brendan Rice followed. So if you find a system that's going to throw the ball, you find a quarterback that knows how to get the ball to his receivers. And that's the thing. We're back, the old days when a quarterback transferred, it's because he wasn't playing. Now quarterbacks are transferring because they are playing, but they want to play on either a bigger stage or in a better offense that will prepare them for the NFL. Well, the receivers want to do that same thing. They don't want to be out there blocking for their running backs. They want to be out there being targeted 8, 10, 12 times a game. And when you see schools throwing the ball 40 to 50 times, they know I can be the third receiver and get 8 to 10 targets a game. So it's all about where you fit into that system as the receiver, but also what's that quarterback that have gone, and because they've got just a slew of receivers to get the ball to, their numbers and their potential has been enhanced. So now you're going to see receivers continue to do the same thing.
Now, you definitely are right. Some of them want to go on a bigger stage, right? Some of them want to play in a more NFL-ready system, but we cannot forget some of them want more money. So if you want one of these guys,
absolutely.
If you want one of these receivers or these quarterbacks, dig in your pockets.
You gotta go
dig
deep
down in your pockets and get ready to pay the bill.
So we mentioned Juice Wells is in the portal. Julian Fleming is in the portal. Will Shepard, they talked about Vanderbilt for quite a while there, is another player that is also in the portal. So who are some of the wide receiver needy teams outside of a Texas, who we already discussed, Huff?
Yeah, I mean, I think Washington is going to be in major need because I'm anticipating Odunze's gone. I'm anticipating that McMillan will leave after year 4. Jalen Polk had a good enough year where he could come back and be wide receiver 1, but with the quarterback unknown. He doesn't have Michael Penix coming back next year. So Washington could go from having 3 really good receivers to a very youthful room next year, and I don't think that they want to do that. That's why they're going after Will Rogers as a quarterback right now. They've got Austin Mack, but it might be too soon. So I would anticipate that Washington's going to go the receiver route. I would expect that Oregon's going to go the receiver route. Troy Franklin almost assuredly gone. USC, they're going to lose several of those players. Mario Williams might be back, but there's going to be. So you look at those schools that have been throwing the ball a ton, that have been very arms wide open to portal receivers and portal players in general. Those are 3 schools, but the one school that's going to need receivers in a major way is Notre Dame.
Yes.
Chancey Stuckey gets fired. 2 guys go into the portal, Chris Tyree, Tobias Merriweather, older guys, recruited by Delvon Alexander, or in Tyree's case, recruited as a running back. But then when you lose Rico Flores and Braylon James in a matter of days after the Stuckey thing, now Notre Dame goes from having a pretty good receiver room to now who's even left in the receiver room. I would anticipate that they're going to be very aggressive in trying to find 1, 2, or 5 receivers because they need to replenish that room.
Well, I want to tell you who else is in major need of wide receivers and who's got to be in the market, Emily, and that's Clemson. Clemson lacked playmakers on the perimeter at the receiver position all year. When I think also of a team like the Florida Gators, and I'm hearing a lot of smoke out of Florida right now with Trevor Etienne in the transfer portal and people trying to pull him out and Florida trying to get him to stay. It's a lot of smoke today in Gainesville. They're going to need playmakers and hope that they don't lose the best one that they have over the next 48 hours.
Is he thinking about entering?
I'm hearing it's a fight right now down in Gainesville.
When Carl says that there is smoke, I'm not going to say there's fire, but there's definitely smoke. You got to believe what Carl Reed says. Our Clint Brewster, who is part of our Portal Rankings team, released an article a couple of days ago that I'm sure is already outdated because there's so many guys that have entered, but he really liked Purdue wide receiver Deion Burks. He said that he was the best wide receiver available. Again, this was a few days ago. We have had some new entries into the portal. Here's a look at the top 5 wide receivers. London Humphreys from Vanderbilt is there at the top. We talked about Juice Wells. There's the aforementioned Deion Burks, Julian Fleming, of course, and Tobias Merriweather, one of many pass catchers who are looking to transfer away from Notre Dame. Just taking a look at all of our team site reporters across the country, some other wide receiver needy teams. Penn State is one that stands out to us in particular. What are they looking for in this market?
Yeah, I mean, and you mentioned Deion Burks. I mean, one of the schools that he says that he likes is Penn State. And if you look at the schools that are involved with him already, it was Texas, it was Washington, it was Oregon, it was USC, but Penn State. And that's where you had the Julian Fleming connection. Could he go back and go to Penn State? Could Deion Burks get there? It's clear that Drew Aller has some talent there. It may not be utilized as well as it should have, but it could be partly because of the weapons that he lacks. And you lose a Jahan Dotson, you're going to feel that offensively. So now Penn State's going to have to adjust and get some of these receivers. Much like Carl said with Clemson, Penn State needs that explosive playmaker at the receiver position, maybe 2. And so it's no surprise that a Burks is now being mentioned with Penn State. They do have a new offensive coordinator that just came from Kansas. You've got Aller coming in for year 3, his money year, so to speak. So I think Penn State's going to be a school that will be much more active in the portal, especially at the receiver position, than maybe they've been in previous years under James Franklin.
You have to find playmakers. When we go back to Penn State season, couldn't move the ball against Ohio State and Michigan, couldn't come up with plays in the passing game. They're definitely a team that needs it. James Franklin is known as an offensive coach. I know they just made another move at the offensive coordinator position. If you're a receiver, those reps and those opportunities are there.
Yeah, and there are a lot of receivers that are available. Again, it is a little after noon in Eastern time, and so there's certainly going to be more players that hit that portal. Let's remind you of some of the top players overall in the transfer portal right now, and our top 10 is, of course, riddled with quarterbacks. Aidan Chiles, oh man, we need to get Cooper Patagna back on here to talk more about him. I know that he absolutely loves him, and for good reason. We have him ranked as a 96 and the number 1 quarterback in the portal right now. A lot of youth, I will say, at the quarterback position, but then you've also got a lot of grad transfers, guys that have played a lot of football. We know what they look like. Huff, who stands out to you in this top 10 that we need to be giving a little bit more love to this morning?
Yeah, I think when you look at Cameron Ward, I mean, obviously he's been a very discussed player. And in a situation where he's at Washington State, when he got there, everything seemed normal. Jake Dickert, Eric Morris was his head coach at Incarnate Word when he came, and it hasn't quite got his plan, but the talent is there, and you've seen what he's been able to do in his time there. Yes, he doesn't have a winning record as a starting quarterback, but there's talent there, and he's only got that 1 year, so he's got to go somewhere where there may be some youth there, but they're not quite ready to turn the tables over to that young quarterback. So you bring him in, he can run, he can make you pay with his feet, he can make you pay with his arm. He's got so much ability, but he needs an offensive line that'll give him time. He needs elite receivers at the receiver position. Nothing against Lincoln Victor, one of my favorite players to watch in high school, Josh Kelly as well, but those are guys that, you know, they'll win you some games. They're not going to win you many games, and especially when he lost some of his key offensive linemen. So I think Cam Ward is that guy that 4 or 5 days ago, he became a very polarizing discussion in the transfer portal discussion because of the talk about how much money he was being offered. Let's be honest, he went to Washington State and he got a truck when he got there. People forget that fact. So NIL has already factored in once, but with only 1 year to play, you know, this isn't like Bo Nix with 2 years or Michael Penix with 2 years or Caleb Williams with 2 years. This is more like Notre Dame with Sam Hartman. You need that guy that can come in for 1 year to get you to your youth, but this guy better be generational for that 1 year to make it worthwhile. And that's why I think Cam Ward is going to be very popular. That's why he's already been very popular. Now it's going to be a matter of which school does he find his fit to be the best at and which school finds the best fit with him in their locker room.
When I look at this list, I look at Dante Moore, the transfer quarterback from UCLA. And this becomes a situation where you're talking about potential versus production. And was it a good fit to go to UCLA versus maybe another program? We've mentioned Michigan earlier in terms of the fit they have at the quarterback position. But a kid like him who has out of this world talent and potential, if he can find the right coaching and if he can take that coaching and be developed, he could become one of the generational quarterbacks that we talk about as a top 10 pick 2-3 years down the line. And so his pick and where he goes is going to need to supersede NIL money. It's going to supersede how much money you get, how much flash. He needs to go somewhere where he can be coached and developed into an NFL quarterback, because that's where the real money's going to come.
You mentioned an interesting thing that I want to follow up on real quick before we talk about some more of these quarterbacks who are available, and that is the potential versus maybe that 1 year stopgap quarterback who's played a lot of football. I'm sure it's going to be different program to program, but how do you weigh what your program needs more?
Well, if you're in a position like Ryan Day, you need a guy who can come in and beat Michigan. Right now, you know what your marching orders are. If you're Jeff Lebby, you can maybe you going into Mississippi State, you can go for a guy that has a little more potential. But in college football now, guys are getting fired so fast, you need somebody who can play as quickly as possible. The quarterback position is the hardest thing to do that at, with the formations, the coverages, the sight reads, the audibles, the checks, everything that a quarterback has to be able to do. He has to be able to mature into that. And no matter how you feel about it or how bad you need him to be great right now, he's not going to be great till he's ready to be.
Let's mention a grad transfer in Kansas State quarterback Will Howard. For a while, he was the #1 quarterback in the portal, but since then a lot has changed because, you know, grad transfers, they are able to enter the portal before today. This is really just the portal opening for the undergrads. I'm just looking at this film and I'm really hoping that he gets to go someplace warm because that looks really cold. But what are some good fits for him, huh?
Well, it's going to be fascinating because he's that big, kind of that physical quarterback. I think you're going to see him, you know, a potential like a Mississippi State, one of these schools that they want a big, strong arm quarterback. You have a guy like him, you have a guy like Dillon Gabriel, where it's not that they have not been good. They've been very good, but there's also this feel like we've got this young guy. We don't want to squander this young guy. So is it Will Howard wasn't a fit at Kansas State? No. He helped them win a Big 12 title last year. He was all Big 12 this year. Dillon Gabriel helped them beat Texas this year. It's a lot of times these guys aren't necessarily getting pushed out, but they're finding that, you know, the young guy is the one you don't want to squander. So Oklahoma doesn't want to lose Jackson Arnold. Kansas State doesn't want to lose Avery Johnson. So that's going to help with Will Howard and trying to find the right fit, because now this isn't a guy that's damaged goods. This isn't like a Blake Shapen who's been a part of a bad program for 2 years or a bad offense for 2 years at Baylor. Howard's going to have plenty of suitors that are just going to say, hey, we need this guy. This guy is a perfect fit. We can get him. He's flashed on film. He's been productive. It's why Dillon Gabriel is going to have plenty of options. So Howard, you could see there's other Big 12 schools there. There could be some SEC schools where they maybe just need a little bit of a shot in the arm there. And that's what the way the portal has worked. You've got the Joe Burrow types, the guys that leave because they can't get in. You have these guys that played, and there's just the young guy. So guys like him, their market's going to be much better than a guy that just has not produced in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, because he's been in the portal for about a week now. He has been talking to schools. Our insiders, Matt Zenitz and Chris Hummer, both reporting that he is in communication with USC. Man, I do not envy the guy that's got to follow a Heisman Trophy winner. But Carl, what do you think early on about that potential fit?
Well, Lincoln Riley has proven consistently that he can take a quarterback and take their game to the next level.
Yes.
When you look at a guy like Will Howard that played at Kansas State, that's not necessarily a quarterback-friendly offense. That's power O running. That's 2 tight sets. That's grinded out football. If you want an opportunity to play in front of scouts and go to the National Football League, then Lincoln Riley and USC is going to be one of those fits. He's shown you at every stop what he can do with quarterbacks, whether it's Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, and Caleb Williams. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. Who doesn't want to be next in that group of guys?
And what do all those guys have in common? They all transferred. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. It's like,
yeah, Lincoln Riley's done this before, but you mentioned that Will Howard is potentially leaving because of the great quarterback that's coming in behind him and Avery Johnson. Well, what about Malachi Nelson at USC?
And that's going to be one to watch, because there has been some whispers of late that Malachi Nelson might not be necessarily happy with the situation there at USC if they bring somebody in. And then you've got a guy like Miller Moss who has stayed the course. He's been there for 3 years now. He came in during that COVID year in 2021. He stayed there with the expectation that Jackson Dart was brought in. Then day before signing day, they ended up starting Jackson Dart that freshman season of his. Miller Moss waited. So he's patiently waited his time. Is he going to stick around? And then if you lose him and you lost Malachi Nelson, that makes getting a portal quarterback that much more important. We're seeing that a lot in college football. These guys that have waited their turn, they stayed there for 3 years or stayed there for 4 years, and then you bring in a portal guy. Now you ruin that loyalty that player has shown, but now you've also shown those other guys. It's why you're going to see, you saw Bryson Barnes already go into the portal today. It's why you saw Nate Johnson go into the portal. When Cam Rising said he was coming back, Bryson Barnes, Nate Johnson, Brandon Rose, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes in the portal. Now you're hurting your depth. So that's the other thing that these coaches have to weigh in. Is bringing a guy back for a 7th year, in the case of Cameron Rising, is bringing a guy in the portal worth kind of depleting our quarterback room? That's what those guys get paid, $8-10 million with $90 million buyouts.
I know a quarterback position is one that is very important, and especially USC. It's interesting to see who Lincoln Riley brings in just because of his success, not just in the portal, but with transforming quarterbacks into Heisman contenders. But a lot of USC fans are watching right now going, but our defense, we need to fix the defense. And man, a guy like Walter Nolen would certainly help that. Our Steve Wiltfong is reporting maybe some updates on that Texas A&M could still keep him. We see a lot of that today too, where guys enter the portal just to test their market, but could still return. It's not a situation of when you hit the portal, you got to transfer. If it works out, if Mike Elko wants to have him back, he certainly can. The Vols, of course, a runner-up in his recruitment, they are still in it. Wiltfong also saying that Georgia, LSU, Oregon, and Texas. So I don't see USC necessarily in that mix, but when I list those schools, is there maybe one that jumps out to you, Huff? What do you think is a good fit?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tennessee is a school that was certainly involved with him 2 years ago. I think that they're going to be a school that's going to be a factor again. You know, you mentioned guys will go into the portal, then they realize, you know what, I'm better off staying here. Yeah. There's no reason to leave. There's no reason to go chase something else. I know this system. And maybe it just needs to be a little bit more filling out that conversation with Mike Elko. Elijah Robinson's going to Syracuse now. So it's going to be, hey, who's going to be my position coach? What's the coordinator going to be like? So I think that's a lot of it. You're putting yourself in to see what your market value is, but then you're also giving your school an opportunity to re-recruit you. And that's why you have that transfer window, because so many times coaches are being hired and they had to go spend a week just to recruit their own roster. And then you have a new coach come in. He's got to determine which of the guys on the roster I want to recruit, which guys I want to say, hey, you should go pursue somebody else. And you got to put your staff together. So I think once Mike Elko gets his staff put together, that might give A&M a better chance of keeping Nolen. But keep an eye on a Tennessee, keep an eye on a Georgia. Don't be surprised if an Alabama gets in. With USC too, I wouldn't be surprised if they circle back in a bit. You look at what D'Anton Lynn did this year at UCLA, especially up front. Latu went from being a borderline first-round draft pick to a potential top 5 pick in that defense under D'Anton Lynn. And now that USC has, you said, what about our defense? Well, Lincoln Riley goes and he strikes a bow across UCLA by stealing his defensive coordinator, but gets a guy that turned a bad defense into a good one. Now you can do that at USC, which has shown that they will play the portal game very highly. Maybe USC gets involved in a couple days when D'Anton Lynn gets his legs under him.
Well, I think where does Walter Nolen fit? Anywhere he wants to fit. He's probably the one player on that board who can walk into any of those situations, and he's going to be the guy at that position no matter where he goes. So I think it's more of a matter of them selling themselves to him than it is him having to evaluate what the fit is. NIL money, I know is going to come up in the conversation, is just as well as who does he want to be around? Who does he feel like is going to get him best prepared for the pros from a defensive line coach standpoint, defensive coordinator standpoint? But any one of those situations, he's going to be the starter as soon as he gets there and puts his hand in the dirt.
We had Toriano Pride here earlier, the #1 cornerback in the portal for us right now, and you spoke kind of the behind-the-scenes process of advising him. So how would you advise Nolen here?
I would tell him to go to the guy that has a proven track record of getting guys prepared for the National Football League, not just producing guys that go in the draft, but guys that are having success and who can help you become a pro. Because even though NIL money is here, I want all of these guys to understand that the real money is when you shake Roger Goodell's hand.
How much does he need to take into consideration what else is on whatever defense that he goes to, or is he a guy that can just be awesome?
Well, it just depends on how bad you want to win. Do you want to compete for a national championship? Go to a place that has tremendous edge rushers and where you're the missing piece in the middle. Go to one of those programs that's going to consistently be in the thick of things. How much winning do you want to do versus how much money do you want versus what are you looking for in terms of a fit? And so it just depends on what he wants.
You mentioned the connection, obviously born and raised in Knoxville, Tennessee, and so there was that natural connection when he was on the trail, and that was another thing that we talked to Toriano Pride about, is just keeping those connections and those relationships going from going through the high school recruiting process. So as we try to piece together where some of these players might end up when they hit the portal, how much stock can we take in their recruiting process out of high school?
Yeah, I think it's tremendous because you see a lot of guys that may feel like I can leave my West Coast ties, my Southern ties, my Northeast ties, and go somewhere else because if it doesn't work out there, I could always come home. And I think when you look at those type of guys that go somewhere far, when they ultimately come home, they really do flourish. They're in their better support system. They're in a better situation. But then it isn't always necessarily about where you're from. It also might be those relationships you had. And, you look at the 3 guys that are probably going to be the Heisman finalists. Jaden Daniels finds that he's a perfect fit at Louisiana State. He's a West Coast kid from California, leaves Arizona to go to LSU, changes his entire career. Michael Penix goes with his former offensive coordinator, Kalen DeBoer, and Nick Sheridan to Washington. He's a Southeast guy, goes with school in the Midwest, ends up flourishing in the Northwest. Then you have Bo Nix. He's from the Southeast. He goes to Auburn where his dad played. He starts as a true freshman. Kenny Dillingham has that time with him. He goes to Oregon. Bo Nix goes there with him. So it's not even so much just the recruiting process and what you could take away from that. It's also where were those relationships with those coaches? And Smoke brought it up earlier when players follow their coaches. Caleb Williams won a Heisman following his coach. We talked about Aidan Chiles likely going to Michigan State to follow his coach. Those relationships, as much as those previous ties, factor in just as much because you're familiar with the verbiage. You're familiar with the system and the scheme and everything they're running. And so while the scenery might change and it may not be as close to home, you feel at home with those coaches that you're plenty familiar with, that you've already spent 2-3 years in their system, in their meetings. And I think that's kind of a wild card with a lot of guys in this type of recruitment.
The relationships in recruiting are so important. Imagine guys going to a guy that's recruited you for the last 2 or 3 years, and then he leaves. Well, when he leaves, that creates some uncertainty. And people want you to just forget about that this has been the person that you've wanted to play for from the time you were 15, 16, 17, 18. And so that familiarity that Michael Penix has with Kalen DeBoer, that familiarity that Caleb Williams has with Lincoln Riley is very, very important. And you got to also remember, Bo Nick's dad is a legendary high school coach who's won a lot of championships. So his upbringing is different, and his mental toughness on how he's able to handle the recruiting process is going to be different than anybody else. I think that's one of the things that's important with the transfer portal is a lot of these guys are getting the opportunity to go to schools and play for coaches that they know and that they've built incredible relationships with.
When you're advising kids on how to pick a school, do you caution them sometimes maybe about not to pick based on a coach because it is such a fickle business? Or how do you make sure that they make the right decision there, knowing that coaches move around all the time?
I did before the transfer portal.
Okay.
Because before the transfer portal is different. Now you can follow your coach.
Yeah.
You know, so now, but it's also more about a system of play because you wanted the system of play to be similar. But if your coach leaves now, you can follow him if you've played well enough that he would want to keep you on his football team. So I think that it's very important for guys now to look in those relationships because you never know what can happen.
And I think, we've seen this for years. When a guy decommits because a coach leaves, people say all the time, you commit to the school, not the coach. Well, last I checked, the coach is the one going to his high school games. The coach is the one that's sitting in the living room, eating dinner at the table, taking pictures in front of the Christmas tree. It's not the brick buildings. It's not the athletic facilities that are doing it. It's that coach. So that relationship, you can't undo that. You can't trump that with, you commit to the school. No, you commit to the guy who's built the relationships with you. And people get upset when a coach leaves and guys follow him, but you have to understand that relationships are so important in the recruiting process. I mean, Carl saw that for years when he had players. They built that relationship with that coach, and now the transfer portal has changed that. I might be stuck here. This coach might have left in January after I already started classes, so I'm going to go somewhere else. But the second I get a chance to go in the portal, I'm going with that coach because he's the one I wanted to be developed on. There's a reason I picked him in the first place, and I think that that's something that the portal has certainly had a major impact on. Now you can follow your coach, sometimes sooner rather than later.
It's devastating to a player when a coach that he's fallen in love with through the recruiting process, or the family, the mother and the father, and the high school coach, when that coach leaves and goes to another school. You understand that it's a part of the business. You understand that sometimes there's money involved, there's bigger jobs, there's bigger paydays. Sometimes a guy doesn't win enough and he gets fired. But when you are in your most impressionable years as a high school football player, as a high school student, and you develop a relationship with the person and they leave, it's one of the most devastating and emotionally terrifying feelings that a young person goes through when that coach leaves.
Yeah, they're such a mentor to them too. And when they're coming out of high school, they are young and impressionable and making these intense decisions. That's why I always try to put myself in those shoes. And I don't know about you guys, but I like where I work because of the people that I deal with every single day. And two of you guys are those people that I get to deal with. So that's what makes this work environment so great. Now we've reached another top of the hour, so let's get you updated on the latest headlines. And they are just coming fast and furious. The transfer portal is active. South Carolina wide receiver Juice Wells enters the transfer portal. We had a great discussion on all the wide receivers that are available. He is our number 2 wideout. Another one, Julian Fleming, also in that portal. Carl mentioned it, Florida fighting to keep running back Trevor Etienne. He is a big part of that offense. They're going to continue to do whatever it takes to keep him, I am sure. And then multiple crystal balls in for Michigan State to land quarterback Aidan Chiles. We're already trying to read the tea leaves there with Jonathan Smith. And is there a better guy that reads tea leaves than our insider, Matt Zenitz? Let's go check out the Zenitz Cave. What do you have for us?
Yeah, so you guys have obviously talked a good amount about Walter Nolen, and for good reason, obviously. So with Texas A&M, I think there were some people on staff last night that were caught off guard a little bit by just the timing of that. But at the same time, really shouldn't have come as much of a surprise considering just Elijah Robinson moving on and him being the beloved figure that he is there among players at Texas A&M. So at that point, I know Mike Elko had talked to players in recent days, just trying to prevent any sort of mass exodus with him now taking over there. And it sounded like from everything that I've heard since last night that A&M coaches, the staff there has shifted towards trying to be even more proactive and being in communication with guys to prevent some sort of mass exodus to go along with obviously Walter hitting the portal.
Helps that Elko has a connection to Texas A&M. He was their defensive coordinator not too long ago. How much does that help when you're trying to keep this historic class together?
Oh, we'll find out at some point soon. I think that's kind of TBD right now. I'm just telling you, Elijah Robinson is somebody who players absolutely love inside that building, and that was something that weighed into Elko trying to do everything he could to keep him there as part of that staff. Yeah. But ultimately, he has a brother-like relationship with Fran Brown, who just landed that Syracuse job. Yeah. And it was something where I know I had talked to Cooper Patagna and Andrew Ivins about that the other day, just that being a real possibility of him going to Syracuse, factoring in that relationship, and problematic right now for A&M. But again, they've tried to be proactive. They've been in communication with players throughout the course of the last 12 hours or 18 hours or whatever it's been at this point. And I think it's going to be interesting for not only us, but for a number of different schools around the country to see what happens with that A&M roster.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. You said we'll see. When we'll see, we'll definitely come back to you for more on that. Thank you so much. It is time now to introduce our next guest, and we talk about all the success stories that we have seen in the transfer portal. And man, none bigger than this guy, from D2 Truman State to leading the SEC in rushing. Cody Schrader out of Mizzou is our next guest here on the show. So excited to welcome Cody in. Let's bring him on. Cody, hey, thank you so much for being here. Clearly you are in a car, you are on the road, so thank you so much for taking the time. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm at the Burlsworth down in Arkansas for the ceremony tonight, so we're driving around. We're headed to a children's hospital right now, so that's why I'm in the car, so apologize for that.
Cody, listen, when I was talking to Drink the other day, he was telling me your schedule right now is probably busier than his is. And so yeah. How has it been for you? You were a guy in high school, and your story has been told a lot, under-recruited. I got an opportunity to coach against you. I always thought you were a special player. You went to Truman State, led the nation in Division II in rushing. What could a high school player who feels slept on or overlooked learn from what you have done with your college career?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I want kids to kind of understand is the work that you got to put in, especially when you're not highly recruited or, maybe you're not being sought after by schools. I think that's just the most critical thing for kids, is that the only thing that follows work is results. And the only way to get where you want to go is putting in the work. And, there's long, lonely days that you're going to have to put in, especially a guy that's, you might be under-recruited. So, yeah, just really putting in the work is going to be what's going to lead to any type of success.
Now, let's rewind a little bit. You go on the transfer portal, and probably initially there was some FCS and some Group of 5 schools that were recruiting you, but you were adamant that you wanted to go play at the University of Missouri and go to the SEC, willing to accept a walk-on opportunity that Coach Drink gave you. What made the University of Missouri and playing in that program in your home state, what made that something that you felt like you had to do?
Yeah, I think for me, it was more just proving that I can play in the SEC and play in one of the best conferences in all of college football. I think that the moment that a walk-on opportunity came, I had to take it. And I'm just really grateful for Coach Drink for even giving me the opportunity to, play at Mizzou and walk on here, because I've built, friendships and really been a part of a brotherhood that, hopefully will last a lifetime.
For the record, Cody, I know that you began this interview by apologizing to us, but I want to make it clear you're on the road for good reason. You're going to be given the award, the Burlsworth Trophy, given annually to an outstanding college football player who began their career as a walk-on. And you talk about the belief in yourself and what you would say to somebody who's in a similar position that you were once in. But why do you think you in particular, you got to hype yourself up a little bit here, why were you able to transition not just to the FBS level, but to SEC football so seamlessly?
It really wasn't as seamless process as it may seem, just because of, the year we've had, because last year was, I didn't play exceptionally well. I didn't, to my standards, I don't think, I played well last year. And, I knew during the off season I had to make a change. I had to get my body, I had to lose some weight. I had to do some different things to, give myself the best possible chance to have a really good season this year. But yeah, I've just constantly just put in the work. My teammates and, everybody's really just kind of, brought me in from day one, made me part of the team. And, and just, like I said, it's all just about the work and the lonely days and the lonely nights of you just in the facility by yourself, putting in that extra work. And that's just kind of what I really have bought into. And I think that has been part of the reason why I've been successful, just because I'm relentless and I'm consistent and I just want it and I just love this game of football.
You guys go into the Cotton Bowl, and at this time of year, you have a lot of seniors and a lot of guys getting ready to go to the draft that opt out of bowls. I saw on Twitter, you and both Brady Cook say, everybody at the University of Missouri is excited to go to the Cotton Bowl. Was it ever a consideration for any of you guys that are going to the NFL to not play in this game?
No, I don't think there is. I think, this senior class, this is a part of our legacy that we're trying to leave at the University of Missouri. And I know just this senior class in general, our biggest goal was to bring a winning culture, to bring wins back to the city of Columbia and to our fan base, because they deserve it. And I know every senior that's on this team wants to finish this out the right way.
So, Cody, the last thing that I'm going to say to you is when you were a sophomore in high school and I was coaching against you, you ran for 383 yards and 8 touchdowns. So,
yeah.
In that game, I threatened to fire my defensive coordinator, whole defensive staff. 2 of those guys I haven't spoken to since that game, right? And after watching you play this year, especially I think it was the University of Tennessee game where you really went off and went past the mark. One of those guys texted me and said, even Tennessee can't stop them. So I owe all of those guys an apology that I got rid of that day in that moment when they couldn't stop you, man. You've had an excellent career, and it's really, really been a treat for me to be able to watch you and see, and for all of us in the whole country. You've been an incredible inspiration for all of college football.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. And, Coach Reed, you've been in my corner since high school. You've been one of the voices for me ever since, we started playing against each other back in Lutheran South, Lutheran North days. So I really appreciate you and, just always kind of having my back and being in my corner. And, I really appreciate you.
You notice he didn't apologize for running all over your team? I love it.
They still beat like 73-65 was the final score, so they still beat us. So.
Okay. I love the memory that you got, the football memory, that just things like that absolutely stick with you. Cody, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations. Enjoy tonight and best of luck in the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, thank you so much. MIZ.
I love it. Cody, thank you so much for being on the show. I love this discussion. This is exactly what we want the show to be about, is examples of transfer portal success, and he is that, and he's so modest. He's not going to tell you, and he was honest too. He said it was not easy necessarily. It wasn't seamless. He wasn't a portal addition from this last cycle. It was 2 cycles ago. But what is it about him as a person that made that transition, although it wasn't easy, but got him to the point that he is now?
He just was so tough. He worked so hard.
Yeah.
And even when he left Truman State after leaving Division II, after leading Division II in rushing, Drink just wasn't in a situation where he was definitely going to take him. He made him walk on. And even that walk-on spot was something that wasn't a guarantee. Drink almost felt like at that point, maybe it's just some sort of novelty. I don't think a Division II guy can play in the SEC. And so by the end of spring ball, he was the number 2 guy. And by the start of the season, he was the starter. And people thought that Drink had gone mad, but you see what's happened now. And Cody Schrader's just always been that type of kid since I saw him play in the junior pro leagues that just outworked everybody. He was very committed. He was a very tough player. And I thought that I was one of the guys that thought he got overlooked. But like Huffman and I talked about earlier, sometimes when you're a hair shorter than they want you to be, or a 1/10 of a second slower, then you end up having to go an untraditional route. But also you have to give a shout out to his coach at Truman State, Greg Nesbitt, another legend in coaching in the state of Missouri, because Greg Nesbitt realized it was time for Cody to move on. And he actually walked out with Cody on his senior night at Mizzou. So just a tremendous young man. And I think we talk about the portal from a high level standpoint. Yep. A lot of these high-level guys that are going in, they're going to get more money and go for a situation. But this is also opportunities for all of these high school kids that want 24/7 rankings, and you want to be a 4-star or 5-star, and you're not. Guys like Cody Schrader, guys like Jared Verse, guys like we had a year ago, A.J. Cornelius that went from Rhode Island to Oregon. They've proven that if you go to these places and you really slept on and you dominate, these opportunities will open up for you if you're really as good as you think you are.
Bet on yourself. That's becoming the motto for a lot of these guys. They are understanding that D2 football is still good football, but you still got to go and produce there. If you can go and produce there, there's going to be a market. Maybe it's at an FCS school, maybe it's at a G5 or a Power 5, but if you bet on yourself and prove that you can play at that level, you may have those opportunities to end up like Cody, where you're going to end up in a position to win awards and potentially have a Sunday payday come soon.
They will find you. Just go dominate at whatever level it is. Speaking of finding people, I think we're going to find our way over to Studio B. Hey, guys.
Hey, Emily. Thank you. So cool to see the success story that is Cody Schrader going from D2 to the SEC's leading rusher. Josh Pate, what stands out to you about his story?
Well, the progression. So obviously when we turn on the NFL draft, we're going to hear a lot more SEC, Big Ten, major college football, but yet every single draft day you always have those stories, and they're always inspiring, and rightfully so. They're always pumped into the faces of guys who are in that position, or who are high school kids who may not have those dream offers that they always fantasized about when they were freshmen or sophomores. So just because the odds may seem to be statistically against you, they're odds for a reason. If it were the other way, it would just be crystallized. If you play at this level, you can't do this, you can't do that. And so it's very important. I'm glad we gave it the airtime that we did, because it's important to hear that he's in the SEC. He's on a 10-2 SEC team. Like, Missouri is totally revitalized as a program. And when you heard Missouri get talked about on the national scene this year, Cody Schrader's name was right at the forefront. So he's not a guy who barely cracked the roster. He's a nucleus, he's a focal point of that team. And so if I'm watching him and I'm D3, D2 right now, your attitude should be, well, if him, why not me? And that should be the message from every coach out there too.
Yeah, I would say perseverance, right? 17 to 20% of the NFL rosters, of the 53-man NFL rosters, are made up of undrafted free agents. Not a lot of people know that statistic. And in college football, in the day and age of the transfer portal, you look at a story like Cody Schrader, and it makes a lot of sense. I would say personnel departments around the country are probably looking at the story of Cody Schrader persevering. And it's going to be so much more taxing of a week for these guys. Not only do they have to keep up with the quantity and the volume of the FBS and the FCS, now they got to go down to Division II, because everybody else is looking for that diamond in the rough. How big is he for Missouri this year? You take him out of what Missouri does offensively, are they the same team, right? He takes so much pressure off of Brady Cook and those guys, Luther Burden, Theo Weiss on the outside. So he's a big piece. It's not just a success story that we all look at and say, oh, wow, good for this guy. He's elevated his game from D2 all the way to the SEC. It's like Josh said, Missouri's 10-2, and they got a huge game, one of the biggest games in program history coming up in bowl season. Don't tell them it doesn't mean anything, right? And he's a huge part of that.
Now, Josh, you made a point related to Mizzou that target schools for athletes transferring might be a little different than the target schools for high school athletes. What is the difference there?
So everybody has priorities. A high school recruit, let's just talk generically, a typical 4 to 5 star caliber high school recruit, the typical prioritization is going to be a lot more centered on bells and whistles than a guy who is a 3-year into college player who is entering the portal, who may be looking to go elsewhere. Once you've gone through the high school recruiting process, Coop can speak to this very well. Once you go through the high school recruiting process and you understand what they use to draw you, I mean, we're talking about like photo sessions with Ferraris that are rented for the day. That stuff doesn't matter to an outside linebacker who's played 3 years and wants to go where he can not only be developed, but which staff has what it takes to maybe elevate my game to that different rung on a ladder that I feel like I can attain where I am right now. I don't care what you show me. I don't care how nice your dorms are. I don't care what you've got in terms of waterfalls in your facility. Well, that stuff matters a lot more to a high school kid than it does. And so I'm saying that when we're talking about Missouri to say maybe Missouri doesn't have the flash, but they do have a lot more substance than some other programs that frankly specialize a lot more in flash than substance. Missouri may not get them the first time around. I think Missouri is one of the tailor-made schools to land quality players the second time around because they can sell substance, and substance to a portal kid, to a portal-bound kid, may sell a lot more effectively than it may to a high school junior or senior.
A lot more clarity the second time around. Josh talked about it. They banned photo shoots and everything on the unofficial visits, now the official visits. And the reason I bring that up, a lot of people we're griping about that. Hey, that's a big deal. These guys want the opportunity. It's really, at the end of the day, bottom line, it's not a big deal. It's a huge waste of time, my opinion, right? They should be afforded the opportunity. Great, you get a picture in a uniform and all that type of stuff. But really, at the end of the day, the second recruitment brings in so much focus. It should be the actual recruitment. I mean, think about some of these guys, right? The top 6 passing leaders in the FBS are all transfers. And one man's trash is another man's treasure, right? Bo Nix, what was said about him at Auburn? What was said about Jaden Daniels at Arizona State? Michael Penix, right? He was cast out at Indiana, finds a new home with Kalen DeBoer in Washington. They need each other. Mutual fit and that companionship, not to get a little wordy there, but it's so important for these guys in the second time around. And you see a little bit of kind of like forced maturity through the portal. What really matters? What makes sense? Because time is ticking, and if I don't get this right, then my opportunity to play in the NFL and live out my lifelong dream to play on Sundays, it's gone.
I'm so glad that Penix happened at Washington. I'm so glad it happened there, because there's an age-old adage. Meemaw used to preach it to me all the time. Don't be penny wise, pound foolish. Don't chase a little brass ring that's right in front of your face and forsake maybe infinitely higher value down the road. We don't think of Washington in the current climate as an NIL monster. We don't think of them as having the biggest bag on the block, but yet Penix went up there, totally revitalized his image, totally scaled his career, and now he's going to go play on Sundays, and he's going to cash in infinitely more than anyone ever would in the NIL game. And the reason I'm glad that happened is because this process right now, especially in the quarterback market, which is like detached, it's its own separate NIL market and portal market, that could almost become bidding war. Okay, who's going to get me the most money? And you know what? It's going to be generational in a sense. For an average person, a portal-bound quarterback is going to make generational money. You're not an average person. If you have elite characteristics at the quarterback position, you can't think like an average person. And so you may have a place that is B+ or better, capable of equipping you for the next level. You may have a C- at best that's offering you the higher dollar figure right now. I'm glad Michael Penix happened and happened where he happened, because that's a message that needs to be shouted into the face of every high-profile quarterback. You cannot think in average terms. You're not average to begin with at this point.
Quick follow-up on that. All 6 of those quarterbacks that I mentioned, geographically, none of them make sense. You got Bo Nix from Alabama and Eugene. You got Michael Penix from Tampa and Seattle, Washington. Jaden Daniels from California. The list goes on and on. Cam Ward in Washington. Dillon Gabriel out of Hawaii. He's in Oklahoma, right? Caleb Williams, he's from Washington, D.C. He's playing out in L.A., right? So it's all about fit the second time around. That's the way it should be the first time around, but sometimes you got to make a mistake and you got to figure it out.
Well, to your point, I mean, this name isn't as flashy. Maybe he could be, but Joey Slackman, we've been talking about him all day. I read his interview with our Chris Hummer online, and he said, I already got the Ivy League degree. Like, I'm not looking for anything else at this point except development so I can test the NFL waters. So your goals, your interests really do change that second time around. Let's get into the difference between transfer portal and recruiting, because just as the players approach it differently, the front office coaches have to approach it differently as well. And Coop, you have a lot of experience with this. Maybe before the portal kind of took off, but what was your experience with having to navigate these two differences here, the two different markets?
I didn't have a ton of experience. I think I got out at the right time for a reason. I mean, looking at today, if we're going to be honest, I'm glad I'm sitting on the desk with you guys, but I always look at the NFL as the trendsetter, right? And I think at the top of the league in the NFL, you look at homegrown talent. So let's call that players that they drafted or they signed in undrafted free agency. The equivalent of that at the high school ranks is that, the high school ranks, right? Guys that you're signing, guys that you're bringing in to your program as preferred walk-ons. 80% of rosters at the top, so the team that is the most active in homegrown talent, that is where they trade, right? The other 20% is either via free agency, via draft, whatever it is. So I find that pretty interesting. The low mark of that is about a 50-50 split, right? And we've seen some teams be kind of on that line. You look at Ole Miss this year. I was talking to a couple of guys really who have kind of been around that program a little bit, and it's funny, they took 23 transfers last year. They won 10 games this season, right, with the opportunity to win 11. That is a very successful year in Oxford. And I said, all right, well, what do you do with the numbers now? Do you have to go 20 plus? Once you do it once, that's kind of where you have to live, right? Your balance sheet is already messed up. So it's pretty fascinating to see what teams like Ole Miss, Louisville, SMU are now going to have to do. Colorado, as much as maybe they want to go out and get a guy like Jordan Seaton or Jaquan McCroy or Draylon Miller, they can go do that. But are they going to have high school classes of 20 plus? Probably not. That's not who they are. That's not who Deion Sanders is. So it's been pretty fascinating to see. And I guess what I'm saying is there's a lot of different ways to skin a cat, but I think what remains true is what we have talked about. The overall theme of this entire show is you better get your premium beef and develop it at the high school level, because if you try to live via the transfer portal there to build a roster, good luck to you, right? You can sprinkle in a little flavor, but the idea of it is there's not going to be a ton of Walter Nolens, Bear Alexanders that are in the portal every year. So it's pretty fascinating. And the other thing I'll say is teams are learning. Like, this is relatively new.
Huge,
this is not something that says this is who we are, this is who we're going to be. I think every year is different for these guys.
The other thing, and to sort of dovetail off a different portion of that conversation, is what is happening to the attitudes of coaches. Because a lot of guys, especially guys who are at the college level now, they're not new, they've been around. Some of these coaches have coached for decades as a head coach, coordinator, etc. So it would be totally disingenuous for any of us to suggest to you they all love the current climate of college football. They love the portal. They love NIL. Fact is, most of them hate it. Most of them, if they could press a button, would go back in time a little ways and have it structured the way it was in the olden days, however old you want to go. But the fact is, that's not where we are. And so I think one of the best skill sets that coaching and coaching staffs have had is the ability to evolve, and also the ability to not just have a staff meeting one day in January, February, and say, all right, here's our modus operandi in NIL in the portal. No, what they've done, the best ones, is taken really light pencil and they've said, okay, here's the way we're going to do it right now. And a year from now, we're probably going to erase or write over 20% of this, and then the next year 20%, and probably over the span of the first 5 years of the NIL portal era, most of the high-level programs have probably changed 80% of their philosophy, because they've learned and they've reacted to new intel and information coming in. Also, they have overhauled a lot of their personnel department, because frankly, there are roles that you need now that you had no need for 10 years ago. Conversely, there may be roles that were pivotal in your organization 10 years ago that you look at now and say, remember when we had this person doing that? Like, we would never do that now.
I wish Smoke were in here for a second, because he was telling us his role as GM at Maryland, he may be the first GM, like official GM position to have been created in college football. He was also explaining how at Vandy they had to create a whole separate recruiting team just to look at those players, and they didn't even look at high school players. So you guys are both well connected in the industry. I'm curious, what are you hearing from your connections about just how they're organizing their stuff?
Well, I think you're talking about a college scouting department is really what you're talking about, that you used to have very little need for, because how many guys were really transferring in any given year? Here's the other thing that I think is a fascinating conversation. So I had a Power 5 head coach. I was talking to him the other day, and he said, you know, back in the day, back in the early 90s, when this particular coach was kind of first getting his teeth into the business, he said there was skill in having relationships, going and finding hidden gems. Because the recruiting industry was not digitized. You couldn't just go to a website and find film on a kid. He said that's kind of happening in a sense in the portal now. We were just talking about Cody Schrader. We were talking about the D2 ranks. Okay, you fast forward to the modern age, that's the equivalent of going into backwoods Louisiana, where they've got 58 kids in the graduating class, and I'm the head coach at ULL, or I'm the head coach at LSU, so I know about this kid and no one else does. There is skill in having guys in your personnel department that are intimately familiar with the D2 ranks, because it doesn't take finding 10 Cody Schraders per class. If you find one of him, I don't care how advanced technology is right now. Folks would be lying to you if the entire industry said, oh yeah, we all knew about Cody Schrader. No, you didn't. Most of you probably only learned his name when he was at Missouri. So you can still find diamonds in the rough. Maybe it doesn't happen in the high school level as much anymore. Maybe it happens at the college level.
I think the other position that not a lot of people are talking about, but if you talk to personnel directors around the country, these guys are now being tasked with balancing the book, right? Yeah. I mean, like we're in the NFL world right now with the salary cap. A lot of people, oh, is the salary cap coming? Is it around the corner? It's here. Mm-hmm. It's here. It exists. We're not talking about it a lot. That's kind of like the little known secret. But behind, we're trying to talent retention, right? What does that look like? Taking care of the players on your team. And then in terms of talent acquisition, balancing that. And thinking about that, balancing the personalities and the egos, and then also balancing the checkbook of guys that are on your team producing for a championship level team, yet you're going to go out there and pay a guy that hasn't played it down X amount of money. And guess what? All these guys know about it, and they all talk about it in the locker room. So that job is now more important than ever. And I think, Josh, probably in the next 2 years, I think that's probably the next step in the evolution of what we see in the support staff.
One of the biggest blessings that we get is when we go on the road every week. If I get into town Friday, you can meet with the coaching staff. And there's not much to do on a Friday, really. There's getting ready for Saturday. So you can have a loose, free-flowing conversation. And I can tell you of 2 instances in particular this year where you're sitting in the office on Friday with either a head coach or his general manager or high-level player personnel types, and if it's off the record, they'll just straight up tell you, here is our salary figure, here is our payroll structure, here's what we know we have to do. And most of them hate it, but they know what they have to do to be competitive. Here's the fluid number right now. The fluid number is how much of our payroll, for lack of a better term, are we going to allocate to recruiting versus portal. And most of them have a sweet spot. Most of them want to get to where they allocate most of it to portal because it's proven commodities instead of just guesswork on high school players. Now, imagine going into a high school and telling kids that, because you know there's going to be one rogue that comes in and they're going to upset that entire market, and that's what makes recruiting really tough. And then others would say, well, it was always that way, Josh. It's just out in the open now. And I would say, okay, well, I'm going to drop my pen on that one because I don't have a response.
I secretly think that was a humble brag for your Every Given Saturday tour.
Do you think that was humble?
No.
I don't think it was humble, Grace. That's my problem.
All right.
Let me close that laptop.
We could go on all day, but right now we would love to welcome another special guest to our show. It is quarterback MJ Morris, who just announced his intention to transfer from NC State after his redshirt freshman season. In 2022, he became the first true freshman to start a game for the Pack since Phillip Rivers. As a recruit, he was ranked 24th nationally among all quarterbacks and number 45 in the state of Georgia, where he led Carrollton High School to the state semifinals. Let's head over to Studio A with more from MJ.
Thank you, Grace. Yes, we are thrilled to invite another player who is physically in the portal here on the desk, MJ Morris. It's been a week. It's been a day. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. How about yourself?
Fantastic. Happy to have you on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all for having me.
MJ, now you have an interesting situation, and I think that it's something that fans don't really understand. I think it's something that even some high school recruits don't understand, and you have an opportunity to bring a lot of clarity and maybe some instruction for people. Now, you were 3-1 as a starter. You got inserted in the starting lineup in the Marshall game. You go 3-1. You knock off Clemson and Miami, 2 teams that are very respectable in the circuit. Then you ask for a red shirt. Why?
So there was a lot of things that went into this decision. I want to say, first of all, this decision was never to enter the portal. The decision was never to think about leaving. The decision was really predetermined before the season even really started. When beginning of the year when they brought Brendan Armstrong in, of course there were thoughts about leaving, people saying, oh, you should get out of there. Oh, but I loved NC State so much. I felt comfortable there, the fan base, the coaches, my brothers in the locker room. I really felt really comfortable there, and I didn't want to leave at all because that's where my heart was at. So I go through spring ball. Brendan Armstrong, of course, starts. He's a starter. And then Coach Doran tells me that Brendan Armstrong will be the starter throughout the season. So he says if you do decide to stay, you will get your red shirt year back. You'll get another year eligibility back, since I didn't get it last year since I played in 5 games and ended up getting hurt, had surgery on my knee. So I was okay with that. I said I get another year to sit behind a quarterback who's had a lot of experience in college football. That's only better for me. I get to learn, and especially because watching Devin Leary last year, another quarterback who had a lot of experience, you know, I can only grow and get so much better. So my junior year, I'm ready to take over, get the keys to this facility, get the keys to this program. So that was a decision. I stayed. I was promised I was going to get my redshirt year back, which me and my family were good with. So we went throughout the year. I still, of course, prepared like I was going to be a starter every day. That's just my personality. I'm going to always push myself no matter what circumstance I'm in. And fall camp, I'm still balling out. Of course, I'm with the 2s and the 3s, still developing, still trying to learn the playbook the best I can. Because, of course, we got a new offensive coordinator, Coach Robert, and he brought a totally different playbook that I wasn't really used to. So I had to really grind and try to learn that the best I can, asking Brendan Armstrong to help me out. He knows how the players are supposed to work and all that stuff. So just learning behind him, being on his back, learning from Coach and too. And then so in the season started, I'm not expecting to play. They told me I wasn't going to play unless Brendan Armstrong was physically unavailable. So after Louisville game, I get a call into the office saying that it was Coach Dorn and our QB coach, Coach Roper, saying that they wanted me to play. They said the offense needed a spark. They thought it was time for me to go in, and I was a little confused. I thought I wasn't playing unless Brennan Armstrong was hurt, and he wasn't hurt. So, but of course, me not being able to play all year, of course, a kid wants to go on the field and in front of 60,000 fans in Carter, Finley. That place gets rocking for real on game day. So, of course, I said play without thinking about redshirting. So I played Marshall, and then after the Duke game, I really sat down and thought about the redshirt. The redshirt popped back in my mind. I was like, well, it's the middle of the season again. I played middle of the season last year, and this will be the second year where I've only had 2 years lost eligibility for maybe half a season of playing. So I talked to Coach Dorn, I talked to Coach Roper, and said that we were still interested in taking the red shirt this year and playing 2 more games. So we played Clemson, then I went to Coach again and said that, I only got 1 more game left. I'm still been praying a lot. I still do want to take my red shirt year so I can get an extra year eligibility back in order to continue my development and become the best quarterback I can possibly be to go to the NFL, which is my dream and my goal one day. So, of course, they tried to talk me out of it. They didn't want me to red shirt, but I could see why, because the team, we did get a lot more energy. That spark was there. Everybody was playing a lot faster, but I was just still going to continue with red shirting. And of course, when that got out, a lot of negative stuff started happening. People were kind of, I'm not saying they were believing a lie, but kind of believing without hearing my side of the story, why I really wanted to redshirt, which it was never to quit on the team. It was never to, because I still, even though I redshirted, I was on scout team, giving them my 110% every day, giving them the best look possible. Just because I loved NC State that much, I was going to do whatever they asked me to do, no matter what. And then I wasn't allowed to travel to the games anymore, but just because of all the stuff going on, which I understood. So I supported them from home. Still, even though I wish I could have been on the sideline, support them and help them any way possible. But still in practice, I'm still helping my boys on the offense and defense side of the ball. So then after the UNC game, of course, we had a talk. They asked me, they didn't know if I was going to leave or not. I told them, like I said, I still want to be here. This is the place I want to be. This is the place I committed to and said I want to be here for the next 4 or 5 years of my life.
So your intention at that time, after you asked for the red shirt, was not for you to go in the portal. You were going with the intention of coming back. You just wanted the extra year.
Yes, sir.
And then you were going to go back to NC State.
Yes,
so
sir.
what went into you ultimately deciding that you needed to go in the transfer portal?
Yeah, like I was just saying, we had a talk. They didn't know if I was going to transfer or not. Like I said, I still don't want to leave. I want to be here. And then a week later, we had another talk. They called me to the office, and it was mutual. We didn't leave on any bad blood. I still have good relationships with all of them. We left on good terms. They just told me that they wanted to, take different ways, go get a different quarterback, go get a starting quarterback. And I was like, all right, I really do wish y'all the best. Whoever comes in here, I will hope he succeeds here. And he's going to love this place just as much as I loved it. But I knew right there after that conversation that it was just time to explore my options, take my talents elsewhere, and just follow wherever God takes me next.
And Emily, I think that this is important for people to understand the business part of it. Yeah. He obviously went in, he played well, he goes 3-1, but he wants the red shirt. And I've been in the coach's position before, so that can create a level of frustration for coaches as they're trying to get momentum. But he didn't want to leave, and that's where the business side of the game comes in, and I think a lot of people have to understand that part of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when we're looking at players who enter the transfer portal, you're trying to find that why. Okay, maybe he wasn't playing a lot, so he's trying to get some more playing time, or you're doing that kind of math in the quarterback room and saying, well, where do I factor into this? You came in this season, you provided that spark, you have some great stats, you're being named alongside Phillip Rivers for things that haven't been done in NC State in many, many years, probably before you were even born, so it's not a matter of not having success. So what is it that you're looking for in your next stop?
I'm not looking for much. I'm really just looking for a place where I feel at home at, a place where I have a community and environment where I feel like I can thrive at, and not just be a football player, but become a better person too, become a better man too. So, and then when we get to the football side, a place where I can grow and develop. That's really the main piece I'm looking for, a place where I can go and compete. I can show off my skill set, show what I can do. A coach that's going to push me hard. That's what I thrive in best. I love coaches who push me, who always stay after me, every little thing I do. And then so that they can keep developing me so I can go to the NFL one day, because that is my goal. And wherever that is, that's where I'm going to go.
I think one of the key things that MJ said, and it was very similar to when we had Toriano up here earlier, is that there is no bad blood.
Yeah.
Coach Doran did an excellent job recruiting him. He played and he made a decision to redshirt, and that was not in Coach Doran's plans, but there was no beef, there's no bad blood. And sometimes, and this is the business part of football, sometimes the business just doesn't mesh and match anymore. And it's okay for the coach to go in another direction. It's also okay for the player to decide he can go in another direction. It doesn't always have to be an ugly war involved, but we do have to always, as parents, as coaches, as players, be abreast of what's really going on with the business side of it.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important to have you on a show like this, to have these candid conversations, because there's tons, hundreds of guys that are entering the portal right now, and they post a statement on Twitter, and then fans react how fans react. So it's good to get kind of that behind the scenes look. So you talk about what you are looking for in that next stop. Who are some potential programs that you have been in contact with?
I've been in contact with a couple. Of course, the portal just now officially opened today, so this is really the day I've really been able to talk to some different schools. But LSU has reached out, just showing some interest. Baylor, Maryland, and then that's just this morning. So I'm definitely looking forward to taking the next step and hearing from a lot of different schools, and just then from there decide the best place for me next.
Yeah, you've been in the portal for all of 12, 13 hours. So this couple hours. So this process is just beginning. You got 30 days for coaches and programs to contact you. And of course, MJ Morris, we wish you the very best of luck. And thank you so much for being with us today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all for letting me come on the show.
Absolutely. Good luck. All right, let's send it over to Studio B for some reaction. Hey, Grace.
Thank you, Emily. We're actually going to start with some breaking news from our Matt Zenitz. He is reporting that Georgia quarterback Brock Vandagriff is entering the transfer portal. He's thrown 21 passes in his 3 seasons in Athens, was a member of the 2021 recruiting class, rated top 5 among quarterbacks there. This, of course, comes off the news that Zenitz reported earlier that Carson Beck will be staying another year. So, Josh Pate, your reaction to the news?
Well, I kind of want to go live in little Matt Zenitz cave in there, because there's a lot of breaking news circulating. I think that, look, we sat here an hour ago and talked about this, so it was not a foregone conclusion that we knew exactly which guy it would be, but it was pretty obvious. Movement was coming there. I mean, I was talking to a Georgia staffer in Atlanta before the SEC championship game. They were under no illusion, hey, we're about to keep all these guys. You stock that quarterback room as deep as you can to prepare for this. And by the way, just to dovetail for a second, think about how important quarterback depth is. And you may say, oh, duh, it's always been important. Imagine if FSU had a more established name as their backup quarterback. Now, this shouldn't matter. I'm going to freely admit it shouldn't matter, but it does matter. What if there was just a hyped up name on FSU's quarterback depth chart? Might that have swayed that committee enough to keep them in the 4 spot? Again, I want to talk to our folks at Knowles 24/7. Yeah, it shouldn't matter, but it probably does matter. So you add as much talent as you possibly can. Lane Kiffin did this. Spencer Sanders comes in from Oklahoma State, never ends up starting because Jackson Dart held down the job, but you're stacking as many quality pieces as you can, and then that's what spring and fall practices are for. You let it play out on the field.
It's a great point. I mean, you do wonder, right, in Florida State's situation, thanks for bringing this up, but if Jordan Travis, he ends up getting hurt, and let's say it's not Tate Rodemaker or Brock Leonard. Right, it's one of those guys, or Spencer Sanders, who came over from Oklahoma State. Are they in this situation? And it makes you think, if you're one of those contending teams, and we're going from a 4-team playoff format now to a 12, that number 2 spot is really important. And for Georgia's sake, Brock Vandagriff is out. You got Carson Beck more than likely coming back. Gunnar Stockton after him, who they really like there. And then you got Dylan Raiola and Ryan Puglisi, 2 arms that they really like. It's kind of the perfect situation for Mike Bobo and Kirby Smart. You get one more year out of Carson Beck. You get to put that team in the spotlight where they're more than likely going to contend for another national championship. And then you get a guy like Dylan Raiola, who has all the physical clay in the world, to really get to acclimate to that culture in Athens, which I think is going to be big for him. Doesn't put him under the spotlight a little bit too early. So we knew attrition was coming. It was probably going to be Vandagriff or Gunnar Stockton. We'll see what happens with that room, but this was more than likely coming down the pipe.
Hey, a crowded quarterback room is a great problem to have. All right, Pate, we were all talking here off cam, and you coined a great phrase, portal paradise. So let's get into those. You got a list of schools. Well, you both have put together a list of schools that appeal better to transfers than they do high school recruits. They have a better chance of giving someone second life in their career. So what might those schools be?
We're working on the plural of this, potentially maybe portal paradise.
That sounds
Just put
correct.
an I on the end of anything, it's plural, Grace.
Yes.
Don't think about it too deeply, just blindly believe me on that. So we were talking about Missouri a second ago, and I'll just start it off. I think Missouri is a perfect example of this, of a team that you don't classically think of when we're doing National Signing Day as a big mover. You don't normally see that Missouri shark fin just offshore and say they're about to make their move like you do Bama or Georgia or something like that. But the second time around, when, like we talked about, it may be more about substance than flash, and that's not that those aforementioned programs don't have both, they do. Missouri may traffic a little more in the substance than the flash, is all I'm saying. And so if I am a quarterback or a running back or whatever the case may be, and I've gone through the recruiting process, and I've seen the bells and the whistles, and I've been wooed here and there, my second time around, I may tell folks flat out, I don't care about this. Give me nuts and bolts. Give me a development plan. Talk to me about how your nutritionists are different than where I've been. Talk to me about your strength and conditioning approach. Tell me how you practice. Like, what is your core philosophy on how many days you go to the ground versus you don't go to the ground tackling? Those sorts of things don't matter the first time around. They very much matter to a traditional or classical recruit the second time around. So, like, Coop, I think Missouri may be one, but you had several more written down there.
Yeah, I think about geography, and then I think about positional reputation, right? I think that really kind of comes down to a player development as well. Missouri is one of those schools, a state school, that they don't get enough credit for the amount of talent that comes out of that state. How about Ole Miss? We talked about them taking 23 transfers, transfer to the SIP, right? Lane Kiffin, that's what he's known for. He's done a really good job, but if you're a receiver, if you're a guy like Zachary Franklin or Trey Harris from Louisiana Tech, why wouldn't you go to Ole Miss, right? You think about Florida State as well as a bounce-back program, but there's some other programs as well. I think Oregon's done a really nice job. You think about guys like Tasheem Johnson, Jordan Birch coming over from South Carolina to kind of resurrect his career, Taki Taimani from Washington as well. What they have done, Bucky Irving, another one of those guys, they've been super, super savvy. I think about Houston under Willie Fritz. He's been on the wrong side of everything that is the new age of college football at Tulane. It's been a lot of roster defense. I think now the fact he gets to be at a Power 5 program in a state like Texas that puts out more NFL draft picks per year than any other state, that's an advantage for him. And if those guys don't have success at some of these other places like a Texas or a Texas A&M or anywhere else around the state, Houston's a really nice landing spot for them where these guys can stay close to home. UCF, Gus Malzahn kind of comes into the conversation. So there are a couple teams right now, if they play their cards right, they can very much benefit from the transfer portal and then how to build their program going into the future.
You know some other G5 type schools, Troy, for example. There are a lot of in-state kids in Alabama that either go to the Big Two in-state or go elsewhere and then come back home for whatever reason. Troy, instant contender under that coaching staff and John Summerall, so a perfect landing spot. You just mentioned UCF. Go over to Tampa at USF. Alex Golis just built a winning program overnight, seemingly. You just wonder, though, you got to get into the finer weeds of what kind of infrastructure, what kind of resources do you have. But if I'm a four-star out of Tampa that went to Ohio State or went to Alabama or whatnot, and it didn't pan out, and I'm falling back to the Sunshine State, all of a sudden USF is a viable destination. So there are a lot of programs off the beaten path in the classical recruiting sense that you may look at and say, wow, they've had a little more success than I thought they would out of the portal. They just built themselves as either a quality substitute option or maybe a perfect landing spot for in-state talent that got away the first time.
We're also seeing a shift in portal philosophy as we get into year 5 of the portal being launched. There were schools who stuck to high school football recruiting purely there. Then you have schools that use the portal as supplemental only. Then you have schools going total roster overhaul. We're now seeing the schools that stayed away from the portal. Now they're starting to get back into it. Obviously, Clemson is the one that comes to mind. It's taken 2 transfers in the last 4 years. Both of those were backup quarterbacks. That's the fewest portal additions in the entire FBS besides the service academies. But we got to give snaps to Dabo because he's offered an offensive lineman in the portal this year. But Josh, what are you seeing in this shift of philosophy among schools?
I think it's going to happen there. I think it's the most glaring example. I think the Clemson approach is going to be one that's watched by me. It's going to be watched by a lot of people because I am of the opinion that Dabo Swinney is a fiercely prideful competitor. I am a believer that his way obviously has worked for a long time at Clemson. They've got multiple championships in that trophy case. They took over a conference and did not relinquish control for about a decade. And only now are we seeing the sport evolve and Dabo having to respond to it. And so if they kept winning titles, it would have been a moot point, but they didn't. And so the perception in an 8-4 season is they've fallen back to the pack a little bit, and there's this mechanism out there that they are voluntarily avoiding, and that is the transfer portal. Now, we've listened to Dabo talk about it till he's blue in the face. He's talked about his philosophy. I got all the respect in the world for it. There's also another opinion that I happen to share, which is you cannot allow your opponents year in and year out, like a Mike Norvell, to traffic in this thing and you completely ignore it. You don't have to live in it, but don't completely ignore it. Well, anyway, we saw him make big staff moves. You bring in a Matt Luke, a Chris Rumpf, so they're refortifying that coaching staff. And also, now you start talking about what they're going to do in the portal. If I had to bet money on this, I would bet that they're more active in the portal. And I think that it's not a lesson that Dabo had to learn. I think this has been an experience maybe that he needed to go through, because if anything, it just angered him. And it angers him that he gets questioned, but I think deep down he understands maybe I needed to question myself a little bit. You always need to be doing an inventory of your beliefs and philosophies because you don't live in a static environment. So if the world around you is changing, you better at least do a hardcore assessment of your current stances and approaches. And if he's done that, and he's looked and said, I don't want to dive into this thing, but I'm absolutely going to dip one full leg into it. Like we're going to acknowledge that this thing exists, and we're going to selectively traffic in it. That's not something the rest of the ACC wants to hear. The rest of the ACC is cheering him on when he takes the stance of being totally anti-portal. The ACC looks at those coaching moves, and then if the ACC also sees Dabo starting to take kids in the portal, it's a bad day for the rest of the ACC. It's no guarantee they'll be back to winning titles every year, but it probably puts them in a much better position.
The same thing that he is so hell-bent on protecting in his sacred culture, which I completely understand. I was around a guy like this and Chris Peterson. This is not an easy thing to do. It's hard to put a culture in place where everybody from top down believes in it fully, and I believe that is what Dabo has put in place at Clemson. Clemson is not for everybody. That's a good thing. It should be hard. That's what they tell players when they get there. If this place isn't for you, don't come here. There's no problem with that. The funny thing about it is that I also believe that that culture is the same vessel that gets them back to the mountaintop potentially. That culture, he's put everything into it. It's personal for him, and it should be. But there are so many players out there that come from locker rooms that don't have that come from playing under certain situations that are murky and there's uncertainty and it's not what they were looking for. Clemson is one of those desirable places, and if they turn that faucet on, I really truly think within 1 to 2 years they can be one of the more desirable transfer portal destinations in the entire country. The other part about this is Dabo's got to meet the transfer portal in the middle. And what I mean by that is I've talked about culture, I've talked about the filtering process that goes in, the evaluation process, and having these guys on campus. Clemson's one of the only places for guys like Aaron Nolen, who's committed to Ohio State, that he doesn't have an offer when he steps foot on campus. They got to talk to you. They got to see what you're like. They want you to look you in the eyes and see what type of man you are. They want to see what that grip on that handshake is, and they want to know what type of man they're getting. And I'm all on board with that. The other thing is what they need to do, to me, is they have to find an abbreviated version in a short amount of time with the mass volume and the rapidness of the transfer portal to say, what is a way that we are comfortable to do our homework within 1 to 2 to maybe even 3 weeks to bring these guys in the locker room and to check the boxes that we're ultimately comfortable with at the end of the day that are going to give us the advantage of building a national championship team. The other thing people forget is, in terms of player development, they're one of the best in the country. You look at that defensive line, they're all young pups, right? Outside of Xavier Thomas and Rukaroro and Tyler Davis, you got guys like Tamarian Parker, you got guys like Peter Woods. You look at that young secondary playing well already. I believe so much in what Clemson is and what Clemson stands for. I think they just need a little bit of tweak, and then I think the eyes kind of pop open a little bit and say, hey, not only are we going to be a player in this, but we can be one of the best in what we do when it comes to the transfer portal.
I like your point about, just because you're a highly rated recruit, you don't automatically get a bid, right? You have to meet them in person. It kind of makes that offer a bit more valuable when it's exclusive. So you see that part of the culture, it works in that form. But Josh, you mentioned how other ACC teams might not want to see Clemson adapt to this new era. That's the whole reason why the dominance in the ACC flipped this year, because FSU has taken in double-digit transfer players the last 4 years, and they've all been, like we've talked about, supplementals, game changers. But another thing we want to hit on here is the illusion, as you said, that fans might know what the coaches are doing when you see an exodus of a position group. We're all kind of figuring out together. So what are you hearing?
Yeah. So I'm going to share some information here, and it's not going to be comfortable, but I'm not going to talk about any team in particular. There's always a belief that your head coach and your brain trust at your program has a grand master plan, which most of them do, but that everything is going in accordance to that plan. So if you have 3 wide receivers hit the portal in a 48-hour period, the blindly held belief on your message board and on talk radio is going to be, well, our staff probably knew about this 2 weeks ago, and they've already had a plan in place, and we've already probably been in contact with guys, and so we'll backfill those positions no problem. Now, hopefully for you that is the case, but oftentimes what is true is they're every bit as panicked behind the scenes as you are. Because the fact of the matter is, there is no grand master plan. In the NIL and portal age, everything is on the fly. Everything is being written in pencil. Everything's evolving. Everything's ever changing. You know as well as I do, a lot of those coaches are refreshing Twitter every bit as often as we are. They're getting the news like we do in many cases. And so you think you have a grand master plan. Sit one of them down. Some of them will talk about it on the record. Many more will talk about it off the record. And they'll throw their hands up sometimes. And they will, I am telling you right now, there are teams that will end up as contenders next year with key pieces or position rooms that are feature parts of those contending teams that have no clue which pieces they're going to add right now. Like, there will be things that happen from this point moving forward that change their trajectory next year that they could never plan on. There is no master plan. And if there is, it's going to be like 5 times between now and this portal closing.
The other thing about that, I've talked to some guys in the last week about this week specifically at the tippy top, right? All range. Teams in the middle trying to take the next step, guys at the bottom trying to take the next step, guys at the top trying to defend their throne. If any of these guys in a personnel position or any of these coaches look at you in the eye and say, hey, Josh, we got it figured out. Next week it's all good. Guess what? It's a bold-faced lie. None of them do. And I'm telling you, 10, 11 o'clock last night taking phone calls, these guys are pulling their hair out. They're working hard. Some of the best guys in the business. The truth of the matter is college football, all of it, it just blows up right here in December.
Yep.
All of it. Think about this. Guys playing conference championship games and then coming back and, hey, you got to do an in-home visit with some high school guy you haven't talked to in 2 weeks or whatever it is. It is tough for these guys. And I get it. A lot of people will say, hey, I'm not going to feel sorry for some guy that makes multi-million dollars. I get that. But at the same point, a lot of the calendar and the way that it's set up by the NCAA, it makes zero sense.
Crazy.
And these guys are getting worked overtime, and it's really hard for them to kind of separate which variables are the most important, prioritize what's next.
Yeah, the timing is something that's got to be fixed. Hopefully we reach an equilibrium here in the next couple of years. Josh, you crumpled up your our rundown, our show rundown. Are you ready to continue?
Well, it's just trash at this point. What do you want to talk about? Look, hey, can we talk about what Cooper just talked about for a second?
Let's go.
Because I hate that. I hate the idea that because a guy has 7 figures in his annual earnings report, that all of a sudden you think he has 37 hours in a day, or they should be held to this different standard where it's like taboo to be sympathetic to the fact that they're working 19-hour days or 16-hour days. Here's the thing. You're burning a candle at 3 ends, and it's a 2-ended candle. And when you get to December, I don't do anything other than talk in a microphone and just go to games every week. I'm exhausted. Those dudes actually coach the games, like they run practices every day. So I want you to think about getting to December. Hopefully, if you've been good enough at your job, you get to play for a conference championship. Then you're simultaneously recruiting your own position room, because those guys could be out the door on you come December 4th. And you're supposed to be recruiting for an upcoming class. And even though you're not supposed to, the expectation is you're pretty well versed and maybe even in back channel communication with guys that may go in the portal to potentially backfill spots that you don't know will or won't be open on your roster. And then you get to December, where you should be able to come up for air. And then Kirby Smart walks in and says, all right, guys, we just lost the SEC championship game, but it's pedal to the metal Monday because we've got a full portal window opening up. And you got someone on a message board that says, oh, I don't feel sorry for them, man. They make $2.5 a year. It doesn't matter if you make $2.5 billion a year. You're capable of 100% of what you're capable of as a human. And you've got a recruiting calendar, and you've got a college football calendar that is structured in such a way that it would take about 150% of you to fulfill your duties. And it's insane, and no one wants to talk about it just because of the pay scale in the sport. And pay scale, you could increase it 5 million%. The pay scale doesn't make up for the fact that the college football calendar has been put together and is currently being maintained by a bunch of folks whose names you don't know, whose faces you would never recognize, who have never held those positions and have never coached a down of college football.
Yeah, something I frequently hear from coaches I know in the business is that they're ready to jump ship to the NFL. It's just easier.
Because it's easier, yes. It's easier to coach pro football than it is to coach college football. Now, everyone wants to talk about the selection committee and how that's out of whack. That right there is what's out of whack.
And you said pay scale. I mean, there is no price you can put on happiness, peace, time with your family. I mean, as fluffy as it sounds, but when you're working, burning three sides of the candle, as you said, I mean, sometimes those millions may not be worth it. It just makes me wonder, who are we going to have left? Not to get extremely morbid here, but all right, we got a few minutes left before the top of our next hour here. Do you guys want to go through a couple team needs? Just a couple of them.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so Penn State, they just lost one of their receivers, Christian Driver, to the portal. He's the son of NFL star receiver Donald Driver. We all know the struggles their offense have had with the downfield passing attack. I mean, how important is it to find receivers for the Nittany Lions?
It's really important. You know, Chris Mitchell, his name came up from FIU a little bit earlier in the week. It seems like Penn State has been in contact with just about every warm body at that position. Another one, Julian Fleming from Ohio State, right? He's from the state of Pennsylvania. That's a guy who's really talented. Listen, they have what, Josh, at best 2 years, right, of the window of Drew Aller, where they got to get this figured out. They have a good team, and especially with the playoff format going from 4 to 12, this is a team that can compete. And if they get hot at the right time and all the pieces got to come together, a new offensive coordinator as well. But Drew Aller at the quarterback position, I believe in him, but they got to put some weapons around him. I like the offensive line. I like Nick Singleton. I like Katron Allen. The defense under Manny Diaz also playing really well. So I think they're a couple pieces away, but they got to be super, super active when it comes to receiver.
If I'm a receiver, like Keon Coleman last year, landed in some of the most fertile soil, figuratively, that you could land in, because everything around him was built to succeed. If you're a receiver, everything about the Penn State soil is fertile. You are what they need to plant there to finally grow a product that can beat Michigan, beat Ohio State, and win a Big Ten championship.
There's a lot of great receivers in the market this year as well. All right, more team needs to get to, more everything to get to. So for now, let's go back to Studio A. Emily has more.
Thank you so much, Grace. We have finally hit the top of the hour, which means that we're going to remind you what has happened so far in this wild transfer portal day. Let's hit you with the latest headlines in the portal. The big one coming recently, Georgia quarterback Brock Vandagriff is expected to enter the portal. We talked about, could Carson Beck go to the NFL? And we're now seeing some of the domino effects there. Evan Stewart, we'll talk a little bit more about this in a bit and just everything that goes into the NIL. He had a very interesting comment, so stay tuned for that. We had MJ Morris here in studio. He told us some of the programs that he has been talking to. And we're going to have a deeper discussion about running backs, but keep an eye on Armani Goodwin. He is somebody that has entered the transfer portal and will probably get a lot of looks. Let's head over to the Zenit's Cave. It's been a little bit since we've been there, but on the topic of Brock Vandagriff, what are you hearing?
So, actually, not to shift away from Brock, heard within the last few minutes that a noteworthy defensive back at Oklahoma, Key Lawrence, a former Tennessee transfer who's been a contributor for Oklahoma the last few years, has something like 150 tackles total these last few years, a few interceptions, 6 forced fumbles. The word that I'm getting is that he's expected to enter the portal, so we'll add an experienced guy to the free agent portal market with him set to go in now. But like I said, not to shift away from Brock, because Brock obviously a noteworthy person in himself. But we obviously touched earlier in the show just on the latest of what I was getting on Carson Beck. And while, to be clear, I've not heard of a final decision being made with Carson Beck, there's definitely some growing belief some growing optimism at Georgia that he could end up returning to school despite having a chance to go in the first round of this year's NFL draft. The negative part about that, if you're Georgia, naturally it takes away from opportunity or potential opportunity for some other quarterbacks in that room. And I think it's fair to expect some attrition to come along with that. Now, obviously, we've seen Brock Vandagriff, a former top 50 recruit, being set to go into the portal at this point, which is something that we've confirmed on our end.
They also have two pretty spectacular quarterbacks coming in as true freshmen. It reminds me a little bit what Carson Beck is doing, what we see in the NBA all the time, kind of testing the market and seeing what is out there. Certainly does not have to make a decision on that today. I'm sure you'll keep us updated on that. Matt, who are some other Power 5 quarterbacks who are starting to get some offers that maybe we haven't talked about too much on the show?
Yeah, so obviously we've talked about a number of different guys, from the Dillon Gabriels of the world all the way across to a number of different quarterbacks. A couple that I would say, so Will Howard is one that I think is a well-known player on a national level, obviously. Will is one of a few quarterbacks right now who is in the portal but is still keeping the door open to potentially heading to the NFL level. And one of these guys, along with like Cam Ward and DJU, who have grades in the third to fifth round type range and haven't made final decision yet, and really just testing the waters and wanting to see what the market is before making a final decision. But Will is one who USC has met with in the last couple of days. Lincoln Riley specifically. He's one of guys who is very much on the radar for USC as a potential replacement for Caleb Williams. And then Miami is among the other schools that definitely has interest in Will. Miami is going to be aggressive in terms of finding a portal quarterback. Obviously, Tyler Van Dyke has moved on, and Will is among the players on the radar for them to go along with the Cam Wards of the world, Will Rogers, even though I think it's fair to have Washington as the favorite for him at this point. But he is one who is on the radar for some places like that to go along with some other schools also. And then one that I would add in quickly to go along with that. So Tyler Shuck is somebody from Texas Tech who has been a starter at Oregon, has been a starter at Texas Tech, has NFL ability. I know going into last year, Joey McGuire, the head coach there, had told me that felt like Tyler was one of the more underrated quarterbacks in the Big 12 heading into the season and was expecting him to blow up, and just unfortunately had his latest injury situation come about that ended the season for him. And they have a young guy there, Baron Morton, where it just reached a point where it felt like it was time to move forward with Baron as their starting quarterback for moving forward. But at the same time, there's no lack of awareness at all for the ability that Tyler has done some good stuff when healthy. He was actually on the radar for North Carolina and was set to visit there before everything played out with Max Johnson. And now just finished up a visit to UCF. He's on the radar for Louisville. And I can tell you that there's at least one SEC school that I know of that has him as a person of interest also.
Information coming out of the Zenit's cave. Thank you so much for divulging all of that. We appreciate it. I'm so interested to see how the quarterback dominoes fall, because you talk about a lot of similar programs interested in a lot of different quarterbacks, but once one commits, it's like, okay, now we got to go to this guy. But two players that he mentioned, Tyler Shuck and DJ Uiagalelei, looking for team number 3, right? Both of those guys. What stands out to you about those two quarterbacks in particular, and what's next?
Experience.
Yeah.
And you can't purchase that. It goes a long way, especially at that position. An experienced quarterback gets you through a lot. Plays they've seen, situations that they've been in, and again, culture. Those two guys understand that when they get into a room, how to command it, how to run a team, how to lead a huddle, and how to take the marching orders from a head coach. So when you have an experienced guy, of those two guys with 4+ years of understanding how to perform at a college level, man, you can't buy that.
You know that they know how to play football. You know you can win games with them. You know that they're going to come in and be able to learn your system, and that they are professionals. This is college football, but they're going to conduct themselves as professionals. They are not going to get in trouble off the field. They're going to be good for the young guys. They will be especially good for any young quarterbacks you have in the room to learn from. It's a tremendous addition to your team if you want to win football games. Maybe not national championship caliber, but that 8 to 10 win sweet spot that would save so many people's jobs. I think that either one of those guys gets you there consistently.
But at the end of the day, you're looking at it almost like an NFL model, where you bring in that senior, that
older guy to come in there to help mentor and lead that young quarterback and help lead your team into the right steps and into the right path. So shout out to both of those guys, man. Still having the ability to keep on playing college football. And at the end of the day, take some graduate level classes and get that paper as well, too.
Yeah, early indications is there as potential connection with DJU and Florida State as a destination. What do you think about that possibility?
Why not? I mean, you come in understanding a landscape of the ACC, quarterback that can throw the ball around the yard. You got a big receiver that's potentially going to come back. He's always going to have the ability to throw the ball. His problem of being a quarterback was his accuracy, and he looked like he's worked on that this year. And when you're a quarterback, the more you throw, the better you get. And he's having time to go out there at Oregon State, learn how to play some more football. You get into a situation like Florida State with real good talent around him, with a quarterback coach and a head coach that understand that position. You never know.
Mike Norvell is excellent at developing that position also. And when you left out one thing, Smoke.
Talk to me.
He won his lick back.
He said he's trying to get back down to Happy Valley.
About Clemson. He won his lick back.
That would be an interesting return.
He said he's trying to go to Death Valley to bury the stone.
Right. People want their licks back, man.
We'll see what happens there, but we have such a treat here in studio having these two guys here to talk about all things transfer portal, and we wanted to discuss the NIL side of it because we have a former general manager who can talk about the college side, and then of course a former head coach in the high school ranks knowing how to guide those players. And we want to show you, speaking of an interesting quote from Evan Stewart, who is a guy that we are paying attention to, a wide receiver from Texas A&M. This is a response he had. He said, "I saw it coming freshman year when I didn't get paid $1 million from A&M, but sliced bread had y'all thinking that we were all millionaires." Now, for those who might be saying, who is sliced bread? Here is a clip to remind you. We're going to show you that clip in a little bit, but it came from Jimbo Fisher, and here it is.
$30 million deal is a joke. This thing that there's some fund out there and all these things that went on, and it was written on Bro Bible by a guy named Sliced Bread, and all of a sudden the country believes it, is a joke. So it didn't affect recruiting at all. And you can, and I will address the rest of it. And the people who want to, as I say, make comments on it have no idea what's going on.
Okay, so we are well aware of the message board rumors that you find. You can join the message boards on 247sports.com. Get that VIP annual subscription so you can go hang out on there. But guys, I think a big reason that we believed sliced bread was because of how prolific that 2022 class is. And we know that NIL is a part of this. And Evan Stewart is a former 5-star. So to hear him say that he's not getting paid, Carl, what do you think about that?
I'm not surprised. And what it is it's funny money. It's like if you're dating a pretty girl, Smoke, and you take her to the Louis store, she picks out 2 bags, a belt, and a purse, and then you get to the cash register and you try to pay it with Monopoly money.
I got a lot of that too.
Right. You won't get too far in that situation. What's happening with a lot of these guys, they get promised this money. They sign in contracts that aren't worth the sheet of paper that they're written on. And when the team does not progress, when the team doesn't win or compete for SEC championships, national championships, when a guy goes out there and doesn't bust a grape or when he gets in trouble, they don't pay the money. And that just hasn't been going on at Texas A&M, Smoke. That's been going on at a lot of places.
Well, we've all heard rumors and rumblings coming out of A&M a couple years back about this great fund that everybody's getting. And everything's great since sliced bread. I mean, that's just what it is. But at the end of the day, these so-called agents that are taking 20%, because that's a marketing deal. You're not both know agents are taking between 1% and 4%. Real agents, guys that passed the bar and did everything that they're supposed to do right to conduct business with real contracts, not IOUs or, like you just said, monopoly funny money. And when these young men agree to go to these schools and they sign their contract, letter of intent, they show up and they step in the class for their state day, you say, I got you. And now when the bills are due and that first stipend is due that you have to pay that young person, the guy that you asked for to borrow the money is not there anymore. So now the kid's coming back to whoever, a coach or somebody in the building, and saying, hey, coach, I thought you said I was supposed to get 15 this month, but really I'm not getting anything. I'm supposed to get a car. Now I'm walking around here on a moped. So when you say funny money, it's laughable because on the outside, everyone's believing that these young players and student athletes are getting millions.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, they're getting chump change. And the people and the adults that are sitting in the rooms with these kids and making these decisions and sending them off to school are believing that they're getting the money.
Yep.
But it's not happening.
I think a big issue here, too, is that it's so confusing, right? Because it's new. You hear terms like collective, NLI, NIL, all of these things. Well, I cover this sport on a daily basis, and I'm confused by how all of this works. So from the general manager position, can you walk us through just the process of how you get in contact with a player, who gets in contact with the player? How does one make money through NIL?
Well, first and foremost, you're not supposed to use NIL in terms of recruiting.
Yeah. Recruiting inducement is not supposed to be.
Not supposed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So any head coach or position coach that says, yeah, I understand what my position group's getting or a quarterback is supposed to get, wrong. Every personnel and head coach in college football, we're all trying to figure this landscape out right now because there's no structure to it. Right? There's not a market that's set for position or position groups. So at the end of the day, this is how it works. And it's going to sound laughable and funny. Carl, you're the 5-star guy, defensive lineman, you know what? We're going to keep an offensive lineman for you because I know that's a disrespectful
Why
thing.
can't I be a D-line?
Because I know what position you play.
Okay.
But you still athletic.
This is really
sweet
important,
feet.
guys.
All right.
So at the end of the day, you run at it and you say, okay, you just came back from Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
Kentucky just offered you whatever sum. You sit down in my office now with whatever state school and say, you know, they just offered me $300,000. How can I fact check that?
You can't.
I can't. So I have to go off of what you're saying, and now you're driving your own market. If I'm out of it and I need an offensive lineman real bad, I'm just going to go through it. So at the end of the day, a lot of these contracts that are written out are just promissory notes, right? And it's like if you're making a month-to-month payment on a player, there's nothing binding in these contracts for anybody. So the player can get out of it whenever they want. The school can get out of it whenever they want. The only thing that's binding is your scholarship.
Who writes the contracts, Carl?
The collective writes the contracts with the agents. And Smoke, you brought up a point. You said the coaches are not supposed to be involved in this process, but they are.
Yeah.
They're going to turn you over to the collective. And what the players are not understanding is this. If you don't play at a high level, if you don't stay out of trouble off the field, and if the team doesn't win, which you don't have any, you have control over the first two, but you don't have control over the third one. If the team doesn't play at a high level, there's a high possibility that the people who are supposed to pay you this money, the businessmen, the guys in the state, because the reason that they're putting money into the collective is because they love their team, they're going to get buyer's remorse. And everybody gets excited about a football season until Halloween comes. Then 70% of the teams in the country are in a nightmare. And all of those people that were on one of those 70% of teams that is not performing well, a guy says, I was supposed to give this guy $10,000 a month. He dropped the ball last week in the end zone, could have won us the game. You know, he hasn't been going to class. And so that's the part that guys aren't understanding. There are lots of guys who have not been paid, who have been shorted money. Some of these guys are going in the portal because they really haven't been paid, right? And some of them haven't been paid because they haven't performed. I was with a college coach one time, and he told a kid, what am I going to do when I give you $300,000 and you come down here and you don't bust a grape? Then what am I supposed to do? That's not how it works. In the NFL, if they pay you and you don't perform, they cut you. They release you. And so that has to be part of it too, because you wanted the money. And so with taking the money becomes a responsibility of professionalism and performance. You're not an amateur anymore. So if you want money, then you have to perform and do your job.
I love when we're able to have some of these kind of deeper conversations about how all of it works, but ultimately today is all about the player and what kind of players have hit the portal and some that potentially could hit the portal. Again, we're still keeping an eye on Evan Stewart. And Smoke, earlier this week, you recorded a nice little breakdown of the former 5-star wide receiver. Let's learn more about him.
Evan Stewart, dynamic playmaker, smooth route runner, good hands catcher, and has the ability to take the top off the defense with his vertical speed. Let's get to the smoke screen to figure out Mr. Evan Stewart a little bit more. Evan Stewart's aligned up top Now, he does a good job in this clip of exploding off the ball for a good 6-7 yards to get this defensive back out of his back pedal and now putting him in a panic position and threatened. Now, the ball's up in the air. What he does a good job is he eyes the ball at the top of it and also now adjusts it, keeps this defender on his back, goes up, finishes with catching the ball up high, and finishes with the ball in his hands. Again, dynamic playmaker, plays bigger than his actual size, and has the ability to go up and catch the ball. Second instance, on a post route, he shows you the ability now to take the top off the defense, stacks his defensive back, creates room by exploding out of his cut, eyes the ball again, runs through the post, gets to 2 defenders around him, catches it with contact with the ability to score. Again, Evan Stewart, dynamic playmaker, smooth route runner, has the ability and the speed to vertically take the top off the defense and create explosive plays for any offense in college football.
That is a guy that will have a lot of interest if he hits the portal. Again, we're just paying close attention to that Texas A&M class. Anytime there is a change at the head coaching position, it's naturally some things that follow after that. So far, though, Walter Nolen is the name to know coming out of that Texas A&M 2022 class. I want to transition and talk about the running backs because we really haven't discussed them all that much. And the number one back that we have in our rankings right now is Kansas State running back Treshaun Ward, but he's all the way down at number 88. And Smoke, I know you and I have had this conversation quite a bit when we talk about the NFL and the devaluing of that position. Where are we seeing that in college football?
Well, it's becoming a trend. Because we just saw Evan Stewart right there with the easiest way to score, explosive plays. And when you play at such a pace, defensive backs can't line up, they're busting coverages, and you get it out there and just throw it to them, and they'll score. The hard thing is to do right now is to line up, run the football 70% of the time, like the top 4 teams are doing right now. So are they devaluing the running backs? The good teams aren't. The average teams that can't figure it out, how to block up front, how to create gaps and get hat on hat and create explosive runs with tough, physical, hard-nosed backs, they're the ones that succeeding.
Every year we had this conversation about the running back position, and when guys are getting jobs, I don't care what level of football it is, the pros, college, high school, they look at how can I score the quickest? I want to get a quarterback, and I want to get some receivers, and I want to throw it around. But consistently, the facts have shown that championship football is played in the trenches with running backs and offensive linemen. Those are the guys who are going to win you trophies, who are going to hold up the awards at the end of the football season. And so you have to find a way to generate rushing yards other than running your quarterback and putting your quarterback at risk. A lot of quarterbacks getting injured because of the amount of times they're running the ball. Invest in a good running back. Find good guys. Obviously, Cody Schrader, we talked to him earlier, led the SEC in rushing as a Division II walk-on out of the transfer portal. I thought Josh Pate said something very interesting, that Cody Schrader is like finding, like in the old days when you would go to a small town and find a player that nobody had ever heard of before. You have to get your player personnel department, and you have to think outside the box a little bit, and you have to go deeper. There's a lot of running back value, but guys may not be playing in a good system for backs. They might not be committed to the run. And also the RPO offense, basically 70% of the runs that could potentially be called are going to end up being passes because of the RPO game. Very few teams are committed to the run, but the 4 teams that I've seen committed to the run all year, they're all in the college football.
They're in the college playoff. But again, when you look at it, the running back position is one of the harder positions to evaluate, because it's easy just to jump on a piece of paper. So, he's averaging 6 yards a carry. Oh, he has 1,100 yards. Well, you have to go in there and study the skill set of the runner. How tough is he? Can he catch it out the backfield? Can he protect in the pass game?
Can he run with his eyes?
Can he run with his eyes and not run into the back of an offensive lineman? And you see guys like Ray Davis just happened to get Kentucky going this year just because, and that guy was at Vanderbilt. So just think about it. He could have done the same thing there, but they valued him a little bit more, and they stayed to the pace of running the football. And again, at the end of the year, what happened? They won their rival game against Louisville by controlling the ball, controlling the tempo of the offense, and slowing everything down. A good running back controls the game.
There's nothing more demoralizing to a defense than a team that can turn around, hand the ball off to one guy, and you can't tackle him and bring him down, and he just marches down the field. Nothing more demoralizing to a football.
It crushes you at the end of the day.
We've got the Wing T #1 fan right here, so of course we value the running back.
We definitely value the running back. 87% of all high school teams that win state championships run either the wing T, the split back rear, or the flex bone. That's where championships are made in the trenches.
I got a fact.
87%, all 50 states, every class in every state. 87%.
I love this. I love having a running back conversation with Carl. It just it makes my heart swell because you're not going to get this on other shows. We're going to send it over now to Studio B. Hey, Grace.
Thanks, Emily. We'll go from the wing tee expert to the West Coast expert, Brandon Huffman, keeping us up to date on everything happening with the former Pac-12 teams. We're going to start with Lincoln Riley, who made a surprising hire, bringing D'Anton Lynn over from UCLA, who totally flipped around their defense. They were ranked something like 96 last year. Now they're ranked 15th nationally, allowing opponents only 18 points a game. What kind of defense can Trojans fans expect to see?
Well, I mean, they got to see it on display in their own stadium 2 weeks ago when D'Anton Lynn went into the Coliseum and they just terrorized Caleb Williams all afternoon. Mm-hmm. They weren't doing that a year ago before D'Anton Lynn got to UCLA. And then he comes in year one. They have the #1 defense in the Pac-12. And he becomes a high priority for USC, for Lincoln Riley. Doesn't even have to move, gets double the salary. And he's going to be at a school that's played the NIL game with the portal. They've recruited well. And I would imagine that you're going to see a bigger push for guys in the front seven in the portal. If you look at what UCLA did this year defensively, their 3 best players in their front seven were all transfers. Latu, one of the top defensive ends in the country, Gabriel Murphy, and then you also had Darius Musa, their middle linebacker. So it's clear that they're going for immediate impact players in that front seven. So I would imagine that Lincoln Riley, he's known for his offense, and he's never had a shortage of offensive players at USC. They got to get some talent up front on that defense at USC. They've got the defensive coordinator. They've got the commitment to paying the defensive coordinator. Now they've got to get the commitment to bringing in those players to have less missed tackles, to have those guys that are coming in be the impact players that they're expected when they're coming from whatever school they were at to USC. So I think that was something that, USC fans were dreaming of, maybe Jim Leonard coming there, Andy Avalos, who was at Boise State, but he's from Southern California. Tony White at Nebraska, played at UCLA, so they couldn't get Tony White, so instead they go get the defensive coordinator for UCLA. This is a very important year for Lincoln Riley, and I think the portal is going to be where a lot of their top players are coming from in that front seven.
Especially moving to the Big Ten, you kind of have to start to change your roster now, and part of your game plan to match up against Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. But Lincoln Riley, for a long time, stood by Alex Grinch. So seeing him finally now commit to making a change on defense, how does that affect recruits' perception, transferring players' perception, and how he will be able to build his roster?
Yeah, I mean, I think that he wanted to come into the West Coast when he got to USC. Remember, when he took the job, UCLA and USC were not going to the Big Ten. That happened right before the season, but he wanted to come and establish this high-profile offense, this high-fireworks offense, but the defense clearly was the problem. It cost them a playoff berth last year. It cost Alex Grinch his job this year. So I think Lincoln Riley now knows he can move the ball. He can score points. He's got to get it done defensively. And now with USC going to the Big Ten, there's going to be an emphasis on we've got to get the personnel to be able to handle the Big Ten. You can't look at what Washington and Oregon has done and ignore that. When you're USC, you are supposed to be better than Washington and Oregon. You should not be sitting here with a Heisman Trophy winner coming back and you're finishing 5th in the conference, and Oregon and Washington, who are joining you in the Big Ten, are getting those guys up front. You look at what Oregon's done from a recruiting standpoint in 2024. They've got 3 of the best defensive linemen out west already committed. They're the leaders for the 4th best defensive lineman. Dan Lanning, coming from Georgia, knows you've got to have size and strength in the trenches to compete for national championships. If Lincoln Riley doesn't make that realization and come to that realization and then make the effort, maybe his time at USC is much shorter than people expected it to be. So I think that the move to the Big Ten, but more importantly, the acceleration of what Oregon and Washington have done, is going to put more pressure on him to get those immediate impact guys. So we talked about Walter Nolen earlier. Walter Nolen may not be looking to go out to the West Coast, but if you're Walter Nolen and if you're Lincoln Riley, you need to figure out a way to get that dating relationship into potential marriage relationship, because it could help both parties extremely well.
All right, we actually have more from our team site, uscfootball.com, and Ryan Abraham out in LA.
After a disappointing 7-5 season, Lincoln Riley and the USC Trojans will be hitting the transfer portal hard yet again when it opens, trying to find some key pieces that could help this team get over the top. Of course, they're hiring a defensive coordinator, but they need to address some of the personnel issues as well. When you have a historically bad defense for 3 years in a row, you have to add some defensive players. They got some good players last year, like a Bear Alexander, who came in and did some great things, but they need help on the defensive line. They definitely need help at the linebacker spot. Decent in the secondary, but they've given up some big plays there too. So I think there's not a spot on defense that you couldn't say that USC could use the help and needs the help trying to bring in players there. So I feel like the defense is where a lot of the focus is going to be for USC trying to hit the transfer portal. But on the offensive side, they bring in like a Dorian Singer last year that didn't have the same sort of effect that a Jordan Addison did. They'd like to bring in a key receiver if you could. They're probably losing some guys at the running back spot. You can bring some guys there. But I think the offensive line is where a lot of the focus is going to be. Needing a center to replace from Brett Nealon last year and Justin Dietz this year. But the key one will be, does Lincoln Riley bring in a quarterback? He's had a lot of success bringing in transfer quarterbacks. Do you go with Miller Moss, Malachi Nelson, or are you going to bring in a star quarterback and try to get another run at a Heisman Trophy? We're not sure if he's going to go in that direction, but that'll be something interesting to see if he goes with quarterback as well.
Find all things Trojans football over at uscfootball.com. Huff, you had one more thought.
Yeah, I think one thing that people think, just because you go and have some success in the portal doesn't always mean it's going to be successful. Yes, was Caleb Williams a success? Absolutely. There's players on that USC defense that came in via the portal that contributed to Alex Grinch getting his job taken from him. So you got to make sure you're getting the right players out of the portal. You got to make sure you're not just getting them because they're available. You got to make sure that they actually fit and they're going to help upgrade that defense. So if you're going to use the portal, you got to use it wisely. He's used it wisely on offense. Now he's got to make that same transition to the defensive side.
I would love to see a real defense with this USC offense. Going to be awesome. Important to note, though, Lincoln Riley announced today that Caleb Williams will not be playing Louisville in the Holiday Bowl as he preps for the NFL. Okay, Huff, I wanted to run a quote by you from Washington State head coach Jake Dickert, because obviously NIL is the talk of the day. So he's talking about his competition out on the West Coast. He says, in today's world, you can no longer say passion and spirit are going to get you by. It's just completely real that NIL matters. And the facts are, Washington State, we're way behind, not even competitive. He's saying that about his own program out in the open. Okay, then he goes, Oregon State probably has us by 10 times. Arizona has us by 20 times. USC, Washington, Oregon, who even knows? They're a whole nother planet. What are your reactions to this?
Well, it's funny because all this talk about what Cam Ward is supposedly commanding on the open market, people forget Washington State got him a truck when he got to Pullman. Now, a truck is nice. I drive a truck. Who doesn't like a truck? But when you're talking 7 digits, you could buy yourself 7 or 8 trucks, brand new trucks with all the bells and whistles. And that's the current climate that Washington State finds themselves in. It's the current climate that a lot of the G5 schools find themselves in. If they don't have the resources, they immediately become the have-nots, and the haves are going to be able to take advantage of that. And so I think he's absolutely onto something. When he says that Oregon State has them by 10 times, I'm not sure I'd go that far. Mm-hmm. I think Oregon State realizes that they've got a little bit more resources. They just had their stadium renovated, so there's some finances available there. But Oregon State's sitting there in the shadow of Oregon, who has one of the best NIL games in all of college football. So Oregon State could probably say, hey, Jake, slow down there. We are both ending up in the have-nots category by being left in conference realignment. But it currently is the climate, and you're seeing Washington State become a program that was able to get guys out of the portal like Josh Kelly. They got him from Fresno State. Cam Ward, they got him from the FCS at Incarnate Word. Now they're losing Josh Kelly. Now they're losing Cam Ward. So they're becoming a stopgap that they were maybe recruiting from 2 years ago. And now those evaluations, that development that they're doing with these players for 2 or 3 years, it might be all for naught. They're not going to get to walk those guys out on senior days, because when you do a good job evaluating and you do a good job developing, the bigger schools can come in with those NIL blank checks and say, hey, come here, we'll get you taken care of, come play for us. Mm-hmm. And then Jake Dickert doesn't have anybody left in the locker room at that point.
Right, so he's losing Cam Ward. Oregon State in a similar position. DJU, we knew he was in the portal. Then you broke today, Aidan Chiles will be entering the portal. What's the latest you're hearing out of Corvallis?
Yeah, I mean, they're in a much different situation than Washington State in the sense that they had the perfect storm of everything that could go wrong, did go wrong. Oregon State is left in the Pac-2. They're seeing their conference rival, their cross-state rival, go to the Big Ten. Then they lose Jonathan Smith, an alum of Oregon State, lose him to Michigan State. So they're having the perfect storm of everything working against them, and then they lose DJ. Not a huge surprise there. There was a lot of excitement and just optimism around what Aidan Chiles is going to potentially bring to the table. So DJ going to the portal, not a huge surprise. But now with the news that Aidan Chiles is likely entering in the portal, wouldn't have happened had Jonathan Smith stayed at his alma mater. I expect him to go to Michigan State, but that's now what Oregon State's dealing with. They're going to have to hold on to their class. Almost within days of Jonathan Smith announcing he was leaving, 3 of their top commits in this class decommitted. They've lost Kakai Burnett out of Hawaii. Peyton Stewart, who has been a part of 2 coaching changes. He was committed to Northwestern. Pat Fitzgerald got fired. He flipped to Oregon State. As soon as that happened, he decommitted from Oregon State. They're still hoping that Malachi Durant, who's their highest rated offensive commit at this point, a receiver from Washington, will stick with them. But Oregon State is now trying to hold on for dear life with their top recruits, and they're doing it as they're trying to put this staff together for Trent Bray. That's why I thought it was interesting. When Trent Bray was hired, he said he'll be with them for the bowl game, but he was not going to be coaching the bowl game. He was letting Kefensi Hinson, the interim coach the bowl game, because Trent Bray knows he's got to go recruit the roster, he's got to go finish out this recruiting class, and he's got to go get assistant coaches to help these guys, these commits, have some confidence in what they're going with. So Oregon State's just kind of dealing with extra because of the departure of Smith, but they kept the continuity there by hiring Trent Bray, promoting him from within, an Oregon State alum himself. In fact, the last time that Oregon State played Notre Dame was in a bowl game, 2004. The MVP for that game for Oregon State, Trent Bray. Who does Oregon State play in their bowl game? Notre Dame. Interesting little kind of coincidence there.
Love that. And the starting quarterback for that bowl game for the Beavers will now be Ben Gulbranson. They're down to their 3rd stringer now. A lot of these bowl games just kind of turning into exhibition matches at this point. Lots of movement in these conference realignments. So let's talk about the teams going to the Big Ten. Oregon, Washington, USC, UCLA. How are they looking to change their rosters as they head to Big Ten country?
Well, UCLA is in the position where they're losing a lot of guys to the portal, and part of that's because of retaining their head coach. Oregon State's losing guys because Jonathan Smith left. UCLA now is losing guys. Chip Kelly's not going anywhere. Dante Moore went into the portal. Cam Brown, one of the receivers, went into the portal. I anticipate there will be more guys that go in the portal. So they might have to just completely revamp their roster just to have any kind of depth. Oregon and Washington, though, they're playing from a different position. Washington's playing for a playoff spot, or they're in the playoff. They're playing for a spot in the national championship. Guarantee you that the portal, if they need to replace a Michael Penix, or they're going to need to replace a Roma Dunze, a Roger Rosengarten, a Troy Fatunau, key players, they're going to be able to get the top portal guys to look at them. Oregon the same way. Bo Nix resurrected his career and is now a Heisman finalist. Bucky Irving, another transfer. Troy Franklin might go to the league. Both of those schools will get to be picky and choosy of who they bring in via the portal. Oregon having a great recruiting class, but those are schools that they've already got strong rosters, and they're just going to have to fill a couple spots here and there. UCLA needing almost wholesale cosmetic changes, and Chip Kelly has relied on the portal extensively in his time there. He's had success with the Jacques Charbonnet. He's had success with the Laiatu Latu, and then he's had some extreme misses. That's the problem, like I said, with USC. Just because you're going into the portal doesn't mean those guys always work. So UCLA is going to have to quickly figure out what their identity is going to be when it comes to recruiting. They've got to focus more on high school recruiting instead of exclusively on the portal. So they've got probably the most work of those 4 schools going to the Big Ten from the Pac-12.
What about the Big 12? Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, and Utah. How might they be looking to change?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Colorado was one of the most popular stories in college football at the beginning of the year. I think that with their reliance on the portal a year ago, they'll probably go back to that well again this year. Arizona, probably the hottest team in the Pac-12 this year, not named Oregon or Washington. What a great job Jed Fish has done in year 3. Noah Fafita, the best redshirt freshman in the conference. Tatori McMillan, when you got a conference, it's got a Roma Dunze and it's got a Troy Franklin. T-Mac has been phenomenal this year for Arizona. So they're now going to the Big 12 with a little bit of momentum that recruiting could be good for them. And then you have Utah. previous 2 years, they won the Pac-12. They are getting Cam Rising to come back for his 7th year. I think he started out college back in the 90s, and now he will be heading into graduating close to the 2030s. But, that hurt their quarterback room. You saw Bryson Barnes go into the portal today. Nate Johnson went in last week. It wouldn't be surprised if Brandon Rose goes into the portal. Does that hurt incoming potential portal guys that may have wanted to come in and had an opportunity to play? But Utah has still been such a great developing program, great evaluating program. They're in a good position, and they've already been recruiting Texas and Florida in previous years, so they're ready for that move. Arizona State's the one that it's in the position where, Kenny Dillingham did the best he could in year one. He relied on the portal, but there's some optimism there with Arizona State having a couple of games this year that showed some bright spots, but other games that showed they still need some more roster additions to be competitive when they get to the Big 12.
Lots of exciting things happening on the West Coast, and no one covers it better than our guy, Huff. Thank you, sir. Emily, back to you in Studio A.
Let's go from West Coast to Midwest, because a team that we have talked a lot about today, Michigan State, has been all over the news. So we're going to welcome in our friend Stephen Brooks of Spartan Tailgate. And Stephen, Jonathan Smith gets the job, and then all 3 scholarship quarterbacks transfer. And I think the consensus is, panic. But how has he handled that situation so far?
Yeah, I think Jonathan Smith at his introductory press conference last week struck the right tone in terms of he was always careful to say he didn't demonize these guys who went in the portal either before he was hired or right after he was officially announced. He said, hey, these guys have been through a lot. And when you look at this season, 2023, how things went there, you can understand that. He was very sympathetic and understanding of guys that want to go explore other options. And he said, look, you can come back in our locker room, and by January, whoever's in here, we're going to be ready to move forward with this thing. But he wasn't pushing the gas pedal. He was giving them space. He said he understood why, people would want to go explore things. Because, look, to be honest, I don't think a lot of guys had a lot of fun this year. And who could blame them with all the circumstances? So it's clear that they're going to be very active on both ends of it. 19 kids went in even before today, before the portal was fully open. 19 kids were either in already, going back to September when Mel Tucker was fired, or stated their intention to get in. And there's a lot of interesting guys in that group we can get into. And then, on the other end, of course, Jonathan Smith and his coaches are going to be mining through that portal to restock the talent at several different positions. And, Aidan Chiles, quarterback, is, of course, the name everyone's talking about watching today.
They are all talking about it, which is a big reason that we have brought you on this show to continue that discussion. Brandon Huffman putting in a crystal ball for Aidan Chiles to follow his head coach, Jonathan Smith, to Michigan State. What are you hearing on that front?
I've heard a little bit, let's say a whispers, basically since the Jonathan Smith was hired, that it was a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. But, there's some hurdles and whatnot. I mean, Aidan was not even in the portal. I don't even know right now. He might be right now, but, for a while he was not as a non-graduate. So I think there was some hope and some optimism for sure on Michigan State's end that this would be able to get done. And assuming it does cross the finish line and Chiles comes here, I mean, we're talking about the first big recruiting win for Jonathan Smith and his staff here. I'm a big fan of Aidan Chiles. I was one of those guys staying up late here on my Eastern time zone, watching them and how they would script a couple series a game for him. They felt that confident in him as a true freshman, even with DJU playing as well as he was, that they just felt they had to get that guy in the game. And he rewarded the coach's faith. I mean, you watch him play, the poise, the athleticism, the arm he's got, all that as a true freshman. There's no doubt, that people should be excited if he were to land here. Because then you're talking about starting the Smith era in a fast, big way, potentially.
And that would be a major splash. Obviously, there's a connection between those two, but we have him ranked as the #1 quarterback in the portal right now. So that would be quite the way to start that era. We talked about the quarterback position, but you mentioned, 19 players have hit the portal from Michigan State since Mel Tucker left. Where are some other positions of need for the Spartans?
Sure. Within that 19, we're talking about 6 offensive linemen, 5 of them who had starting experience. That includes, both players who started at right tackle. It was an either-or situation based on health and performance. Starting right guard, the right guard that filled in for him when he was gone. So 5 guys with starting experience, 6 total. One of them being Keyshawn Blackstock, who's now committed to Arkansas. He was the #1 JUCO offensive lineman last offseason, and that was a big recruiting win for the now former Michigan State staff. But it didn't really work out for him here got an injury, never really factored into the playing group too often, and he ended up moving out. So offensive line, I think, is an area they have to hit hard as they rebuild this. Luckily, Jonathan Smith's O-line coach, Jim Michalczyk, I hope I'm pronouncing that fairly accurately, has a very good reputation for recruiting and development. This has got to be a developmental program, and that's a position. Like I always say, you can't just add water and boom, there you go. You got an offensive line. You do need development. And then receiver, I would just mention, so when quarterback depth is gone, we talked about receiver. They lost 3 guys who would definitely be in their playing group next year if they were to return. So that's probably another area where we're looking at them to add some depth, and not only depth, but high-end talent if they can.
Stephen, I want to end with a fun one. I'm going to put you on the spot here. If Aidan Chiles transfers to Michigan State, he is the best Spartan quarterback since...
Oh, man.
Ooh, yeah. It's been a while.
I mean, the default would be Connor Cook in 2015, I guess. Brian Milwaukee, though, in the meantime, had a good year, a couple good years. He got hurt at the end, so definitely probably since Milwaukee at least, maybe since Connor Cook, but those are very, very high expectations.
So at least since 2015. It's been a while. I know the Spartan fans are excited to have somebody to root for, so we will keep an eye on that, and I'm sure that you will as well. So be sure to check out Spartan Tailgate for all things Michigan State. Stephen, thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's continue the conversation, because when the name Aidan Chiles comes out, we got to bring in Cooper. He is just the captain of the fan club here. It's one thing to make the big splash when you're a new head coach coming in, and I think that this would be a way of doing it. It's another thing to then win football games. So how does Aidan Chiles get them back in bowl game contention?
Well, he gives them a foundational piece, right? I mean, I think bowl game contention, obviously, that's where every Michigan State fan wants to be. Jonathan Smith wants to be there as well. But right now, I mean, you're talking about a program that's going to have to rebuild from the bottom. The other part that Stephen mentioned is you got 6 offensive linemen in the portal, 3 receivers as well. 5 of those guys have starting experience. So it's not just about the quarterback. It's about protecting the quarterback. And it's also about giving him the pieces to be successful. So if this marriage does happen, it's not all going to be on Aidan Chiles' shoulders. They got a lot more work to do in the portal, especially in high school as well, on the offense and defensive line at the point of attack in East Lansing. But you talk about a foundational piece, and whether it's, I think everybody has the North Star of conference championship success, but Aidan Chiles might only be there for 2 or 3 more years if he does in fact transfer to Michigan State. This is going to be a guy that at least gives you a little bit of a head start, right? Gives you some hope in building the program, and it gives a foundational piece for Jonathan Smith to build around and say, listen, we have somebody that we feel really strongly about, really confident about in building around, and it makes those conversations with those potential offensive linemen, receivers, a little bit easier, right? So having the wind at your back, that's kind of what Aidan Chiles provides.
It doesn't just make those conversations easier. It also shows recruits that Aidan Chiles, who was a backup at Oregon State, felt compelled enough to follow Jonathan Smith to Michigan State. So it says a lot about how he feels about his coach and the belief system that he has in him. Michigan State job is under a little bit of turmoil right now. Mel Tucker left in disgrace. NIL money stopped getting paid to kids, and several kids entered the transfer portal. So they need some stability. They brought in a head coach who's proven in another program he can bring stability, but there's nothing that stabilizes you like knowing who your quarterback is going to be for the foreseeable future. So this is a must-get for him, and it looks like it's trending that way, but this is something they got to close all the way down to the wire.
Yeah, I love what you guys mentioned about once you get that quarterback, then you can start selling. Here's who you're going to be blocking for. Here's who you're going to be catching passes from. So that is certainly an important piece there. Elsewhere in the state, Michigan, assume that they could potentially be looking for a quarterback. No news on what J.J. McCarthy plans to do. I think all eyes are on that playoff game for him. But as we look at what's next for Michigan, who should they be targeting?
Yeah, I think it depends on J.J. McCarthy. They're in a little bit of a tough spot. I wouldn't call it that, right? They're the #1 team in the country.
They're doing all right.
In the CFP,
yep, not the toughest spot. But
they have to have their wits about them right now because they're a little bit jammed up. Obviously, you want J.J. McCarthy back, but after J.J. McCarthy, Carl, what I would ask you is, who's the guy? right? Is it Alex Orji? Is it Jaden Davis coming in, a guy that was highly heralded out of the Charlotte area? I think that's a little bit of a question. And then you have a guy like Dante Moore, where sometimes timelines don't fit. Yeah. But sometimes the players do, right? And you got to have a little bit of flexibility about adding those type of guys to your roster. And I think Dante Moore is a game changer. Here's the thing that I would throw out about the Dante Moore in Michigan potential fit situation. I like Dante Moore going to Michigan, sitting a year behind J.J. McCarthy. I think that kind of makes sense. He played a little bit early for me at UCLA. They went back and forth between him and Ethan Garbers, and he had some flashes this year. The talent is still there, but I don't mind him taking a back seat, getting that redshirt year, and really kind of acclimating to the culture and to the playbook at Michigan under Jim Harbaugh, under Sharon Moore. I think this is a place that fits him perfectly. We talked about their ability on the offensive line, what they've done with the Joe Moore Award over the last 2 years. That offensive line, super stout there. So I love everything about the fit with Dante Moore. I think if you're Michigan right now, this is what great teams do. They kind of find a way to finagle these type of situations, even when the puzzle pieces don't really fit. You got to find a way to get a guy like Dante Moore to stick around, because after J.J. McCarthy, who knows, right? And Dante Moore could be that guy that you could build around.
Is Dante Moore willing to give up a little bit now for a greater tomorrow? And that's the question that has to be asked here. I think that if Dante Moore goes to Michigan, if J.J. McCarthy comes back, Harbaugh still finds some packages to play him in to keep his feet wet and keep him engaged in games. But recruiting is recruiting. You can't always, as a player, avoid other great players being there at your position. There's only so many reps. But I think that what a lot of guys are missing in this transfer portal and in recruiting in general, if you want to play in the NFL, every kid that comes up here, every kid we talk to says, I want to go to the NFL. You need to be coached like a pro. You need to be developed like a pro. You need to be taught like a pro. And sometimes that means being developed and waiting behind another guy. And if you do that, you can have some major success.
Yeah, I talked about it earlier with Josh Pate about usually the second time around, that's when the fit happens, right? Mm-hmm. And Coach Peterson used to say, Chris Peterson in Washington, when the fit is correct, that is when the magic happens. Michigan and Dante Moore, they need each other. They might not know it right now, but they do. And I think this is a fit that makes perfect sense for both parties, especially if he goes into a situation, gets to really compete and learn from a guy like J.J. McCarthy, who everything we know about him, everybody loves him in that locker room. We know what type of competitor he is. I think it would do wonders for Dante Moore and his development.
On the other side of things, that team that they play in the game, Ohio State, we don't need to speculate on whether or not they're going to need a quarterback, because it sounds like that is certainly the case with Kyle McCord hitting the portal early this morning. So where do they go from here, Coop?
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. They are in a spot they have never been in before, and they're still in probably a better spot than 98% of the other teams out there. But that being said, Kyle McCord won, 12 games this season, right? He lost the big one. And this has been a Ohio State problem with Michigan the last 3 years. Kyle McCord is the guy that is supposed to get everybody else going. The way that I would categorize this with Kyle McCord, he is a guy you win with, not because of, right, at Ohio State. They need somebody to put them over the top and exercise some demons when it comes to that team in Ann Arbor. And here's the thing. Ryan Day doesn't come out in that press conference, in my opinion, says what he says about, hey, we don't know whether or not we're going to start Kyle McCord in the Cotton Bowl against Missouri unless he knows for darn sure that he's got somebody that's better equipped than what Kyle McCord gave them this year. And the guy that I look at is Cam Ward. But you look at this situation as well, it's pretty interesting. Does Devin Brown play in the bowl game? That's a guy that I think a lot of people thought was leaning out, talented from Utah, really hasn't seen the field. That hasn't materialized. Lincoln Kinehol's another guy that's very different from these other guys, dual threat out of South Dakota. And then you have Aaron Nolen as well. I mean, if you're talking about a freshman that could potentially play early between the years, a guy who's played a lot of state championship level football in the state of Georgia, I would tab Aaron Nolen as one of those guys. So they're in a little bit of rarefied air for them, but I trust Ryan Day, his coaching staff, and their process to get done what they think they need to get done to not only beat Michigan, but to win a national championship.
They Ohio State. This is the Ohio State University. They should be able to go on that transfer portal and grab any one of the top 3 to 4 quarterbacks that are in that portal, because this is Ohio State. And you know what the marching orders are. You have to beat Michigan. You've been told now and you've been warned that 11-1 will not get it done at the University of Michigan. You have to win that one game. And the only guys who are going to take over that challenge
are guys who consider themselves to be the most competitive men in the world. Because if you can imagine that after going 11-1, back-to-back years, they want the head coach fired. The fan base wants him out. A quarterback finds himself under so much pressure that he leaves and jumps into the transfer portal. Everybody cannot live under that type of pressure. Everybody cannot live under that kind of duress. It's going to take a special competitor to take on the challenge that is Ohio State, because when it's beat Michigan or bust.
You know what I will say? I give a lot of credit to Ryan Day, and you know, best of luck to Kyle McCord. He's a really good quarterback. I probably have him ahead of somebody like Will Howard, who USC's after. I think this guy is a winner and can find the right spot and succeed. But if you're Ohio State, it's a little bit different situation from everybody else, right? You talked about Michigan, that game. Ryan Day is undefeated against the rest of the Big Ten. I mean, we are talking about going from good to great here, right? Exponentially. So this is a decision. These are not easy decisions, but this is what championship programs do. We'll see if they can execute, get one of the better arms in the cycle.
Yeah, and you mentioned one of the arms coming in Aaron Nolen. We have him as a top 60 player, one of the best quarterbacks coming out of high school this year. There's a very interesting article from our friend Brandon Marcello about, you mentioned the between the ears and just everything that he has going for him. But I think what we're learning too is bringing in maybe a quarterback that has some experience before asking your true freshman to lead one of the biggest programs on the college football stage is a tough ask. Last year, we had all these preconceived notions of who would be the best quarterbacks and who would transform these programs. Guys like Devin Leary and Sam Hartman had success at the programs that they went to, but I don't think it was nearly as, prolific and exciting as some of those programs expected it to be. But a guy like Graham Mertz came in and had a really good year before he got injured down the stretch. So who's a maybe Graham Mertz of this cycle, this second chance quarterback that we're overlooking right now, but could come in and make a difference year one?
Yeah, we'll see kind of where the pieces fall. I mean, Smoke talked about it earlier. I think Will Rogers to Washington is an excellent fit, right? And Dillon Johnson had some success, obviously, at the running back position. It's a weird kind of pipeline we got going from Stark Vegas up to Seattle. But, you think about that, Kalen DeBoer, who is just a winner. Everywhere he's been a winner. And you think about what Will Rogers was able to do under Mike Leach and kind of how he really kind of validated himself as one of the better kind of air it out offensive arms in the country. So I think a fit like that kind of makes a lot of sense for Washington. The other one is I love Will Howard. I really do. I like the combination of what we've seen from him, what we saw during the Texas game. I think the Oklahoma State game was pretty rough. He did some good things against Mizzou. But this is a guy, man, from the pocket I like better than Riley Leonard, quite honestly. And he's a big guy at 6'4". He's athletic. He's nimble. He can move. With the right environment, I really think he can succeed at a high level. And you put him in an offense potentially out in Los Angeles, USC, with guys like Zachariah Branch and some of the other weapons that they have out there, that kind of gets me pretty excited. It's a fascinating fit, one that we haven't seen. We haven't talked a lot about USC. We're still trying to figure out what they're doing at quarterback as well, post Caleb Williams. But, I would say those two names, Will Howard at Kansas State and then Will Rogers at Mississippi State.
Cooper, I would agree with you on Will Howard. He was the guy I would have picked. Played at Kansas State, the offense that I wouldn't consider to be super quarterback friendly. They try to run their offense mostly through their running backs and their offensive line, which I don't have any problem with that. As you guys
we know you don't.
But if Lincoln Riley comes in to recruit you, if he's flying in with his track record of developing quarterbacks, he sees something very specifically in him that makes him feel like he can be an NFL quarterback in that offense. So I think that says enough about his game, about the guy who's recruiting him and who's trying to get him, and it appears that Coach Riley has targeted him as his guy.
How important is fit when we're trying to match quarterbacks? It's one thing to be really good where you were or to get, the fresh start as we all look at, but how much are you keeping an eye on the type of offense that they're going in and the other pieces that they'll have around them?
Absolutely everything. I mean, I talked about it earlier. Bo Nix is from Alabama. He's having the most success of his career in Eugene, Oregon. Jaden Daniels is from California. He's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. There's a lot of places that don't make a lot of sense from where these guys are from and where they're finding success. But you think about Jaden Daniels in Baton Rouge, a guy that I'm very familiar with under Mike Denbrock and Joe Sloan at LSU. The funny thing about that one is it's not like Brian Kelly has a history of developing these dual threat quarterbacks, right? And I talk about these guys kind of maybe opening some eyes to the coaches as well. And when they took Jaden Daniels at LSU was, all right, well, we got a young guy in Garrett Nussmeier. Let's create some competition. What happens? The guy's favorite to win the Heisman this year, right? So they've done a lot of beautiful things on the offensive side of the ball. The same thing with Will Stein and Bo Nix at Oregon. You go down the list, Dillon Gabriel and Jeff Lebby, right? So you think about the fit. And I talked about it earlier. Traditionally, maybe some of these guys are chasing the wrong things the first time around. The second time around, it becomes a little bit more black and white. It's about business. If I really want to reach my potential as a player, I want to play in the NFL on Sunday. That is my dream. I don't have time to mess around. The photo shoots, the cars, all that type of stuff, they don't mean as much. I got to produce on the field. So I think you see these guys really telling you who they are when push comes to shove. I might have played 1 year at UCLA, but guess what? If I don't get this right, then I'm not going to be the player that I think I can be, right? And I'm talking about Dante Moore. So we're going to find out what he's about. We're going to find out what some of these other guys about. They have to do their homework a little bit more because this is not the decision coming out of high school. At this point, you're on your way to being a man and you got money on the line, right? So I think it's been pretty fascinating to kind of see the change and the difference, even with the coaching staff too, of maybe some guys that have a little bit of season and say, you know what, I see some redeeming qualities in this prospect that maybe I didn't see the first time around that we can work with.
Fit is everything. And Coop, I'm going to tell you, as we get into, what is this, year 4 of the transfer portal, year 4 or 5, what is concerning to me when we talk about recruits, and maybe this is a conversation we'll go deeper into on National Signing Day, is you see the transfer portal. You see guys getting pushed out. You see guys not being good fits because they're picking schools for all the wrong reasons. I would like to see high school kids pick the fit the first time around and start really worrying about their long-term career instead of some of the stuff. We're hearing nightmares on NIL money. We're seeing guys that don't fit in certain systems. If you're a quarterback, you can't pick the wrong system. If you go somewhere and the system doesn't fit your game, you're going to have lots of trouble. You're never going to reach your potential. And that's just not quarterback. That's guys that play any position. And I don't think that everybody pays attention to that the way they need to their first time around in the recruiting process.
When we talk about fit, DJU potentially to Florida State. What do you think of that fit?
Well, I mean, talking to some of those guys down there, what they want, I think, is a one-year guy that can step in and really kind of be a positive influence in that locker room. You know, whether it's Tate Rodemaker is a guy that, you know, they want to compete for that spot. And then outside of that, you got Brock Glenn, who I think if anybody watched that ACC championship game, he's put in a tough spot, right? He was third string for a reason. He's probably not ready to play. We'll see what happens with his development. But that team is built to win. You think about what Mike Norvell and Florida State has done traditionally in the transfer portal era. They have dominated, right? Them and Ole Miss have been the two schools that you look at that are the flagship schools of this is our identity. Then you match that up with what Florida State has done on the recruiting trail this year. They're top 5 there as well, right? So the maturation of the high school ranks, what they've done in the transfer portal, being able to mesh that together, I think that makes Florida State really dangerous. And a lot of those schools are out there. I talked about 7 of the top 15 teams in the country that I think are going to need a quarterback or at least be in that market. Florida State's there. I think this pursuit makes a lot of sense for both parties. I think DJU needs another year. He can go there and throw the ball to some really talented receivers and really kind of boost his draft stock as well.
I agree with you totally. I think DJU to Florida State makes all the sense in the world. He's a veteran quarterback. He knows how to lead a locker room. He's been through adversity and has overcome it and showed it. And I told Smoke earlier today, you don't think he would love to go back to Florida State and have to go in and play against Clemson and get his lick back?
I'm sure he would love it. He's going to coast right now. Man, I mean, it's pretty crazy to go from Clemson to Corvallis, now to potentially Tallahassee. He's getting cultured for sure, huh? A little bit of seasoning everywhere.
We talk about how quarterbacks pick their next spot. Fit, revenge. I love it. Let's remind you what happened today. This is the biggest transfer portal news. You have been with us all day long, and we so appreciate it. But let's recap. Walter Nolen, the number 2 recruit in 2022, is now our number 1 transfer portal player, and 99 rating for him. Looking elsewhere outside of Texas A&M, would not rule out him staying with the Aggies, though. That is the general consensus. And then in quarterback news, Ohio State QB Kyle McCord is on his way out, and a few of his teammates too, including Julian Fleming. Both of those guys will get a lot of looks in the portal. And then Oklahoma quarterback Dillon Gabriel also entering the transfer portal. We're seeing those connections to Oregon for him. We'll continue to talk more about all of the headlines that have happened. But guys, as we sit here with half an hour to go in this show, Cooper, what stands out to you most about what you've seen so far?
Dillon Gabriel, he would be at the top of my board. I talked about it. I think if you're Ohio State or whether you're Oregon, you're throwing everything you got at this guy. I think both those teams think that they can win a national championship. I think both those teams, the pressure is kind of ramping up a little bit more. I think that's the guy.
What has been the most impressive thing to me so far today has been the amount of quarterbacks we have. I think we have 10 to 12 guys that you can turn your whole program around or get yourself in the winning circle with.
Yeah, along those lines, the big quarterback news, Kyle McCord from Ohio State. Let's welcome in our news breakers to give us the latest on what is happening now. Matt Zenitz in the Zenitz Cave and Chris Hummer from his home studio. Chris, I'll start with you. What are you hearing as far as the latest on Ohio State?
Well, the big news of the day is Ohio State needs a quarterback now. Kyle McCord entered the portal this morning, totally shifted the quarterback landscape. I've had several schools tell me this morning that Ohio State kind of gets to eat first in this scenario. They are the top dog in the quarterback market, arguably alongside schools like Oregon, Washington, and USC, but Ohio State, given its quarterback production in recent years, I think vaults to the top of that market, and it totally shifts this landscape of quarterbacks. I would expect them to go after guys like Cam Ward. I think they'll make a run at Riley Leonard, even though he's trending towards Notre Dame. I think there's going to be several QBs in that mix for them.
Matt, what are you hearing?
Tried to stay on top of today is just the situation at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
So obviously Walter Nolen, well documented at this point that we have him as our number one transfer as things stand right now. There are a number of other Texas A&M players that, as I'm sure you guys can imagine, are very much being monitored by other schools to this point. For what it's worth, and I know this is an extremely boring update, but the way it was described to me by one source that I just talked to in the last 20 minutes, things are, quote-unquote, very fluid right now with A&M. And as I'm sure you can imagine, Mike Elko and that staff trying to do everything that they can to prevent some of those other noteworthy players from leaving.
What might seem boring to the viewer, I'm assuming, is pretty chaotic there in College Station right now as they're trying to figure it all out. Chris, I said you're joining us from your home studio. We'll get back to him in a little bit because I want to get an update on what's happening with the Texas situation. And I know Chris is not far from that area. But Matt, I'm going to go back to you. You mentioned Texas A&M. They could be potentially in the market for a quarterback. But overall, just kind of recapping the day, what does the quarterback market look like? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so first of all, with A&M, I even though Connor Wegman got hurt for them this year, I would think that they feel good enough just about the talent that he has and the flashes that he showed before getting hurt that would feel pretty comfortable about him being their guy for moving forward. But we've had a number of guys go in. Carl referenced it. It's been the big story of the day in terms of quarterback movement. And with Dillon Gabriel, obviously, so some early buzz, rightfully so in terms of Oregon, just a place that if you look at it for both sides makes a lot of sense as a potential fit, even though there are a number of other schools naturally that are interested in Dillon also. But like for me, I know we've talked a ton about some of the big name guys. There are some younger ones also and more under the radar that garnering some solid interest to go along with that and have even like obviously we've talked about Dante Moore is a freshman quarterback who is going to have some very good options. But Sam Levitt from Michigan State's another one for me. So Sam was a top 100 recruit in the 23 class, and he's getting interest, it sounds like, early on from some schools like BYU to go along with some other ones at the Power 5 level. But I think with him being a Pacific Northwest guy, that it'll be interesting to see if maybe a Washington State and Oregon State could end up being an option there. If I remember correctly, he was committed to Washington State at one point. But that's a top 100 kid at the quarterback position that just with all of the big name guys that have gone in, that's kind of gotten overshadowed a little bit. But one more to go along with that. So Brock Vandagriff, one of the latest quarterbacks to go in. Some of the early schools that have come up for me to keep an eye on as either places of interest or just worth monitoring. Kentucky, Auburn, Florida State, those would be a few that seem to be just on the early radar or just worth keeping an early eye on with Brock.
Yeah, Brock Vandagriff, the backup quarterback at Georgia. Chris, home studio means home Wi-Fi, but now we got you back. What can you tell us about the team not too far from you in Texas? What's the latest on their quarterback situation?
Well, I think the Wi-Fi over on the 40 acres is a little better than it is at my house. And I mean, we like to say in this neck of the woods, the eyes of Texas are upon you, but I think the eyes of the nation are on Texas's quarterback room. Obviously, Arch Manning is the name that looms above it all. Everybody's interested in Arch. Based on everything we've heard, Arch is perfectly happy at Texas. I think the expectation is he will be back in 2024. The real question mark in the room is what happens with Quinn Ewers and what happens with Malik Murphy. Matt's reported it before, and a lot of us have been hearing similar things about Quinn being likely to return to Texas in 2024. But you never know what happens during a college football playoff run. He just had the best game of his career in the Big 12 championship game. And we'll see how he plays during the stretch run for Texas. That could impact his decision. But right now, it feels likely that he's back, which means Malik Murphy, kind of the guy in the middle of that quarterback room, a really gifted signal caller from California, might end up being on the move. I think it's probably trending in that direction. A lot of teams tampered with him last offseason. And I'm not sure if Malik wants to wait another season behind Quinn Ewers and then potentially have to battle Arch Manning for that job in 2025.
Yeah, we were keeping an eye on him coming out in the spring portal window, so certainly a name to monitor. Chris, Matt, thank you both so much. I know the Wi-Fi is working because I'm getting tons of updates from both of you. Breaking news, not just when it comes to portal movement, but head coaching movement. And of course, if anything happens, you will find it on 247sports.com. These two are all over the homepage with all the news and intel. We're going to bring it back here in Studio A and talk a little bit more about Ohio State. Obviously a big name program, but man, it's going to be a different year for them next year. Not only just with losing Kyle McCord, but Julian Fleming is also a prolific wide receiver. It does seem kind of like a dime a dozen though in that wide receiver room for Ohio State. So if you're speaking to Buckeye fans right now, Coop, how do we kind of calm them down a little bit and say, new could be better. It's a new age at Ohio State, but it could be okay.
They're in great hands, with Ryan Day, and I think a lot of people were calling for his head after the Michigan game. You flip the script, Carl, a couple years earlier, they were doing the same thing in Ann Arbor, right? Now they got a chance to go play for a championship. So I think patience wins out at the end of the day, and I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. Ohio State has one of the best infrastructures of any program in any country. They've been doing this for a really long time. Mark Pantoni, the associate AD over there in terms of recruiting, talent identification, evaluation, he's the best in the business. This is what they do. They're prepared for this situation as much as possible. And listen, Chris just said it. They got first crack at whatever quarterback they want. So whether that's Cam Ward, whether that's Dillon, Gabriel, I'm sure they're going to have to work through the financials to get that done, but I think Ohio State will be able to do that. So they had the right people in place. This is one of those scenarios where change might actually be a good thing. You haven't beat Michigan the last 3 years, so if they weren't doing anything, I'd be a little bit more concerned, right? So if Kyle McCord you thought was the guy and you haven't gotten the result that you wanted, then you need to make a change. They're doing that. I think they got really smart, aggressive people that are very aware of what people outside the building are saying. Not that they care, but they know and they understand the expectations of being at a place like Ohio State, where their job ultimately at the end of the day is to deliver national championships.
You can't calm this fan base down, Emily. You cannot calm this fan base down.
I know, that was a tough question.
They don't care whether they get Cam Ward, Dillon, Gabriel. They don't care if they run the triple option. Just beat Michigan.
Yeah.
Just beat Michigan. Sounds easier than it is, but that's all this fan base cares about.
Well, you guys talking about just how they'll have the pick of what quarterback that they want. Let's remind you who some of the top quarterbacks are in the portal right now, because there's a lot of talent from, potentially developmental guys like a Dante Moore, a 5-star coming out last year, or a lot of grad transfers, players who have played a lot of football, a guy like Will Rogers throwing for over 12,000 yards in his time in the SEC. We've discussed Aidan Chiles quite a bit too, our #1 transfer portal quarterback. It sounds like there is a link to Michigan State. Our own Brandon Huffman putting a crystal ball in for him there. Brock Vandagriff is a guy that we discussed as well. But I want to ask about Riley Leonard, because initially he goes into the portal, he puts the do not contact, and then no fewer than 50 crystal balls come in for him to Notre Dame. What's potentially next for him, wherever he ends up? What kind of possibilities are waiting?
It's pretty funny. I mean, you just heard Chris talk about Riley Leonard. All of a sudden, his name is starting to pop up a little bit more, right? We thought this was done. We thought he was going to Notre Dame. The other thing that you think about is, we talked about it earlier, There's some turnover on that staff on Notre Dame, especially at the receiver position. New receiver coach Mike Brown coming in. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but they have lost some talent there. That room needs to be flipped. And if you're looking at a one-year rental like Riley Leonard, is that the best situation for you to go thrive and boost your NFL stock? The school out there, and really not in context to Riley Leonard, but maybe so, we haven't heard anything about Hugh Freeze in Auburn today. And we know that that program is aligned from the top down, right? And what I mean by that, if you need me to say it pretty clear, they're going to pay for whoever they want at the quarterback position, right? So I don't expect them to sit idle, as this has been one of the deeper transfer portal quarterback cycles that we have seen in a long time. You got a guy from Alabama that's got a chance to potentially develop into a day one NFL draft pick if everything comes together. I think Riley Leonard might take a step back for a second and say, you know what, let me kind of re-examine the field here a little bit. And you got teams like Ohio State like him. You got teams like, obviously, like Notre Dame, and then Auburn kind of sniffing around a little bit. The other thing about that is, Carl, the longer he waits, the price only goes up, right? So
I think that Riley Leonard had every intention of going to Notre Dame. I think all our guys were right when they crystal balled him to Notre Dame based on the intel that was going on throughout the country. But money talks, and BS runs a marathon. And so when you get down to who's going to pay, there's going to be some other suitors that come in, and you got to at least hear them out.
The other thing I'll say, you look at Auburn's receiver room potentially. They got two guys in the top 32, 2 5-stars coming in. Cam Coleman, who flipped from Texas, big body, 6'3", 180 pounds. We compare him to George Pickens. Also Perry Thompson as well, out of the state of Alabama. I mean, they got some dudes, and these aren't like regular dudes who are going to have to sit a year. These are guys that can play early day one in the SEC. So I think all that kind of comes in to the equation for Riley Leonard, and it might have been slam door open and shut for him in the beginning of the process with Notre Dame. But at this point, I think maybe cooler heads prevail. Maybe he's taking a step back, re-examining the situation and say, hey, there might be a better situation out there for me.
I love the philosophical discussion we have about where to go in the transfer portal when it comes to the quarterback position, because you could either get a guy that's played a lot of football, you know what he looks like, he's coming in mature, or you could take a chance on someone like a Dante Moore. I mean, he was one of our top quarterbacks in the 24/7 Sports rankings coming out of high school. So what upside does he provide, Coop?
He provides a lot of upside. You watch his game, I think, a couple different games throughout the season. I think the Utah game is kind of the tail of the tape, sacked multiple times in that game. He dealt with a lot of interior pressure throughout the entire season. For a young quarterback, if you were looking for a recipe of disaster, it is pressure up the middle and in your face constantly, and that's what Dante Moore dealt with. That being said, he's got to have some accountability on his own shoulders, whether it's going to UCLA to begin with or whether he's got to take a step back and say, hey, I didn't play my best football. I thought he was way too loose with the football at times this year. And that's why I said a couple of minutes ago when we talked about best fits, I think Michigan kind of makes some sense. That is a ball control offense that really understands how to maximize their opportunities through the air. I don't mind him going to a place like Michigan, going to a place like Ohio State, under the tutelage of a Ryan Day, under the tutelage of a Jim Harbaugh, sitting a year and getting those reps running the scout team. I think that's okay. In the same time, I can also see him going to a situation where there's not that much competition and being a guy who can play early. But for some point or another, Dante Moore is either going to have to find the right fit, or he's going to either have to do both, find the right fit, find a competitive quarterback room, maybe dial it in a little bit, and he might have to sit and really kind of get that year back. I think that's important for him.
You know, when you talk about him being loose with the ball, though, that's why we're talking about guys like Jim Harbaugh and Ryan Day, because those are things that can be coached out of you. Those are things that can be taught out of you. Those are things that can be developed out of you. So I think for a guy like Dante Moore, like we've said over and over again on the show today, his development has to be key in his decision making.
Yes, and hopefully that is something that he takes into consideration when taking a look at his next school. If you can't tell, quarterbacks have totally ruled the day here on Transfer Portal Palooza. So for more on the most important position in football, let's head over to Grace. Hey.
Thank you, Emily. Yeah, we expected a robust quarterback market, and it's been exactly that. Brandon Huffman, Smoke Dixon with me here. Now, there's a couple options teams can take when they're looking at quarterbacks in the portal. They can go for the stopgap guy who's kind of the transition between a current playoff contender, transitioning them to the future, maybe a highly rated prospect on their roster, or they can go for a more long-term player. So let's look at the stopgaps first. Huff, when you look at the guys currently in the portal, who's your favorite?
I think Will Rogers. He's going to be in a position where he gets to play with leverage. He gets to go to the right system that just needs that one-year guy. And with the crystal balls pointed to Washington, you can't ignore what Michael Penix has done the last 2 years for Kalen DeBoer, for the Washington offense. I believe he's 24-2, has a team number 2 in the country playing for a potential spot in the national championship. If you're a transfer quarterback and you know that a career can be resurrected like that, remember, Will Rogers put up big numbers when he was Mike Leach's quarterback. Now he could go to Washington, play for Kalen DeBoer, and have that same kind of impact. I think that could be a absolutely perfect marriage between Will Rogers and Kalen DeBoer and the Washington Huskies.
Well, you said Washington. I'm going to stay Washington State. Cameron Ward. This guy's skill set is NFL-like. I know that we compared him to P.J. Walker in terms of his size, but his skill set is rare in terms of being able to pass the ball out of the pocket with accuracy, anticipation, touch, and timing, and has enough athletic ability when the play breaks down to get outside and create. Now we understand what's the biggest factor in college football right now. Someone that can play in the pocket, but we all understand the pocket breaks down. And this guy creates outside of the pocket at an alarming rate and keeps you in games. But this is a young man that can come into your team today and get you into the conversation of playoffs and national championship. I think his skill set is that well.
He's getting a lot of interest, too. A couple other guys garnering a lot of interest, Aidan Chiles and Dante Moore. And, of course, that's the other option teams can go, is taking a younger guy who has several more years of eligibility. Huff, you were the first to break the news that Chiles was planning on entering the transfer portal today. You think he might be following his previous coach, Jonathan Smith, to Michigan State. What are you hearing?
I do, and I think you look back at the Caleb Williams, Lincoln Riley marriage that came from Norman, Oklahoma to Los Angeles and won a Heisman Trophy in year 1 when they were at USC. Now, am I saying Aidan Chiles is going to win a Heisman Trophy at Michigan State if that's where he ends up? No. But what I'm saying is sometimes you play the longer game. You know you're going to get at least 2 years of Aidan Chiles wherever he ends up. It would make the most sense where as he spent this first year learning Brian Lindgren's system, learning Jonathan Smith's system, being around that culture, being around that program, being around everything that they do schematically, it would make sense for him to follow those two coaches to Michigan State, and you know you're going to have the 2024 season and the 2025 season with them, so you get the opportunity to have 2 years. You can build around that. You can go into the portal and get other receivers to come join them because they see this guy's got a chance to be an instant impact player. If you look at the receivers that joined Caleb Williams at USC last year, Jordan Addison, Brendan Rice, Mario Williams, they all knew that they were going to get 2 years with them, or in Addison's case, 1 year, and it turned into a first-round draft pick. That's what's going to help you with the other positions of the portal. Like Smoke has said all day, it's not just the quarterbacks, it's the other positions that will join that quarterback out of the portal because they know that they want to go there, they're going to be able to play with a big arm, and that's going to enhance their NFL potential.
Yeah, the guy that I'm going to go with is Dante Moore. And this is what makes him special and different than a lot of these quarterbacks on this list. He plays from underneath the center. And when you have a guy that can play underneath the center, run play action games, and also play in any kind of offense and throw these sick throws, just whipping it and flicking his wrist, he has a lot of talent. And like Coach Carl said, once you get into a system that you get a quarterback guy that can unlock this young man, he's going to whip it around the yard and make a lot of us go back and think about what did Chip Kelly do to this young man out there to make him want to go into the portal and not perform at the level that we all that evaluated him believe that he can perform at.
We do have some breaking news. Boise State quarterback Taylon Green has announced he's entering the transfer portal, although he does say, quote, in his tweet, "I'm not closing the door on returning to Boise State." He and the Broncos just won the Mountain West on Saturday. Huff, what do you know about him?
You know, he's a guy that I'm a big fan of. I watched what he did on Saturday to a UNLV team that had been really playing at a high level, and he just sliced them and diced them. And it was a weird situation with the dual quarterback there, but I think he's originally from Texas. It wouldn't be a surprise if some of these Texas schools, maybe a Texas A&M, decides that they want to bring him home. He's going to have options, whether it's return to Boise State or going to Texas and playing for one of the home state schools. He's going to have definitely some choices to be able to make.
Well, A&M does have a spot now with Max Johnson leaving. All right, thanks, guys. Plenty of more news on the way. You can find it all over at 247sports.com. But we had a pretty cool experience earlier this morning. Deion Sanders joining the show. He absolutely absolutely has flipped this transfer portal world upside down with the biggest roster overhaul in history last season. Here's a bit from Coach Prime.
Oh, the portal is open, correct? You know what if you watch this play, what did you say? Oh boy, if they just had some protection for Schrader. Oh, if they could just get after that pass, oh, they would be So we're gonna address that. We're gonna address that in the portal and from the high school rankings. You gotta understand, high school to me it's like draft choices in the NFL. The portal is free agency, and we're in free agency right now. And I'm thankful that we have and we will have the wherewithal to go get what we need. We have two priorities right now, okay? We're going to run the football and we're going to stop the run. We're going to protect Schrader. You do know that I'm not only his coach, but I'm his daddy, right?
I know that. I know that.
You do know it hurt my heart to see my son out there getting beat down every darn game. You do know that? Like, I do a great job of disconnecting and masking and understanding that I'm a coach now. But that's my son. Okay, y'all do know that's my son. So I got to do what I got to do to make sure he's straight. So I made some moves to try to assure him a better protection. But right now, it's all about protecting the quarterback, running the football, and stopping the run. So we're going to be very active in the portal, offensive line, defensive line, linebackers, a few corners. I'm looking for some dog corners for FCS schools. I'm telling y'all right now, I'm looking for you. You know, it ain't hard to find. I'm going to find you, but that's what I want. And we're going to put it together, my man.
Coach, how big is it to lose commitments in the class of 25 or in any class when guys flip? Does it really hurt you like that?
It's not big to lose kids in the class of 25. You know how long that is to stay committed to a person that you don't see but maybe once or twice a year? That's tremendous. I mean, you got to understand, at this point, we have not lost anything that we desperately have to have. Now, if you say a Travis or Schrader or this guy or that guy, I got a problem now. Now I'm going to have to address that. I'm looking at this portal stuff, and I'm seeing quarterbacks and key guys from certain schools. I'm like, ooh, I know that hurt. They weren't ready for that. It's going to be attrition, and you're going to lose certain players because that's just life. That's just everybody's not going to be happy when you got 120 kids inside of a locker room. Everybody's not going to be happy. They're not going to get their appetites appeased. I understand that. That's why you're constantly recruiting. You're constantly going out to improve, and you're creating competition, man. And that's what I love. I love that you got to go out and compete every day in practice just to start on that Saturday. I love that. That's the atmosphere we desire to create at Colorado. That's the atmosphere we're going to create at Colorado, and that's how it's going to be.
Coaching staff changes. You made a change at the end of the season at the coordinator position. Now that coordinator has moved on to be a head coach at another school. That was the
plan. Wasn't that the plan?
Yeah.
Okay, when you leave as a head coach and you come as a coordinator, don't you think you have plans to blow up and leave again? That was the plan. So the plan was executed. I am happy for Sean Lewis. I am happy for whomever he took with him. I'm happy that he's elevated. Sean is a good guy. I have no quarrels with Coach Lewis.
Did the committee get it right? I got to hear your opinion on the matter.
But first and foremost, I want that part. I want no problem. Can I have that problem? Can I have those problems, please? I want those problems. Thank God the committee got it right next year where there's a bigger gate and open for a plethora of schools having the opportunity to go to the playoffs, and we plan on being one of them. It's no way that you're going to leave Coach Saban in Alabama out of a playoff and Georgia. No, you're not going to leave Georgia and Alabama out. It ain't no playoff if you do that. I'm happy, man. I'm not happy. I don't know how I would have handled that. I think Coach Norvell did a wonderful job articulating himself, speaking his truth, and the players supporting him as well. That's a tough one, man. I would love to be in that situation. Unfortunately, we're not, but we plan on being in that situation. But that's a tough one. But they're going to always go with the business. See, people think it's just football, man. You got to understand this is a business as well.
That was just a fantastic interview, and you can catch that whole thing on our 24/7 Sports YouTube channel. If you are not already subscribed, what are you doing? No, just go ahead, hit that subscribe button. Over 200,000 of you have hit it and have hopefully enjoyed it. Carl, for people that missed that interview, again, go watch it. But what stood out to you the most?
Coach Prime knows what he has to do with his football team moving forward. Run the ball, play great defense, take care of the quarterback. That's what he's looking for. Offensive lineman, defensive lineman is a big thing for him in this recruiting cycle, both through high school and both through the transfer portal. A couple of staff positions to fill, but he knows exactly where he's looking at.
Yeah, I'm going to take Coach Prime at his word. It seems like he's got a plan, and I'm ready to see it unfold. I mean, the thing is, you talk about running the football, dead last, 130th out of all FBS teams. You talk about protecting the quarterback. They gave up 56 sacks. Only Old Dominion gave up more with 61. You talked about stopping the run, 106. Right now, they only have one offensive lineman committed. All day, we've been talking about where do you get your beef from? Everybody gets your beef from high school, typically, right? And they're after guys like five-star Jordan Seaton, Jaquan McCroy, also committed to Oregon, a big guy. Both those guys, tough, physical guys that can play early at Colorado, but they also lost 2 offensive linemen already, guys that were starters. So, listen, I love his energy. I love his outlook. This is a team that is improved, believe it or not. They won 1 game the year before he got there, 4 games this year, not to mention everything that comes with Deion Sanders and the media hype and all the attention. It's a good thing for Colorado. But me, personally, I'm really looking forward to seeing, all right, how are you going to improve this offensive line and the defensive line as well? You got to stop the run, and you also got to be able to run the football. They did not do that this year.
We haven't seen a lot of offensive linemen hit the portal today. It is just day 1, so we'll continue to monitor that. But a guy that Deion Sanders and every other program in America would love to add to their squad is our number 1 transfer portal player, and that is Walter Nolen. You got that 99 grade. Cooper, you've been all over his recruitment, both in high school and what he has done in college. Why is he so deserving of that top spot?
He's a war daddy, 6'4", 290 pounds, can play multiple positions on the defensive line. I mean, I've been talking about it all day, whether it's 1 technique, you need him inside, you need him at a 3 technique, he can do that. You need to rush him off the edge, you can play him as a 5 technique. He is so versatile. It is so hard to find these type of guys in college football. So everything he adds from an athleticism standpoint, a versatility standpoint, and his ability to just disrupt the game from a pass rushing standpoint and ability to stop the run as well.
Big Walter is a guy that you want on your football team. He's a guy that you want in your family. I got a couple cousins that are single. Big Walter, holler at me. Give me a call. I want to invite you to Christmas dinner. We need somebody like you with us.
Oh, goodness. That is so fantastic. That is stuff that you are not going to get anywhere else. Before we go, let's head back into the Zenitz Cave with Matt Zenitz. What you got?
Well, first of all, I feel like I've reached a point where I need energy drink. So you and I were joking about that earlier. Emily, I've reached that point of the day where I need it. But we've had close to 500 at this point FBS scholarship players that have entered the portal today. It's been a very active day. But not to be the guy that throws out the teaser or anything like that, but we've obviously got a lot of time left in this portal window, have multiple weeks of things that are going to be going on. And I'll just say this, there are numerous things that have come up for me during the course of the last couple of days, including today, not only in terms of quarterback position, but skill position players, defensive players of note that I know are strongly considering movement there. So it just makes it even that much more important to stay locked into us at 24/7 because we're going to have some updates of significance, I think, coming in the next couple of days, and just important to stay locked in this time of year because I can tell you for sure there's some stuff in the works right now where we're going to have plenty to talk about throughout the course of the week.
And the portal will stay open for 30 days. It closes on January 3rd. I don't mean this as a joke. I think Zenitz could name all 500 players that hit the portal today. He has been all over it. Real quick, we're about to say goodbye. Final thoughts, Scoop.
I think we talked a lot about Ohio State. We talked a lot about Oregon. We did not spend a lot of time on USC. How about them 7-5 with a Heisman winning trophy quarterback in Caleb Williams? What do they do with the quarterback position?
Offensive linemen, not a lot of them, but it's a lot of people that need them.
All right, there you have it. Thank you for being a part of the Transfer Portal Palooza show. We would be here for probably another 5.5 hours if I listed all the people that worked on this show. So a shout out to all of them. Special shout out to our two producers, Chris Belcher and Aaron Grisham, for all they did on this show. And in honor of Aaron Grisham, who used to run our YouTube, I will remind you to hit that like button and make sure that you are subscribed, because we will continue to update you on all things Transfer Portal. Thanks for being here with us today. We'll see ya.